had to take lessons in terms of to say what is happening in the SADC region around OHS in terms of capacity building and so on and so forth. We had our wonderful Mr. Z reinforcing the advocacy approach. So when we talk about advocacy, that was at its best because the audience kept entertained whilst important messages were being reinforced. And I think it's a new way to go so that we can captivate the interest of the targeted audience. So much then, as I said, then yesterday it was more about the bigger picture around OHS issues, including history, science thereof, and as well as the politics of OHS. And now today, we are coming closer to the practice of OHS. And as you can see, the program is lined up in such a way then that will be talking to case studies, we'll be talking about practical applications. So it's more about practice in terms of this particular sort of morning session. And I think the first speaker, I would like to introduce the first speaker for the day that will talk to the case study that happened at a specific place. I'm told the first speaker will be Mr. Richard Dobson. Shortly, the resume that I have here, Mr. Richard Dobson is designated as an architect and the project leader. Richard qualified as an architect from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Durban in South Africa. He immediately established his own private practice, working almost exclusively in the then black townships surrounding Durban. He later joined a long-established KwaZulu-Natal practice, noted for its residential, commercial, and historic restoration work. In 1996, he joined the eThekwini municipality in Durban as a contract consultant engaged in the implementation of the Warwick Junction Urban Renewal Project. This involvement progressively resulted in his leadership of the project from 2001 and its successor, the eThekwini Regeneration and Urban Management Program, iTRAMP. In December 2006, he resigned to co-found the NPO Asiye Etafuleni, in isiZulu meaning literally, come to the table, but figuratively saying, let us negotiate. The organization offers community-based urban development expertise and advocacy in support of informal workers who utilize public space for their livelihoods. He is the co-author of the book, Working in Warwick, which documents 10 years of innovative urban development in Warwick Junction, Durban, where unique provision is made for informal workers to trade in public space. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Richard Dobson to the podium.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for that introduction. And I also would like to use this opportunity to commend the department for foregrounding informality. For many and many around the world, it's a continual campaign to legitimize the work that they do in public spaces and quite literally to legitimize their work. So to see this really foregrounded in a conference like this is really encouraging, particularly for the workers involved. So this will be my outline. I will return to an introduction in a minute. but really we look at dignifying and enabling public work, the place of work. We learned yesterday that it's no longer the place of work, it's the world of work. But in relation to what I want to refer to today, and perhaps in my ignorance, the legislative trigger for occupation health and safety does come from the place of work. So it sounds like that if we're going to be progressive and start to include informality in terms of a response and support from occupation health and safety, we might need to be reconfiguring how we actually position that response from a legislative point of view. And then I'll go through virtually a short catalogue of the work that our not-for-profit has been doing over the years, and then a very short conclusion. By introduction, my resume has been read, but I come into this work with absolute ignorance as far as occupational health and safety is concerned. You heard that my background is an urbanist, and particularly interested in the urban form and making urban provision for informal workers, because, as we say, we believe that is the pathway to recognition. And once recognition has been established, that then can be a point of entry into the next layer, which is obviously about the health and safety. So let's look very quickly, and I will be dashing through these slides. You might get irritated, but the presentation will be shared with all of you, I believe. But if we take one sector, which is traditional medicine, the campaign has been a long one. This particular image goes back to something like 1890, completely disrespectful, because you can see from the image the key person in the whole presentation of the medicine, the expertise, is still fronted by a colonial, and also the medicine is disrespected. So this is a condition that was present in the mid-90s here in Warwick, eThekwini municipality. For those of us with a Western disposition, visiting that space is equivalent to getting your antibiotic prescription, but in conditions which obviously are completely unacceptable. And if we take it from a purely cultural point of view, completely disrespectful. It's estimated that something like 80% of African people still defer to traditional medicine, even if they don't consume it. So how can you have a transformed urban form and a transformed city if you're not making provision for people's main cultural wellspring, as it were, as you actually develop the urban spaces? So in deciding that that space could be reconfigured, what options were there? The option was an unutilized portion of the freeway network that was configured into what we call a linear market. That market was then occupied by the traders who used to be on the sidewalk. But this is where the defining interest arrived. The first year of trading, something like 200 or so traders then in the market. It's increased enormously since then. 14,000 jobs outside of the market. So people suddenly started to see that what you're seeing on the street is only the pinnacle of the employment chain that derives from that activity. But the first year of trading, the turnover was 170 million rand. The city's expenditure was only 5 million rand to build the infrastructure. That's what it looks like today. My personal belief is that the turnover now is in excess of 350 million, easily. If we take another sector, which is the traditional cooking that happens in Warwick, here in KZN, it's primarily cow's heads, a male Zulu cultural delicacy. Our urban form, which is primarily inherited from our colonials, clearly didn't anticipate this form of cooking in the urban spaces. That was redeveloped in a market, experimenting with appropriate drainage, putting stainless steel tops onto concrete tables, subsequently redeveloped again, co-designed with the workers. And part of that design required that there be smokeless stoves in the cooking alcoves, so work around bioefficient stoves, smokeless stoves. I'll return to those in a minute. And then developing that as a traditional food court. So you can see that at the entry point, if you can start to worm your way in, you can start to dignify these activities and start to insert them into public spaces. That typically for many would be what we see in our South African towns and cities, and that is probably one of the pinnacles of prejudice that people become people's trigger points in terms of whether they're going to adopt a positive attitude to informality. The city chose to develop a small facility for the cooking of mealies, and here again I divert into a bit of property economics. It cost 60,000 Rand to develop that site. The turnover for selling mealies at that particular time was 1.5 million Rand a week in the sale of mealies. And we know we cooked 28 tons of mealies a day in Warwick, 28 tons. That's 20 bucky loads of mealies. And so we have a movement in the world, as you know, it's about food security, but we also have food sovereignty. Food sovereignty is the whole debate about having food that you deserve and food that is culturally your preference. So how can you not have recognition of these activities which primarily bring culturally orientated products to the market? That has been subsequently redeveloped by the city, sadly not with consultation. That has now generated huge smoke loads and exposure loads, and we've diverted now into looking at the bioefficiency and smokeless zones. I'll return to that. And then lastly, looking at transformed spaces. Again, probably the typical site that triggers a whole lot of city managers and urban managers and to say this is an externality which we can't afford to accommodate in our cities. But it can be accommodated and can be accommodated. This whole road was redeveloped with this roofed space, now something like 300 meters long. That is what the space looks like today. And that is really the achievement that can be made if you are to invest in informality in public spaces. And just to return, those are probably the two contrasts of that road that looked like that, and that is the vision that could be achieved. Again, to digress, and just to really applaud the city for persevering with their support of informality over the years, and this is now up to 25, 27 years that they've maintained those spaces. My estimate is that the city in the first 10 years of their pinnacle involvement was about 85 million or so. But let's digress into a provocative statistic. That's 25 years that people have been able to work in those spaces. It's between 6,000 and 8,000 people in the Warwick complex, 21,000 in the inner city. So if we extend that into livelihood days, and we are fairly generous and we give weekends and we give some holiday, the work livelihood days that Warwick has provided over 25 years is 40 million livelihood days of work simply because you've allowed informal workers to utilize that public space. So nationally, we are on a quest to find jobs. And yet politically, there's ambivalence towards informality. Our response to informality is also ambivalent, simply because I believe we don't have the vision about, first of all, its importance, and secondly, how it can be included. Let me now go into a short catalogue of the involvement of our not-for-profit. The first is really about health screenings. The sale of music on the streets in Warwick is a massive challenge. The point of sale is quite simply, it's the volume. And the destruction that causes, and I use the word destruction purposefully, to people's hearing is just, well, it's fact. We know it, we've tested it. So our response has been on-site partnership with audiologists who have gone on-site, testing people's hearing, and then being able to respond medically in terms of people's particular needs. Eyesight has been another campaign that we've followed, and in the first year that we implemented that, we were able to test something like 800 people's eyes, issued over 200 just off-the-shelf script glasses to individuals. And I put out a challenge that many of us believe that what informal workers need are training courses, but quite often it's quite simple. They just need to be able to see. This particular woman left her eye test saying, "At last I can read my Bible." I also realized why so many people on the street gave me their elderly people, gave me their phone to be able to read information to them. So sometimes it is simple. So we talk about occupational health and safety. Sometimes we just need to be able to see. And then exposures. We won't go into that, but clearly heavy loads in terms of exposure, the mealie cooking, the do-gooders in the city, particularly the kitchen cupboard manufacturers, believe they are doing a service by providing their off-cut timbers to the informal workers who are cooking. But that timber has melamine on it, and of course the exposures from all the toxins that contains is pretty obvious. Then looking at risk mitigation. Some of the hazards which we need to look at just purely from an occupational point of view are the literal ones that are presented, but there is structural interventions that we could implement, which is around stopping dangerous products coming to market. And in this particular instance, the kerosene stoves that are coming in as imports are really just ticking fire bombs that should actually be outlawed completely. Then it is about practice. Slide might not be easy to see, but those of you that have a fire inclination in the audience will realize that putting a kerosene stove, a primus, next to a charcoal burner under a pot is a recipe for disaster. I've already spoken about smoke insulation, but along with that, of course, goes heat stress. So our engagement there has been to work with the cooks to try and find out whether we can achieve a smokeless stove and still cook the mealies in the same way. So the smart ones in the audience will realize that our pilot stove utilizes two components. The first is that every season the mealie cooks buy a new drum because it corrodes. So the blue-ended drum that you can see there is the new drum for the season. So there's zero cost, clearly it's a cost, but there's zero new cost to the individual. And then the drum is sitting on its firebox, which is the drum from the previous season, which is cut and makes the stand, and inside it is the drum. Now, we've been able to cook the same amount of mealies where people have this huge fire. We've now been able to reduce that down to less than a pallet, a timber pallet, to cook the same amount of mealies that people were using, that vicious fire that you saw earlier. Fire is obviously a huge issue. We've taken informal workers through first phase fire training. Clearly one of the easiest ways to put out fires is water, but a bucket, traditional bucket with water on the street would never survive a day. It would find a higher use and purpose. So we've experimented with creating a Tetra Pak cone, which contains sand in it. They're able to stack in a particular way that you could have fire extinguishers, which are obviously based with sand, and that to have little street value. Then we need to look at escape systems through the system. Many occasions people are only looking at the particular occupants of that space, but clearly those spaces are enclosed in many of our urban environments with huge taxi ranks and other hazards, which in fact might even be worse than the fire risk that's in the market itself. In addition to first phase fire training, we've taken informal workers through first aid training. So there are now 14 to 20 first aid stations through Warwick, monitored on a voluntary basis by informal workers who have received first aid training. And in that A-frame structure that you can see is a first aid box with the first phase responses. But the first phase and emergency system cannot just rely on the action of the individuals on the ground. There needs to be a total system. And if we're talking about informal workers, they're often the people that aren't reached or considered when one is actually developing the fire plan. Nearly ended. Non-motorized freight. I believe that in the inner city anyway, over 100 tons of goods are moved around the city manually. Now, if we're moving towards a climate change crisis, clearly this has got to be good news. But do we make provision for it? Absolutely not. The informal workers who are using the streets and the roadways get fined by Metro Police under the Road Traffic Act. They get their carts confiscated. So huge obstacles in terms of operating something which we should be dignifying and celebrating. A whole range of carts that we can see self-explanatory in terms of both fit for purpose and also skeletal damage and also what it might mean to the users of those carts. The water cart that you can see on the far right, those of you that are able to do a quick calculation will tell yourselves that that's 400 kgs of water that is being pulled by one individual on a cart made out of bread crates and wheels. And in one other presentation, I have a picture of his hand, and you won't believe what it looks like. It is just the most calloused and robust hand that anyone could possess. Appropriated supermarket carts, huge debate in terms of, for instance, how people get the carts. It's always assumed that they're stolen, but there's a whole complicated network about how those arrive. But clearly, someone using a supermarket cart cuts the picture that they shouldn't be there. They're doing an illegal and illicit activity. So top left is work that we're experimenting with. We had supermarket cart bins donated to us, and we've put alternate chassis on them to re-image the cart to actually send a signal, first of all, that the cart was acquired legally, and then also to progressively start to re-image how people use the cart. And our sub-program is called Start with a Cart. The more formal work that we've done amongst recyclers is the building and making of purpose-made carts. I won't get lost into the ergonomics of this, but it is about the technology of the wheels. We don't have affordable wheels in South Africa. We take to our credit, which is probably a strange statistic, but South Africans are perhaps used to this. We pride ourselves that most of our steel carts have been hijacked at knife point by individuals who see a higher value in using the cart other than recycling cardboard. So clearly one of the uses, sadly, is the metal content and to take it to the scrapyard and just sell it to survive for another day. So our latest versions of the carts are the ones that you can see on the lower right, which starts to utilize limited amount of steel and obviously durable marine ply construction. One of the harsh realities of the street is that there are children present. Not only is it about the children, but if you look at the central picture, you can imagine the maternal stress on that carer who is trying to run her business, which is selling bride kebabs, working alongside fire. She's got her 2 children. She's got to keep track of them, and then she's got all the charcoal and the heat to contend with. We engaged in this work through a World Health Organization, who were really looking at breastfeeding amongst informal workers, and particularly the first 6 months of a child's life. So the idea of reconfiguring a storage crate that's on the street, turning that into a street crib, so that in the instances where mothers do have to bring their children to the street, there would be a dignified and safe way to care for them. That extended into a more formal response into childcare, taking that same crate idea, but now turning the 2 crates into the essence of the core of a childcare facility. And this does qualify within the eThekwini regulations of what's known as a partial care facility, up to 6 to 8 children. And then in this particular instance, housed in the early morning market, and more formally in another portion of the Warwick Junction, the area that I showed you with the really big roof. And then lastly, looking at awareness raising a couple of programs. We have our Champions program. It's Champions about healthcare, which arose out of the pandemic. That looked at putting frontline workers onto the street. But in helping people understand that COVID was a risk, we realized that we needed to raise people's awareness about what risk meant. And so that meant that we've catalogued pavement-level risks in a whole illustrated manual, which allows people to do self-analysis at work about their risks. This program's extended into now Zero Waste, our climate adaptation program for informal workers, and then also Street Champions, which is about advocacy and worker rights. And then lastly, through the pandemic, starting to look at appropriate equipment to enable frontline workers, and in this instance, we believe that chemical-based sanitizers, alcohol-based sanitizers in a hot climate exposed to sun would become rendered ineffective in a very short period. And so we looked at self-creating and self-making of wash stations through recycled materials. And I shall end there, Program Director, and thank you very much.
Aye. When you are just a godsend. Kuthi ngikuphi igama ngithi uthanda abantu. Uthanda abantu ke lo. This is uthanda abantu. When we talk about human-centered, we use high volume English. Human-centered approach. What more? What more can you say? Yeah, keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. It's touching. Because some of us were raised by these mothers and sisters that toil like this. So it's no use to look down upon them. They have produced highly educated, highly influential people through the centuries. Let's move on. I said it's practice today. It's not history, it's not science, it's practice of OHS. Let's move on and see what the next speaker is going to bring to us. Sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker was on TV yesterday. You remember the television that was here reading the news? The next speaker is employed as a senior specialist occupational health and hygiene at the Department of Employment and Labor. She holds a national diploma and BTech in chemical engineering from Cape Peninsula University of Technology, and BTech Environmental Health from Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, as well as a Master of Public Health in Occupational Hygiene from the University of Witwatersrand. Hey, I always struggle with this. Yeah, Witwatersrand, yes. In 1996, she was employed as a student technician at Caltex Refinery in Cape Town. From April 1998 to May 2002, she worked within the Town Engineers Department as water treatment technician at Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality. In June 2002, she joined the Department of Employment and Labor and has been involved in occupational health and hygiene policy development, capacity development of internal and external stakeholders since 2010. She is currently a member of the Ministers' Advisory Council for Occupational Health and Safety and is serving on the Technical Committee for Occupational Hygiene and Diseases. She has played a pivotal role in leading the process for the development of the first State of OHS report in South Africa. She was also a project leader for the development for the draft OHS strategy in collaboration with the International Labour Organization and social partners. She has been appointed by the Minister of Employment and Labor as a member of the Regional Expert Advisory Panel for the Regional Center of Excellence for Occupational Health and Safety's panel of experts supporting the SADC region. She has also represented South Africa as a technical expert in the validation of the 2022 ILO Hazardous Biological Agents Guidelines in Geneva. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ms. Bulela Una.
No, not the laptop. Hello?
8 November, this one. Day 2. 8 November. Wait.
That's it, yeah.
Is it saying 8 November? Yeah.
Simon.
Yes. I think so. I think so. Oh, it's not fine. Okay. Morning, IG, Chief Inspector, and all Chief Directors in the room, and welcome to Advocate Bede. And morning to colleagues and our external delegates. And thank you, Mr. Dobson, for bringing the message home. Because it's really touching. So, I see you've got a platter there. When you opened that platter, Chief Inspector, did you think about the person that made you to have that platter before it reached the hotel? We just wake up, you go and fry your eggs, make it. Can have an omelette, bacon, cheese, whatever. You just want all the fillings in the omelette. But do we ever take a step back and think about the people that were involved in that plate of food that you will enjoy at the end of the day? So I want us to look at the effects of global warming in the agricultural sector. It does not only affect the agricultural workers, it affects all workers in the outdoor space. But in this instance, maybe we can look at the cultural workers, remembering what happened in Northern Cape. I don't want to say kakamas. I was scolded in Cape Town when I said kakamas. They said I must say kakamas. Because someone came to me and said, please, every time you say kakamas, I hide my head. Just say kakamas. So those are the aspects that we look into the presentation. I want us to look at his stress and descent work. The ILO has done some research and published some work on this aspect, also comparing patterns globally, and also looked into the African space, what happens in terms of issues of heat stress. Then also, what projections do we have in South Africa? Because we have the South African Weather Services, they will do projections when it comes to issues of weather changes and so forth. And then also, what is the effect of heat in the workplace, specifically looking at what happened in Northern Cape in January. So when you enjoy those grapes and whatever, check, is it coming from Northern Cape or whatever, just take a moment, give a moment of silence to those workers and those families that lost family members. And then also, looking at effect of global warming, social, what is the impact? And then looking now at our NDP and AU agenda, also the SDGs, what is the impact? And also the responses that are required. Because we are policymakers, we've got practitioners in the field of OHS, we've got all different of expertise, but do we use the information that is out there to influence the decisions that get taken, or we sit in boardrooms and so forth and decide what solutions need to be there? So, can you take it down a bit? Because it's hiding the slide. Don't know. Okay, thanks. Yeah. So, climate projections indicate an upward trend in the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. I'm not audible. Okay. Okay. So, we've seen an increased trend when it comes to heat waves, and especially when it's summer And now, you remember what happened in KZN with the floods and so forth, and also it happened in Eastern Cape, some parts of Eastern Cape, and also some parts of Western Cape. So there are people that are literally affected. So also the same case when it comes to heat stress. So the rise in global temperatures caused by climate change have made heat stress a common phenomenon because we regulate it, but we've never took a moment to take the data that is out there to influence the solutions that we bring as policymakers, as practitioners, when we give advices to the end user. So this increases workers' occupational risk and vulnerability to heat stress. And also if you work outside, you know, you are an casual worker, informal trader, you refuse collection and so forth, even an inspector, there is energy expenditure that happens. Imagine now working in a hot environment, don't even have enough water to drink. So working in that environment can lead to heat stroke and ultimately even to death, as it happened in Northern Cape. So heat stress poses a challenge when it comes to decent work, because we saw when Mr. Mabele presented, he talked about the pillars to decent work. And now, as it requires more attention, because there is a negative impact when it comes to the economy, because Mr. Dobson demonstrated now the livelihood days through Warwick Junction. So imagine if there were no solutions in place, the economy that gets affected, and then the workers and their family members get affected because there's income loss. And you know, me standing here working in Pretoria, on the 15th I have to sit down, have a spreadsheet and spread to 20 different people maybe. So now, if now I get affected and lose my income, there's a whole group of people that get affected. Then also at organization level now, there's a loss of production. And also the organization gets level. At community level now, your neighbors get paid. Someone come and ask for sugar. Someone comes for, can I have 2 potatoes? Can I have that? So everyone gets affected, and also emotional people get affected. So the economic, health, and social ramifications of rising heat in the workplace requires all of us to come with a response to make sure that we work together and bring a response to all parties to make sure that everyone has an input. Because even the person exposed to heat stress does have a solution, but needs someone to repackage the solution properly. So heat is an occupational health and safety hazard. That's why we have those old regulations that were under review, because it was realized long ago, but we didn't move with the times. Events have overtaken us. At least we have tried as the department. There are new regulations that will come up. So excessive heat during work creates an occupational health risk to the workers. Some workers may be diabetic, others may be hypertensive. So there are issues. Others don't have a good diet, because it depends also now on what is it that you're eating. Others don't have access to fresh drinking water. So solutions get muddled. So also excessive heat during work restricts workers' physical functions and capabilities, because especially if you look at the informal traders, the agricultural sector, construction sector, there's a lot of energy expenditure. So you put in something in the morning before you go to work, depending on what you put in, there's going to be a lot of energy expenditure during the day, because we will be burning a lot of calories depending on the work that you are doing. So what did you eat in the morning? Is the diet good enough? We heard Mr. Z talking about health and everything. Those things are very important when it comes also to workers that do physical work. So meaning that now productivity, the capacity of the worker is negatively impacted, and also impacts on productivity, because there will be lower production levels. And also excessive heat during work can lead to heat stroke, sometimes even with a fatal outcome, if there is no imminent emergency response. So workers in all sectors are affected and are at risk, especially those in outdoor. So we've got the agricultural sector, which we'll talk about the case of Northern Cape, the construction workers, the informal traders, because they work outside, and then there's refuse collection workers. I didn't list the inspectors, but the inspectors are also outdoor workers, because they not only inspect inside a factory environment, they also conduct inspections outside. And Warren got sick, DDG. So I do have a case. I was even, because heat stress became my hyena when I was in Northern Cape, because I was worried now, what if something happens to Warren before we reach Pretoria? Because imagine I have to call the family member, explain that, no, I went with Warren to Kakamas. And then this happened. So how do we use the information we have to improve? So workers indoor settings are also affected. I'm not saying they are not at risk, but at least comparing the conditions, you can choose the better devil, if you call it that way. So at high heat levels, performing even basic office tasks becomes a problem. So we normally get a lot of complaints that it's hot in this office, it's hot in that, there's no airflow and so forth, especially now with this increased trend of heat waves. And this causes mental fatigue. You are in an office, ne? But think of the sum of someone now working outdoor if you are in an office experiencing those conditions. So what we have here is projected incidence of heat stress worldwide up to 2085. You can look at Africa. Ne? There are very few green parts in Africa because there we can see there is showing moderate risk in the almost yellow parts in terms of global temperature index, and then also there are parts that are red in Africa. But now, those were projections, but there are some cases where maybe will be in a red in a particular region, although it's not indicated there. So now, you getting the data like that, do we as policymakers, practitioners, inspectors, and so forth, sit around and think now, having all this data, what impact does it have on the workers, and also what impact does it have on the work that we do, and how does it influence the current solutions that we have? So if we look at that table for Southern Africa, because the first block on the table is the whole of Africa, the different regions. So we can see for Southern Africa, of which we are part of, there is an increase in terms of warming scenarios, but we are better than the other regions, but we are still affected, meaning that we must still make sure that although we're not really in the red region, but we sit around, come up with solutions that will make sure that we respond to issues of heat stress. So if you look at that table for Africa, blue is the cultural sector. So that is the main majority source of income for Africa, for the different regions, although the blocks are not the same in terms of the graph. So meaning that we must start thinking now, and also looking at food security. So if we're not looking after the agricultural workers in terms of solutions that are practicable for them, and then what will happen to our omelettes and so forth, and the apples that we love, now want to have a green diet or whatsoever. However, we'll get that green diet if we don't think about the cultural workers. So this one is a scenario for South Africa through the South African Weather Services. You can see Northern Cape was red. You see, we had the picture for the whole of Africa, but when you zoom in now to our country, we can see what is happening in the different areas in South Africa. Meaning, because you can look for Northern Cape, they were there in the red. My mouse. So we can look at 40 to 42, 42 to 44. And for the 2 weeks in Kakamas, the temperature was about 41 degrees. So you can imagine now, even if, we know Northern Cape is hot, they were already acclimatized, but now they were not ready for that rate of acclimatization. So in terms of the South African climate change projections, the South African Weather Service predicted that the number of heat waves in the immediate future period from 2010 to 2039 will be higher than the frequency of from 1983 to 2012, because they will project for a period and compare. And then the simulations for 2010 to 2039 indicated a slight increase in the overall number of heat waves frequency for the whole of South Africa. Although I have not seen the projections, some of us, but we already feel, don't even want to wear a night dress but don't have pictures. Don't even want to cover with a sheet the way it's so hot. Even my neighbor told me, please, we got a notification that there are snakes now in the estate, close your window. I see you're not closing your windows now. So now I had to close the window. Oh, because I'm going to suffer the whole night now. So the simulations were in agreement with observations that the northern parts of the country experience their highest temperatures as indicated by the high number of heat wave occurrences. So, when you look at the core body temperature, it's about 37 degrees Celsius in order to avoid serious health risks. So, actual heat stress on a working person is also affected by the intensity of the work. Remember, there is energy expenditure. So, if you are working outside, you saw the informal trades, they're pushing carts and so forth. If there's even radiant heat for them, imagine it's hot, they have to cook in those big pots, Richard. So, there's the sun as another source of radiant heat. Now there's the fire adding more, we can imagine. Then the agricultural workers are sitting there wearing balaclavas and everything because they say they are sunscreen, double track suits and skirts. It's things that we literally saw. Although they have the natural sunscreen, what do you call it? The red clay, they have the natural sunscreen, but everything else they've covered. Even triple. So another indirect effect of increasing heat is likely increase of exposure to those chemical agents. We know in the agricultural sector, others will have organic farming, because in the farms that we visited, others, they were split. There was a site for organic farming, because we're not important enough in South Africa to have organic farming. They're exporting for organic farming, but on the South African products, they were using chemicals. So imagine now in that environment, what happens to those chemicals. So it also increases the risk to the workers, because now chemical composition changes because of the heat. So we know, as we saw in that table for Africa, agriculture sector is the major employment sector in most of the sub-regions in Africa. It's also the case with us in South Africa. We even have migrant laborers that will come and work in the agricultural sector in South Africa. At the same time, although the sub-regions exhibit moderate high risk of exposure to heat stress, we still need to think what happens in our own country. So the combination of high agricultural employment and geographical location also makes it a problem if you look at what happened in Northern Cape. Because when you look at the whole of Africa, we seem to be better off in South Africa. But when we zoom in what happens in South Africa, we also have a huge problem when it comes to heat stress. And it increases the number of working hours lost. It's affecting production rate, food security. It's also affecting now the income that goes to the workers, because we know how they get paid in those sectors, especially those that are migrant laborers. We know for our South African farm workers, we've regulated the minimum wage for them, but what about those ones now that jump the border illegal? But that's a chapter for another day. So in Northern Cape, for the period of 9 to 20 January 2023, there was a consistent heat wave. The average was about 41 degrees Celsius. And this was a cumulative exposure for the workers. Because when it comes to occupational hygiene, you will also look at single incidents, also look at cumulative exposures. So 4 farm workers were affected. The other 4 that passed away were community members. So the work that they do, they were harvesting grapes, because those were grape farms. They were harvesting grapes. So their work involved in the cutting of residual grapes that are not fit for harvesting. They will use them for raisins and something else, sultanas, whatever you call it. They don't lose anything there. So they also had to prepare and load the carts. So you can imagine the work that they were doing. And then there were some preventive measures that were put in place by the farmers, but not all the farmers. I'm just putting the best scenario here, because the farmers, what we picked up, they are divided by the river. 2 farmers this side, they did the best they could using their indigenous knowledge. On the other side, they were border, sitting on the fence, trying to see how best to save money, trying to solve, but we did address it through the enforcement process. So on the other side of the river, they made sure that they provide clean and cool water for the farmers. They even had, Sepita didn't add the pictures, they had barrels of water, they insulated them. We even took samples of the water. Oh, the water was nice and cool. So at least they were able to drink, and the water was ferried to where the workers are. And then the vineyards, they had covered them with shades, so they were not aware that it's engineering control. So no, this is engineering control. We are protecting your grapes, But at the same time, we are protecting the worker, because the workers were allowed during breaks, since it's cooler there, to go and rest there and not walk away. Then the water and their lunch boxes will be brought to them. And then they had rest periods. They even changed shift patterns, because they realized themselves, phew, if they're going to start at 6, by 10 it's already hot. So they changed and started at 4 a.m. and bought them headlamps so they can see what they are doing. So on the other side of the river, because the observations are general, on the other side of the river, one farmer did not provide fresh water. We even told him, okay, open, we want to see. The water was literally dirty. It was direct from the river, not purified. But on the other side of the river, they had a purification system in place. They purified the water, and then the farm workers were able to drink that water. So on the other side of the river, they were saying, no, we told them, at work, it is your responsibility to provide the water. At home, it is the municipality's responsibility. So at work, we make sure that they have clean water to drink, and they have a cool area where they can rest. Because they were literally working in the sun. On the other side, there were not even shades covering the vineyards and so forth. But it's actually one farm, because the other one tried to have a better system for the workers. So we all know when there's a vacuum, nature doesn't allow a vacuum. So we'll need to think now, in the far-flung areas, how do we bring solutions? So there was one consultant that was roaming around. They had a roaming consultant that provided a generic risk assessment, and then it will be Eggy's Burdere, Millie's Burdere, Richard's Tandabandu's Burdere. But we are looking at it. This is the same document. He just T-Pexed it, went on the computer and changed from Eggy to Millie and to Richard. Everything else is the same. But when you do the walkthrough, yes, they're all farming grapes, ne? But their practices are not the same. So the risk assessment is not even reflecting that. So that's why I'm talking about the vacuum. And the nearest inspector, I think, was about 300 k's to the area, the nearest OHS inspector. So you can see the consultant is doing whatever they do, and the farmers are just accepting because they don't know. So the workers were wearing impervious, non-venting, and non-sweating clothing. They had track suits, then overalls on top of the track suit, then they had skirts, and then they had balaclavas. So you can imagine working in that environment. We are sweating. Your diet was not really good. The water is dirty. And you are already hungry by 10 a.m. because this other farmer that was noted did not even change their working hours. They were working at those hours. But we did address those issues. So like I indicated, not all farm workers had access to shade. Not all farm workers had access to clean and cool water, and there was no prompt emergency response. They called the ambulance. The ambulance did not come, so the farmers had to take the workers, put them in the bakkie, go to the hospital, arrive at the hospital, the person has passed on, then the hospital calls the farmer again, come and collect. So you can imagine the trauma now. The police were confused, they didn't know what to do. See how collaboration is important, because the different stakeholders needed to have worked together to know that we've got this, Northern Cape is already a area with which is exposed to high heat. So they should have thought before now, for emergency responses and SAPS, how do we work with the farmer? Because this is an agricultural area. How do we work together to make sure that if there's an emergency, we quickly respond? And then, you know, most in the grape farms, ne? I'm not talking bad. So imagine you were drinking the whole weekend. I'm not saying all of them were drinkers, ne? We were drinking the whole weekend. Then on Monday, you go to work. I need you wear babalas. Is it the... I'm going to do Konglish. We are babalas, then you get thirsty, you drink, you will sweat. Then there's this farmer that is sitting on your neck because the supervisor wants to be liked by the farmer, is pushing you. You've got your headaches and everything. And we didn't even have proper breakfast. And you are working out in the sun. So you can imagine that combination. Maybe you're even diabetic. So you can imagine that combination. So I mean that health education is important also for areas like that. So as different stakeholders, how do we come together to make sure that in these areas where we know that there's a different combination of challenges, we work together to make sure that we provide support. So the recommendations that we gave to the farmers, they should make sure that they provide adequate rest breaks and in cool shaded areas. Those ones that were providing that, we commended them. Those that were not provided, we had to use the stick. So we're using two approaches. Then also, we looked at appropriate mechanical aids because you could see forklifts are just idling there. I mean, why don't you use the forklift to load the crates? Now people are manually loading the crates, but we have mechanical aids in place that can be used. So it's actually type of slavery. And then also, looking now at reflective clothing. And also they had the farms on the other side of the river, they had policies that wear cool clothing. They said, no, but we are written here, wear cool clothing. But we saw everyone was heavily insulated. Say, no, we can't force them. But say, no, you have it in place. You need to educate and explain to them why they need to wear cooler clothing. Because they need to give the skin an opportunity to do its work. So also adequate supervision, because in some instances, especially on the north side of the river, there was not adequate supervision. They would just come and check how many boxes have you packed. So meaning that they are counting. So now even the workers now, they will just hurry to make sure that, and also there was no prompt emergency response. So the province needs to have we advise the province, our office, to coordinate with us so that we have an engagement session with the business, the Farmers Business Forum, the police and emergency services, so that we try to come together with this. So they are still working on that. So if we look at social and development impacts and relationship to the NDP and SDGs, we need to remember that work is an essential part of social and economic development at all levels, at the family level, the local community level, at a country level, regional level, and at the whole planet. Because we are an ecosystem, all of us. We are part of a bigger system. So the effect of rising heat in the workplace will continue to present multifaceted challenges on family income, health and nutrition, inequalities and jobs, and also community sustainability. So I want us to look at the SDGs when it comes to this aspect and the NDP outcomes. So in terms of the work for OHS in the department, the outcomes that we respond to is outcome 2 and also outcome 4. And then in terms of our agenda 2063, goal 3 looks at health, because in our South African outcome, it talks about a long and healthy life for all South Africans. And then goal 3 of the AU is healthy and well-nourished citizens. So how do we have healthy and well-nourished citizens and we don't look after the agricultural workers? And then SDG 3 looks at good health. So let's look now at the impact of climate change now. So large-scale exposures to heat, injury, and health risks such as heat stroke, exhaustion, and even death will frustrate efforts to improve health. So we need to come with better solutions. And we know in these sectors, there are migrant laborers. It can be within South Africa, migrating within South Africa, or coming outside the borders of South Africa. Then those coming outside the borders of South Africa, they are used as slaves. We do still have modern day slavery when we look at the scenarios that we have, because those ones get hidden. As regulators, we don't even see them. They will only show the South Africans. So those farm workers will suffer more. And then, in terms of outcome for decent employment through inclusive economic growth, then Agenda 2063 goal for look at transformed economies. SDG 8 looks at good jobs and economic growth. New heat extremes are posing a danger if we don't bring solutions. So I added outcome 7, although we don't respond to it as the department, but it does have an impact, because now Goal 1 talks to a high standard of living, quality of life, and well-being of all citizens. So if we look at Outcome 7, Agenda and SDG 1, talking about no poverty, the lowest income group workers are the most affected, and know that is the case in the agricultural sector. Also, the casual workers, you look at the informal economy and so forth, so meaning that we need to think outside the box to think about everyone. And then when we went to Warwick Junction, Simpiwe asked Tandabantu a question. Richard, is Tandabantu? Because we walked and we were climbing stairs and so forth. You know, most international people, they will ask you questions that will embarrass you. So I said, no, you'll ask him yourself. Because I said, no, you'll ask him yourself. He wanted to know now, if we are a person living with a disability and you want to sustain yourself, how will you access the market? So now, if you look at NDP Outcome 14, Agenda 2063, Goal 17, full gender equality in all spheres of life. We also know that women are the most in these sectors, and most of households are headed by women. We're in the majority. So women and men respond different to exposures. So what if you are pregnant and you work in that environment? We understand. So we still need to start thinking, because now pregnancy is an added risk. So we need to think about responses to reduce the burden. So green jobs, we need to start, because Richard showed us, they even have a environmental champion. They make sure that it's clean, the drainage system and the water catchment center will not get affected by the waste and so forth. So when we talk about green jobs, we also need to think outside the jobs and think the whole ecosystem in terms of our economy. And then also the policies that we have in place, they need to respond to all the challenges, be it at the local, national, regional, and global level. Because eThekwini municipality is playing a good role, but what more can they do? But people in KZN and businesses and so forth, and practitioners in whatever region, what more support can you provide to make sure that we start bringing more solutions? And then also adaptable workplace policies. In Northern Cape DDG, we were so thirsty. And our policy from finance says the maximum you can buy is 750 milliliters of water. You can buy 2, can't buy 5 liters, but I'm going in a place that is far. Inspectors had to buy water on their own and so forth. So adaptable policies to cover all these things, updating risk, because when we came back, we called out the person responsible for the Department for Health and Safety. We said, no, we were in Northern Cape and we experienced this, and we've got inspectors. Inspectors have never complained. So we experienced it firsthand, so we've got inspectors. You need to look at updating your risk assessment and provide, we even sat with a person and provide the recommendations to finance and HR, because policies now need to be adaptable, because inspectors are suffering. I mean, if we suffered for 3 days, imagine the whole year. So special programs for identified sectors, looking on health, nutrition, capacity development and strengthening. It's not all about training, but providing all the support that is required and policies that are enabling. So for businesses to thrive and become more sustainable, OHS professionals need to close the vacuum so that we don't have that fly-by-night consultant in Northern Cape. You can look most, we know it's far, we can't all reach there, but now you can consult on the computer or on the phone most. So solutions that the chemists and the doctors, is it call a doctor? What do you call the online doctor? We can start looking at those solutions now. How do we bring solutions for far-flung areas so that the business owners in those areas have the information to support the solutions that they are bringing for the workers? And then for the workers, how do we make sure that they get the right information to support themselves? So we need a broad range of competencies to embed good health and safety and well-being to make sure that workplace culture improves at all times. Also, relationships becomes very important. All strong technical skills, also soft skills are important, because when we talked to the farmers, they couldn't say, you were drinking when. We had to find a way of bringing the message across, reduce the layers, say it nicely so the person can see the benefit of what you're saying. So soft skills also become very important so that we influence change. So I will skip this one. It's a combination of skills that are required in OSH. You can read it when you get the presentation. But I want us to look at this slide. So with OSH being the fifth principle on the fundamental rights and principles at work, there's a greater responsibility placed on all of us as role players. We need to think outside the box and stop working in silos and have a more coordinated approach to promote and improve the prevention efforts. For instance, we need to use relevant data to anticipate new OSH risks. And also, not one specialist knows everything. So a multidisciplinary approach is very important. So looking at what Richard was demonstrating there through his presentation, you can see they were using a multidisciplinary approach. So it becomes very important when we are bringing solutions for different sectors, and it should be catered for particular sectors. And we need to continuously build competence in the OSH field. And also, we can learn from what happened during the pandemic. We work together. So we need to take those best practices and make sure that we continuously work together as different stakeholders to make sure that we move and make sure that we come together with better solutions. And then the international labor instruments and other instruments that we have on OSH, because we not only need to use instruments from South Africa, we can check what other countries are doing. Like in the UAE, mosquito is a problem per kubo. So we need to learn in countries now that are living in such environments, how are they solving solutions? How are they solving problems? Then also reinforce the role of governments and social partners and expand and have more partnerships in place to make sure that we always work together. So that is just showing the link from our NDP to the AU and the SDGs, because we are part of the global community. So we have never accepted the proposition that injury and disease go with a job. I'm sorry, I'm going to still use the same phrase that I used yesterday from Maya Angelou, because it still fits. So she said, do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. So let us do the best that we can until we know better. And then when we know better, we do better. So those were the resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Una. Can we give another round of applause for her, please? After she was reading the news yesterday, there was a weather forecast. So little did I know then that she was going to come and talk about climate change today. So Mabuli, you know, Miss, grapes are used to make wine. So wine formulas and how to make wine the other way is popular there. I've worked in Northern Cape for about 6 years. So in those vineyards, you won't run short of alcoholic something. Okay, thank you very much. We now invite our next speaker. Oh, there is a resume. The next speaker will be Ms. Manga Mutukulula, who is a certified, my lecturer used to say ergonomics. She is a certified ergonomics, human factors specialist, and founder of Smart Ergonomics, which is a consultancy that specializes in human factors or economics services for various industries, including railways, manufacturing, mining, construction, and service industries. Her highest qualification is a Master of Science degree in economics obtained from Rhodes University in 2009. She has over 16 years experience applying human factors / economics consulting, training and research services in a variety of workplaces and industries within the following areas: human factors / economics compliance, human factors / economics risk management, human factors / economic assessments, development and review of various human factors economics legislative documents, policies, processes and procedures, auditing safety management systems and various human factor economics requirements, accident and incident investigations, training and awareness on safety management systems and various human factor economics topics, risk management maturity assessments, research and development on various topics. SMA is also a president of Economic Society of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ms. SMA Ncamutukulula to the podium.
Ay, phezulu kakhulu. Bengithi sisibulela mfishane. Yeah. All right, sanibona. Hayibo ngathi abasemuva balele. Good morning, and thank you so much to the Department of Employment and Labor for giving me the opportunity to be part of this conference. I always, appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit of what I know about ergonomics with as many audiences as possible. And it's particularly even better when I get to do so in my home province. So I hope that you're going to find this presentation valuable. So I've been asked to talk about the practical application of an ergonomics program and in the setting of the construction sector. But a disclaimer, which is a good thing in this case, is that although I will be bringing in construction examples, everything I'm going to be talking about is actually relevant for any other industry. So what that means is, just because you're not in the construction sector doesn't mean you take this opportunity to take a nap or a quick tea break, because I think it'll be valuable for everyone. All right, before I get started, Warren said I must keep tabs on the time. So I'm just gonna get my time started. All right, before we get started, I usually like to get to know who is in the audience. So I'm gonna ask you just by a show of hands to let me know if this description fits you. Do we have any engineers or designers in the room? Oh, very few, okay, thank you. Do we have any suppliers, manufacturers, or anyone working in that space? Suppliers, manufacturers? Nope. Okay. Do we have any people that work in procurement? SCM? One lone soldier at the back? Okay. Do we have anyone who is, and probably this is the bulk of the room, who works in health and safety, risk, occupational hygiene? Everyone. No, that looks like it's most of the room. And of course, it is an OHS conference, so one would expect that. Anyone who's involved in internal and external auditing? A few? Okay, all right. Excellent investigators in the room? Also quite a few. The inspectors don't think they do. They're all keeping their hands down. Maybe they haven't been doing any. Okay, anyone who involved in training and development, and this is in particular when it comes to health and safety related matters, that kind of thing. Okay, still quite a few people. Okay, and do we have any HR people? So training and development, recruitment and selection, the whole suite. HR. Thank you. HR normally thinks they're not involved in OHS, so it's good to see that we've got a lot of, a few HR people here as well. Do we have management in the room? Management, okay. I wish there were more, because most of what I'm going to be talking about here is going to be hard-hitting for them. Medical surveillance, anyone involved in medical surveillance? Medical surveillance, we've got a few in the room as well, good. All right, any OTs? Okay, and do we have any regulators, safety authorities, policy developers? The bulk of the room. Okay, so most of the Department of Labor colleagues are probably going to be in that category. And I think everyone here in the room should be able to raise their hand when I say, do we have any workers in the room? All of us, all right. Okay, so the reason why I did that is because there's a misconception when it comes to ergonomics and the implementation of ergonomics that it should be done by a select few. In fact, this very short list is not an all-exhaustive list of people who should be involved in the implementation of ergonomics. So the reason why I've tried to get this list out and check who's in the room is so that as I'm talking about implementing ergonomics using a program approach, you hopefully will see yourself, see your role in the implementation of ergonomics within your current scope of influence. All right, so the presentation today, I'm going to be focusing on basically talking and trying to be as practical as possible when I'm talking about how one would go about implementing ergonomics using a program approach. And so to do that, I think it's important to first make sure we're all on the same page about what ergonomics is. I think if I were to ask everyone what ergonomics is, I'd probably get very different responses. So we're going to try and get everyone on the same page regarding what that is. And then we're going to talk about what is an ergonomics program. And then after that, we're going to take you through a program approach for implementing ergonomics. And of course, it's mainly going to be talking about construction examples, but like I said, it will be relevant for any other industry. Then we'll conclude, and hopefully there'll be time for questions thereafter. All right, before I get into explaining what ergonomics is, can I just get a show of hands again? Does your organization, and this goes for everyone, does your organization currently implement ergonomics? Please, high up. Tomzi, you must take your high. How many people, and be proud of it, put your hands as high up as possible. How many, and keep your hands up, please. This is really worrying, but also I think it's good that at least we can hopefully change that. So very few people in the room are currently implementing ergonomics in their companies. And I think this is a similar picture that we see when we're out in industry. A lot of companies currently don't even know what ergonomics is. They're probably not even implementing it at all. And then the next question is, for those 7 people that put their hands up in a room of 500, if your company is currently implementing ergonomics, do you use a program approach? So in other words, do you have an ergonomics program in place? If you do, put your hand up. 2, 3, wow. We must have a chat afterwards, okay. But anyway, I think this is quite telling that when it comes to ergonomics in the country, we have a lot of work to do across the different industries. And I hope that, as ergonomics takes the front stage and a lot of these kinds of interactions, that everyone's going to go back and start implementing as much as they can in their scope, within the scope of influence. But if we were to talk about what is ergonomics, and I didn't want to bring in the definition of ergonomics, which is provided by the International Ergonomics Association, because then you will just read the words. I want you to understand what is the principle behind what we're doing with this discipline. Effectively, ergonomics, and you'll see sometimes I'll use the word human factors because it's used synonymously, so human factors, ergonomics is the same discipline. It's basically a discipline where we are trying to improve working conditions by considering the people that are using the work system. That's as simple as it is. But what does that mean? It means that it's a systems discipline. We're not only concerned with an isolated individual doing or using a certain tool. We're interested in your entire work system, your entire organization. So when we're talking about implementing ergonomics, once again, we're not just talking about isolated interactions or isolated areas where you're supposed to be implementing it. It's supposed to be across your entire organization. And effectively what ergonomics is basically trying to get us to understand how people, which are the people at the center, let me just get my marker here, the people at the center, the workers, including managers, by the way, how they are interacting, using, affected, influence the various elements of a system. And what do I mean by that? It's basically as people are within this work system, they're performing various tasks. And as they are doing those tasks, they're interacting with them. They are using various tools and technologies. They are working in various environments, and they're working within a specific organization. And so what ergonomics is trying to help us understand is how these interactions actually occur, and how, as those interactions are occurring, people's performance is affected. So are they able to still produce in a productive way? Are they able to produce high quality work? Are they able to do so in a safe way without their well-being also being compromised? And so ultimately what we're trying to do here is that whatever we are trying to do with understanding the interactions, it's not just about understanding the tools, the tasks, the technologies. It's also about understanding the people. Because when you understand the people, you understand their capabilities and limitations, and therefore you'll then be able to understand if they interact with various elements, if those interactions will be optimal or not. And in understanding these capabilities and limitations, we're literally wanting to understand the human. So in other words, their shape, size, and form, their anthropometry. In other words, it's looking at trying to understand biomechanics, so their ability to produce forces, to move, range of motion, things like that. It's trying to understand perceptually, how do they perceive the world around them? Cognitively, how do they process information, make decisions, and all of that. And so we can't then understand whether the outcomes of your organization are optimal or not if we don't understand the people. And so ergonomics is once again understood to be a human-centered discipline because the focus is on understanding how the people make the system work and how the system is designed to enable people to perform at their best or not. But at the core of these interactions, what we actually have is this dynamic balancing act between what the people are capable of in terms of their innate capabilities and limitations, and those will be physical, cognitive, psychological, and whatnot. And then how they contend with the demands that are placed on them by the tasks, the tools, the environment, the entire system. And as they are doing their work and interacting with these various elements, it's literally a dynamic balancing act, constantly changing this balancing act between the demands and the capabilities of people. And sometimes we get it right? And most of the time we get it right as organizations, in that we're able to not put too much on people than what they're able to contend with. And this is when we're able to have productive, high quality outputs, where we're having health and safety not being compromised. But sometimes the way that our systems are designed are not actually considering the capabilities of and limitations of people. In fact, they might exceed what people are innately able to produce. And that's when we start getting ergonomic risks. So when people ask you, what are ergonomic risks essentially are suboptimal interactions between people and the things that they're interacting with within the working environment. And these can be physical, they can be cognitive, they can be organizational, and even psychosocial. And so when we are looking at why certain suboptimal outcomes are coming from your system, you need to go back and look for where are these interactions suboptimal, where are the ergonomic risks coming in within your system. But then the next question would be, when we do have these ergonomic risks, why should we care that they're there? And the reason why we really should care, besides the fact that legally you're supposed to be managing ergonomic risks, you should care about this because ultimately, if ergonomic risks are not managed adequately, there are some consequences to business objectives. There's some consequences to the people that are doing the work. And this is just a list of some of the things that you would typically see when you've got poor design and suboptimal interactions that are coming through from your system. And without going through all of these, I'm just going to use one example, musculoskeletal disorders, which in the construction sector, and in fact most other sectors and industries, are such a big issue, and they emanate from a lot of ergonomics deficiencies. And so, as an example, please don't think that this is the only issue related to ergonomics. This is just one of the negative consequences that are linked to suboptimal interactions and ergonomic risks in your systems. So what we know about musculoskeletal disorders, if I were to ask everyone here, who has ever experienced back pain while they're doing their work, regardless whether you're in an office, whatever the case is, who has experienced back pain? Almost everyone, right? So lower back pain is one of the, falls under the umbrella of musculoskeletal disorders. And within the construction sector, it's one of the worst when it comes to MSD prevalence. And you'll see, for example, in the EU, they've done research where they show that the construction space, when it comes to workers reporting backache, was like almost half of the workers were reporting backache. Almost half again were reporting MSDs in terms of upper limb disorders, and almost just over 40% were having MSDs in their lower limbs. So MSDs are a huge issue, and they affect, literally in the construction space, they affect every single discipline or sub-discipline within the space and every single part of the body, because that's how they are manifesting in the various contexts. But if we look at, how bad is this issue? And we look at compensation, we look at the number, and rather the cost of compensation related to this from the construction space, you can see that in the top 5, 2 of these are related to MSD-related causal factors. So overexertion involving outside sources and overexertion in terms of bodily reactions. So this is speaking specifically to things like people doing manual materials handling. So lifting, pushing, pulling, lowering, carrying, throwing objects, standing, walking, running, awkward postures even as well coming into that. And I think you'll see even with this particular slide, a picture diagram over here, they're showing that the claims are not just for one part of the body. Literally every part of the body is affected when people are coming to say that work has affected them negatively. But in South Africa, if you look at the statistics, if you look at the claims, it's almost nothing. Something is wrong there. People are suffering, but we don't know how bad it is. We're not measuring it. People don't think that they should be reporting these issues. And when they do, sometimes they get vilified. They're told that they're weak. If they can't work, they must leave. And when they do sometimes get as far as claiming, and I was happy yesterday that there were some people from the compensation fund. When it comes to claiming, people are not being given, or rather their cases are not being passed through. A lot are being repudiated because of a lack of evidence. It looks like most of these compensation fund or compensation organizations want your back to be completely broken before they believe that you're suffering from MSDs. Yet we know that people are experiencing or exposed to a lot of factors, risk factors within this space. And this is just, it's a pet peeve. Maybe let me move on. Yeah, I think you get the point. Okay, and then what we know is that, and this is once again just using an example of MSDs to demonstrate just how pervasive ergonomics-related risks are and how they're affecting people and even the business objectives. You'll see here in this particular research, they found that the causal factors or contributory factors were not only happening at the micro level, so the person interacting with whatever task they're doing. So it's not just about the awkward postures. It's about decisions that are being made higher up in the organization. It's about what you're procuring in terms of your equipment. It's about the decisions you're making as HR, for example, in terms of how long people should be working and the breaks that they are having. It's about your engineers and how they're designing the equipment. It's about medical surveillance and whether or not, can you see where this is going? That what we see at the end of the chain is actually as a result of issues that are happening across the entire system. But unfortunately, because it manifests at the end, we usually think it's a worker problem, whereas it's a system problem. And so if we're looking at the construction space, we know for sure that ergonomic risks are there. And they're probably running amok because they're usually not identified adequately and they're also not controlled adequately. And so what we really need to get to is moving away from this trying to hide our heads in the soil and denying that we have an issue when it comes to musculoskeletal disorders and other ergonomics-related consequences. And when we're doing that, we need to look beyond just the construction site. We need to look at the entire ecosystem. We need to start from right at the beginning when the concept and design is being done for the various construction projects, all the way until you are doing the construction and even beyond that. But ultimately, why are we still having the issue? Because the law is there. Legally, no one should not be managing ergonomic risks. And in fact, if you look at the legislation in South Africa, any legislation which is telling you that you need to be managing workers, work systems, work environments in any way is effectively affecting the work system. And what is ergonomics about? It's about improving conditions within work systems. So yes, legally, you are supposed to be managing ergonomic risks. And where does that come from? It comes from various legislation. Most of it does not say including ergonomics, right? So OHS Act, for example, it doesn't say specifically manage all hazards and risks, including ergonomics, but it's been there. It's been saying you need to be managing ergonomic risks for a long time. COIDA doesn't say anything about ergonomics, but for you to be able to show that as an organization you are protecting your workers against ergonomic risks that could have led to things like work-related upper limb disorders, it means you needed to have been managing ergonomic risks. And there's others, your LRA, Skills Development Act, Basic Conditions of Employment Act, all of those legislation or legislative tools have implications for how you're managing workers in work systems. So you should actually be incorporating human factors and ergonomics as you are implementing them. But from a construction sector perspective, we know that the two main legislation that people normally call upon when they're trying to find out about the management of ergonomic risks are the construction regulations as well as the ergonomics regulations. So you'll see, for example, in the construction regulations, it already has information or requirements quite explicitly mentioned in terms of managing ergonomics-related hazards. And then the ergonomics regulations, which the construction sector also falls under, has those requirements there. So basically, legislatively, no one has an excuse. You should be managing ergonomics. Whether you are or not, usually is dependent on whether or not you're scared of the department coming to do an inspection and whether someone has pointed out the issues. But for the, by and large, we still have a very big issue in terms of implementation. Now moving on to ergonomics programs. So we know we have an issue. Ergonomic risks are everywhere. If you say you don't have any, I challenge you, please call me up. I'm going to come to your organization and we can have a discussion. I'll even do it for free. If you say you don't have ergonomic risks, call me up because you very likely do have ergonomic risks in your organization. But another question is, if you do have them, how should you be managing them? So most times when we come across companies who are trying to manage ergonomics, they're using normally just interventions. So what they will do is that they will say, well, so-and-so over there, for example, this particular artisan who's working in that particular site has complained of X issue, maybe an MSD, or they've complained of fatigue. And then we quickly go and say, oh, there's an issue there. We take our risk assessments and we quickly go and we try and sort out that particular person's issue. All right, and so this is usually reactive, and usually the interventions are much smaller scale, incorporating some elements of what a program would entail, but effectively you're just putting out fires. You're saying, someone has a problem, let's quickly go. Someone is coming for an inspection, or the department has said you are not doing ergonomics, and then you quickly go and try and stamp out the fires. But what we know is that that doesn't assist you as an organization to proactively and sustainably manage these ergonomic risks, which are pervasive across your entire system. So what is rather recommended is that you must take a systems, a program approach where you are taking the implementation of ergonomics across your entire organization. And so it's a company-wide or system-wide implementation to solve problems, because if this little guy over here has an issue, it's very likely that someone else in the organization has an issue. So don't wait until they get hurt before you go and intervene. And so an ergonomics program will normally be trying to take a company-wide, system-wide approach to say, we have these particular common hazards, how do we systematically and proactively try to manage them? So effectively, that's what an ergonomics program is. And what this means is that it's not just looking at your entire organization, it's looking at implementing ergonomics across the life cycle. And so it wouldn't just be just at production or construction phases, it would literally be from the start until decommissioning that you are doing implementing ergonomics. What we typically see in the construction space is that ergonomics is normally an issue when you are doing your construction. So this is now at the actual construction site. Whereas from planning all the way to all the other life cycle phases, you should already have been implementing ergonomics. So what does the law say about implementing ergonomics programs? So before we maybe get to the law, we know that best practice as recommended by various, or after implementation by various different people, and as reported in literature, best practice says you should be implementing ergonomics using an ergonomics program. the regulations, the ergonomics regulations, don't say you have to implement ergonomics using a program. It's recommended in the guidance notes that are at the end of the regulations. It says they speak of an ergonomics program approach, which should be integrated into existing occupational health and safety programs. So in other words, they're not saying start a new program altogether. They're recognizing that a lot of organizations already have a system in place. So the idea is to say, if you have a system in place, how do you then integrate ergonomics within your current system? So a lot of companies will come to us and they'll say, oh, now we have to start this whole new thing. It's like, well, it's not completely all new. You already have systems in place. So you just need to figure out how you plug in and make sure that you are also integrating the management of ergonomics within that. Okay. Now, in the last couple of minutes, we're just going to be talking about how do we do this in practice. And the way that I thought about this is when companies come to us normally, where are they in terms of, implementing ergonomics? And most come and they haven't done anything. So this is taking that perspective where someone is saying, I've been audited, whether it's Sanral, because Sanral has been making findings, by the way, about ergonomics not being implemented even, or I've had Department of Labor, or whatever the case, and they're saying that I need to do this thing. Or sometimes it's someone who comes from the organization and say, I've heard about this new legislation, and I think we're not doing anything about it, so we're not sure where we are at, where do we start? So think in that context, that's where we're starting. And so the first thing would be, of course, we always recommend that you take a program approach because that's the best way that you can use limited resources to have a bigger impact. And the first thing that we always advocate is that you first need to understand the context. What does that mean? It means that you need to understand the system for which you are trying to develop this program. It means that you can't, as I think Sis Bula was saying, go and copy and paste someone else's program and think that it's going to work for you. It means that you need to go and do the hard work of saying, what are the circumstances within our system? What are the tasks? What are the equipment? What are the environments? What are the organizational factors that we have within our system? Who are the people, that are doing this work? And so one of the things that we normally would do is that we go around and we do task observations. Very underestimated, simple approach of just going around to understand what are people doing. Observing work as done and not work as prescribed, work as documented, work as, which is usually deviating from how work is really done. So you go around, you do task observations. What does that mean? It means you go around and you talk to the people doing the work. You find out, what are you doing? Why are you doing it that way? And not just from a observable perspective in terms of what do you see physically, also ask them, what information are you using to make decisions? What are the cognitive factors that are influencing how you're doing your work? Finding out even from an organizational perspective what is actually happening in terms of work organization. And then this we would normally follow up with the task analysis. Once again, a lot of people who go around doing ergonomic risk assessment don't even do task analyses. I don't know how you do an ergonomic risk assessment without having a detailed understanding of the tasks. And this is what task analyses are for. So what you typically do with the task analysis, depending on the type that you're doing, so you can have different types. So you've got hierarchical task analysis, which is like your most basic one. You also have like more complex ones like your cognitive task analyses, and so on. I took out all that information, by the way, because of time. But if you're interested, you can let me know. But effectively, what you're doing with the task analysis is that you observe the task, and you break it down to its most smallest parts. And why is this critical? Because you're not just taking a snapshot and not understanding the full extent of what the person is doing and the risks that they're exposed to. You're actually breaking everything down from a physical perspective, cognitive perspective, even psychosocial perspective. And then you're saying, what is this person doing? What are they exposed to? And if you do that properly, it makes your task easier when you have to decide what are the hazards and also what are the types of risks that people are exposed to and what types of tools you are supposed to be using to analyze those risks. So please, do not underestimate how important it is to do a task analysis. If you're not already doing it, I would advise that you look into trying to find ways that you do that. So the task analysis is really critical. It gives you a very detailed task of what people are supposed to be doing. Someone would ask, why don't you just take a task description? usually the ones that I've seen anyway, and I've seen a lot of them, they're only just saying, oh, you're gonna deliver. But deliver what? What are you doing? What are the subtasks that are involved in that? So do a task analysis, which then gives you, which then gives you the detailed breakdown of what the task is about. And then, of course, we're not saying that you shouldn't also review documentation. It's important because it tells you how the organization is documenting what they are doing. So review the documents, but don't just review it just to say you have a policy. No, it's about how does this document compare to what is actually being done in terms of the actual task. So the work is prescribed versus the work is done, are there any differences there? It's also then going back and saying, how are all of your policies and procedures actually aligning to the legal requirements? It's also going back to say, where are the instances where what you have prescribed is actually introducing risks? So don't just look at a document review as a high level, Jay, we're just ticking boxes. Actually go down and drill down into what are these documents saying and how are they supporting or not supporting what is actually happening on the ground. And then we also obviously always advocate that you take a participatory approach. So you talk to the workers, and who are the workers? It's the workers that you see, but it's also the managers. It's also executive managers. It's also the contractors and anyone who comes to do work or is exposed to these risks within your organization. But before you do that, and I don't think I'll have enough time to explain this, but for you to understand the context, it requires you to understand the work system. And for you to understand the work system, you have to understand worker performance. And you can't understand worker performance without understanding all of these factors that we spoke about earlier. You can't be blind to the pressures that are acting on your system. So, you know, your economic pressures, your workload pressures, work practices, and so on. You can't be blind to the fact that what you probably see as work has done is probably not normally aligned to how work was imagined by maybe the engineers or the designers, how it's disclosed by the workers, how it's prescribed in your policies and procedures. It's also about realizing that to understand your context and your system, you can't just look at the worker at the end of the chain. You literally need to take a wider view and go as far back as you need to in terms of the different levels of your organization. It also means you can't only rely on your own understanding in terms of what you see the system doing and what you see the system manifesting. You also need to have a look at things like human variability and so on. Warren is already telling me my time is almost up. Thank you, Warren. All right. And then the next few steps would be, as part of your developing your ergonomics program, is that once you've understood the context, you have a good idea of what's happening, but then you need to then go and do a comprehensive hazard identification, develop appropriate tools and tools to do the assessment, and then assess the actual risk. And of course, when it comes to this, we know that typically what people will do when they go on site is that they will look at the physical ergonomic risks. And so they'll look at things like your manual materials handling, your awkward postures, vibration, your typical, stuff. What you don't realize is that there's so much more to it than that. And just looking at and without even having gone to this particular context, you can see there are so many other ergonomics considerations that one would look at. And if you look at most of these, and you'll get the slides later, it's just examples, it's not even an all-exhaustive list. If your risk assessment is only looking at the physical aspects, you must know that you're doing something wrong. If it's only looking at cognitive aspects, you know that you're missing something. If only looking at organizational aspects, once again, you also know that you're doing something wrong. It's about all of these physical, cognitive, organizational, and psychosocial risks. And one of the questions that normally comes up is, when you come here, do you just take a snapshot and you say, this guy is doing the same work as this guy? So do you then just do a risk assessment and do this guy, and whatever is happening to him is going to be the same as what's happening to him? Normally, that's what risk assessments that we have seen are doing. But what you need to understand is that people are different. Their techniques are different. They're going to be affected differently by the way that they're doing the task. So when you're doing your risk assessments, which will inform what your program is going to be like, make sure that you are not only looking at, making inferences, because that might not be an accurate way of looking at that. And then ultimately, all of these different hazards, you'll see that you probably have to come up with a toolkit. This toolkit will help you understand what are all the different risks that are happening and assess them accordingly. So if, once again, your risk assessments are only looking at things like ruler, riba, whatever, awkward postures and you think you've done an ergonomic risk assessment, you still have some work cut out for you. You need to look a little bit wider than that. And then when it comes to developing appropriate controls and implementing them, one of the things that we typically advise is that you don't, once again, only look at the micro level, which is just the worker and their interface. You need to look across the entire organization. So if someone is having an MSD, it's not just about fixing the awkward posture, right? And just telling them, just lift better. Okay? It's also about saying, well, what about the tools? What about the equipment? What about the processes? What about the environment, the job design, the facility design, the organizational design is making them be affected by this MSD? But in addition to that, I think a lot of the times when we're looking at our interventions, we're trying to look mainly at what's happening at the sharp end. And normally what's happening here is influenced by what's happening at higher levels. So your interventions and your controls should ideally look at all the levels. So don't only just fix the worker, fix the system as well. And then make sure that your controls are getting across all the life cycle stages and not just at the end, but more importantly, make sure that you've spoken to the users of the system, because typically, as the people that are implementing ergonomics or responsible for implementing ergonomics, we normally think that the systems are perfect, but they're usually not perfect from the perspective of the users. And then at the end, it's about then monitoring and reviewing the effectiveness of your control. And you'll see what we've listed here from 1 to 7 are your typical elements that you should include in your ergonomics program. It's about making sure that you follow the PDCA and you integrate ergonomics across all organizational processes and all life cycle stages. And so that means that you don't only do reviewing here. Typically, you should be doing PDCA, integrating ergonomics across all the different elements of your program and across all the different life cycle phases. And at the beginning, I asked everyone which part or what they're currently doing in terms of designation or occupational designations. And you will see that most of what I was calling out is represented in this slide. And what this slide is trying to reinforce is that it's not one person's job to implement an ergonomics program. In fact, every single stakeholder within your organization has a role to play. And what you need to be able to do is find out if those different stakeholders are actually able to assist and how you can capacitate them if they're not. But it's not just about then saying we've got the program, it's about making sure you've got the success factors in place. So management buy-in is important. They need to be able to buy in because not only are they going to providing resources, but also they will make sure that even in the KPIs that this ergonomics is actually included there. Training has to be done. I always advocate you do training to capacitate internally so that you don't rely on us, the consultants, to do all the work. Do the work yourself as much as you can by capacitating internally, and then improve the skills of the people that are actually on the call face doing the work. And then make sure employee participation is there, because this is critical. Your workers know best, in fact, most of the time, what needs to be done. And then make sure that you evaluate your program continuously and develop solutions that work for your current context. So I'm not going to go into this whole list because I've run out of time, but please, we say you need to implement an ergonomics program, but it's not an easy thing to do. There are barriers, and if you understand what the barriers are, it means you can plan better for them. So things like lack of awareness, capacity in the organization not being there, the cost of implementing ergonomics, and the construction sector is always saying, it's too costly to implement ergonomics, so we need to figure out what is the actual cost of you not implementing ergonomics, because the cost is really high, you're just not yet understanding how high it is. And then there's so many other things, resistance to change, malicious compliance, which the construction sector is notorious for. You just want to tick boxes, get it out of the way so that you can pass. And then this thing of saying safety is a priority, but actually it's only a priority so long as it doesn't affect productivity. That's what I've seen in the construction space and other industries as well. And then just to conclude is that we know that ergonomics is, ergonomic risks are pervasive in all industries. We need to do a lot more to try and manage these risks. And this is not just going to take one profession or one person in an organization. It needs a more consolidated approach where we are implementing ergonomics, using ergonomics programs, and to be able to do that effectively, we have to obviously take a multidisciplinary approach as well. Okay, I'm not going to go into the rest of that because I've really run out of time, but thank you so much for your attention, and hopefully if you've got questions, we can take them at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esma. Don't feel bad, Sisi. I think we started late, so it's not your fault then that we are a little bit running over the time. But the hyena in me is also telling me that we cannot have 1 hour for tea time. We can't have. That is the little hyena in me. So that's why I'm not stressed. Nobody is going to have a 1 hour tea time. Now we are just proceeding for the questions and answers. Perhaps Bulelo and Richard, you may just come closer. If I may establish who's got roving mics. This is the session for questions and comments in terms of the different presentations that were made this morning. By a show of hands, who would like to go first? Yes, there at the back. If you can take there at the back. You introduce yourself in terms of the name and the organization you are coming from. My name is Edward Kambula from the Department of Employment and Labor, KwaZulu-Natal. So it goes.
Good morning, colleagues. Unozipho Mjalilo, a farm worker from Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in KZN. The first one is a comment directed to Department of Employment and Labor. Thank you for all the presentations. Then the first comment goes to the representative from Employment and Labor. I'm happy to see you again. We were with you in June in the OHS Conference. And what I'm going to say today is a repetition of what I said in June. Can we please have Employment and Labor working in collaboration with DPSA? Because you develop these legislations as Employment and Labor, then you let DPSA go their own way. The ergonomics regulations that you have there, DPSA has never said anything. We know it because of our own interest in ensuring that we do the work in a dedicated manner. Secondly, Employment and Labor does not know, or is not aware rather, of employee health and wellness that DPSA is implementing, which covers all 4 pillars. Here you hear OHS. In government, we speak of 4 pillars, including SHEC, because my understanding now is that OHS is more in the perspective of a legislation. But when you start to talk about SHEC, which is your safety, your health issues, your environmental issues, your risk and quality management, start to talk to the program itself so that you are able to break it down and say where is the problem. So please, yesterday I said the same thing to a person at DPSA in another gathering. Because guys, there is a confusion at our level. And not targeting you, madam, but I'm told that you have even went international. Where are you on the ground? Where are you? Agriculture is one of departments or work areas that are very dangerous. You go to the farms. What about us? Agriculture no vet. So there is quite a lot. Ngiyambona useyasukuma. Sengizokuyeka mem. Okay. Then the second one is, I'm here not because I'm a member of SIOSH, but because of my good colleague, Hlengiwe, who is a member of SIOSH. That's how, if you have employees from government, they got an invitation which came from Hlengiwe, then I sent it to Hlengiwe. Yet we are all government, you are not talking to us. Please, in future, when you plan, it's okay, work with SIOSH as a stakeholder, but just remember that we are here as government departments. There is quite a lot that is there. Okay, now the last one. may you please give us the legal view of the Department of Labor with regards to the austerity measures that the government is implementing? Because that goes directly to mental health due to work overload and other related issues. Thank you.
May I check whether there is any other hand?
I'm sure you have.
Taken note of the point. Yes, yes, Sisi?
Hello?
Okay, I'm Sinetemba Buthelezi. I'm a private consultant, health safety and environment. My question is, thank you so much for presentations for all the speakers. But my question, first question is directed to Richard. Richard? Yes. Okay. Richard, how can one assist at the Warwick Avenue if you wanted to conduct heat stress as free of charge? And then can you use that data and recommendations, and how can, when you've done that, and how do you send the data to your organization? Because I believe that heat stress is one of the issues there in Warwick Avenue. And then my second question is to Bulelwa. To Bulelwa. Okay, I understand that you've done some work at the Northern Cape because of the fatalities that happened there. Is there work that is being done as well on the other farms, on the heat stress, or on the farmers? Because I believe that whatever you found there at Northern Cape can assist as well at the other areas where you also see heat stress. Even the employees at the farms, are there any other work that is being done to train those, and how can we assist as well to do that as external people other than the people working at the government or Department of Labor? Thank you.
Let's move this side.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name's Desigi Pillay. I'm from KwaZulu-Natal, and I serve on the compensation board. And I'm also a member at the TCOID committee. Sorry, my apologies. And my first question goes out to Mr. Richard Dobson. We thank you for reforming the Warwick informal settlement. I remember way back when I was studying, I used to go through this Warwick Avenue to get to the college or to get to the CBD. So we thank you for that. And then also that they are complying now with the OHS, because back then it used to be a problem. The second point is, I noticed that you are creating some form of jobs for those that are used to make those trolleys and those gas stoves or all those equipment that they are now using. Is it possible for us to get persons with disability, PWDs, involved in this kind of job creation? At the TCOID committee meeting, we're always trying to find ways of finding job opportunities for those PWDs that have been rehabilitated and put back into the workplace, or even open up businesses. So if you can channel that to some of your job efforts to these PWDs, it will assist. And then my second question, well, it's not actually a question. It's the one that Ms. Sma had indicated about the outstanding claims at the Department of the Workmen's Compensation. We are aware of all of these claims, and we know that the systems make it very difficult for workers to put through claims because there's a lot of requirements in terms of the CODA Act. So simplifying the system will assist workers, but we will need that assistance and that advice from you. So I would like to meet you, if possible, so we can discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the program propeller. My name is Olivia Budigelo Nyezi, from Northwest Province, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. And I'm working there as Chief Director Corporate Services, whose key responsibility, among others, is to ensure that occupational health and safety is enforced in the workplace. Let me acknowledge all the presentations made this morning. My focus will be on the study that was conducted in the Northern Cape, which is my neighboring province. To Ms. Bulelwa Huna, when you started with your presentation, you asked us a question whether we did eat something. And this reminded me of a quote by Brenda Scoop, who once said, close quote, "Once in a lifetime, you need a lawyer, a teacher, but 3 times a day, you need a farmer and the farm worker." Close quote. Your study it's although it's very touchy, it emanated from an occurrence. I would like just to check with you as to whether the possibilities or any feasibilities of your study being expanded to other provinces, including Northern Cape, Northwest Province, because the temperatures between Northern Cape and Northwest are not differing much. The second question is that this study, I know sometimes when one has done a research, there's what we call intellectual property. Whether are you prepared to share that, or did you manage to share the findings with the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, so that it can be the findings and the recommendations, especially in trying to improve the lives of the farm workers? Your recommendations can be utilized and form part of monitoring of agriculture in all the provincial departments. The last one, perhaps your findings of the study also, I need to check as to whether, did you manage to share this with the entire population of farmers within the Northern Cape itself, because that's where the study was conducted, for them to begin to improve the lives of farm workers? And what was the role of the agricultural support or agricultural advisors in this instance, as well as the extension officers from the Department of Agriculture, in order to intensify collaboration across all affected stakeholders, so that the key issue of food security does not suffer? Because the lesser we have farm workers and the lesser the farmers are producing, then we are heading for a big chaos in the country, of a country that will then be termed food insecure country. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not leaving anyone behind. Oh, yes, if you can take that mic to that gentleman there. I recognize another hand there.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. First and foremost, Jay Genson, SABS. I'd like to firstly compliment all three presentations for the morning. Excellent presentations and very, very informative. First and foremost, I like to reference the first speaker and the presentation by Richard Dobson. And I must allude to the fact that, you know, in my earlier days, I also walked the Warwick Avenue Triangle, and I must compliment on the huge differences that we are experiencing today. Just a further reference to his presentation, can the presenter please also talk about the barriers around the municipalities and their infrastructural interferences or support to further enhancing areas of continual development in the informal sectors? And the second question is alluded to the last speaker, Sister Sma, where she's spoken about ergonomics. Of recent past and the impacts of COVID-19, much of our organizations and the working protocols was to do with working from home. And going back to work, we are actually experiencing, as a collective, the work stresses. Is there a correlation between work stress and ergonomics, and how the influences of working from home can be incorporated into the organizational protocols in terms of ergonomics? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alka Kruger from the South African Association for Marine Biological Research, based at Shark Marine World. I've just got a question regarding ergonomics. Looking at the regulations, there's a bit of a grey area about the training standards of if people need to review the ergonomics inside the workplace. The way I'm reading it, it can only be done by a person who's actually been trained as an ergonomist. We need to actually review our ergonomic stuff every 2 years according to the regulations. So I just would like to know, can that be done in-house? Is there accredited training out there somewhere where we can actually get it done in-house? Or must we only be using a accredited or professional ergonomist to actually do our reviews for ergonomics every 2 years? There's just a bit of clarification needed for that.
Thank you very much. As we are also having some attendees online, there is one question from Luyanda Zulu saying, "Morning, my question is to Ms. Bulelwa. As the Labour Department is revising policies and is talking about integrating the informal sector to comply with the OHS Act, what plans or trainings does the you know what plans and training?" That was the end of the hands, because we're going to have one round. I'm a man of one round, one effective round. One, it must be one, but it must be effective. I'm no longer at the age of many rounds. I think amongst the presenters, maybe Bulelwa will start, and then thereafter I'd follow. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. K. From the colleague from agriculture, those were comments. I believe you want an engagement with the department. We are here until Thursday. We can have bilaterals. I don't worry, I didn't take anything personal. I have a raincoat. And we also can respond and give a legal opinion on austerity measures. Treasury is the one that issued austerity measures. So we are here, senior management of the department, we can have a bilateral, but not a long one. Not a long one. there are processes that can be followed when we want to engage with the department. So, I'm grateful for the colleague. What's your name, Kanen? Snethemba. She offered her services. Remember, we said far-flung areas are struggling, ne? So we need to work together. So I appreciate the solution. We are starting engagements with each province, but we're still at a planning stage. Then we can be able to all work together to look now in the different areas that are far-flung, there's no immediate support, what type of technical support can be provided for those areas. So engagements will continue. We take all the support that we can get from our stakeholders. We cannot do it alone. And then thanks, Chief Director from Department of Agriculture in Northwest for the inputs. It was an incident investigation, but we can share the findings and the recommendations with the Department of Agriculture because the solutions need to go across the board. And then also in other areas, there will be issues of flood and so forth. So we need to look at the total picture affecting all the aspects in the agricultural sector, not only in issues of heat stress. So we will talk so that we look into those issues. So we'll ask for your contact details so that we can start the dialogue. When it comes to the informal sector, yes, we are revising our policies. But when it comes to issues of enforcement, it's good that we went with the DDG to the walk in Warwick Junction. Imagine you're taking a mama selling a magwinya in a street corner, or is busy cleaning, what did you call it? The head? Woven head, the cow's head. The key issue for the woman there is to put food on the table, is to make sure that the children have got uniform, the school fees are paid, the children can go for the school trip. But as stakeholders, even as the department, how do we make that environment enabled? So the reason we had that walk, and also we've got studies undertaken in other areas within the informal economy, how do we sit around and work with the relevant stakeholders? Because within the informal economy, there are different sectors. But how do we went with those sectors to come up with solutions? Because we're not saying we'll come and give a contravention notice and prohibit you from selling amagunya. Then it means the child cannot go to school. But how do we work together to make sure that we progressively support the sector? We can look at the pictures that Richard. So we need to spread the word working together. Thanks.
Sounds like I'm only going to have one chance to answer all these questions, so I better take my opportunity. And I'm going to roll them all into one another, but first of all, I'm getting the slight impression that I've probably oversold my ability to influence a whole lot of things, and I need to retract my position slightly. So, I mean, we're a small team, we are donor funded, we run risks from year to year as to whether we're going to be able to continue to exist. But one of the primary challenges is that the funds that we are able to raise are often project-related funds. So that straight away starts to prescribe the kind of work you can do. If you can't raise money which is going to look at bioefficient stoves, clearly you have limited influence in terms of how you might take that forward. So yes, we are beholden to donors, and as we say back in the office, do you follow the money or do you follow the work? But to answer the question specifically, we work with an area-based presence. We're in Warwick, and so in some respects how we respond is probably in three ways. It's either observed, in terms of how we go around through the area and we could literally take in what might be necessary. In that process, and also more directly, there are deficits that are noted. COVID was one of them. And here let me wear an activist cap now. I have to be critical of our city because literally the city officials disappeared behind locked doors. Informal workers were left completely and utterly alone in terms of how they had to face that pandemic. So that's why you see some work that we did in relation to that. Or it's reported. So there's three ways. It's observed, the deficits, or it's reported. So to answer the questions, we engaged around the heat stress, really around our observation. The critical work, and we started work, the critical work and where we had to leave it was the cost of doing the testing that was really necessary that would have taken our research to the next level. And that was really about lung exposures. Not your question was about heat, but that was about lung. But it's all the whole question of the clinical approach and how much those tests cost, and certainly we didn't and don't have those funds. However, the example that I live with, I think, is more powerful than what I've actually mentioned. And that is that, and I do get emotional about this, I mean, people will tell you that they have got heat in their blood. And that's as basic as it gets. You can do as many clinical tests as you like, but as Bolewa has already said, it's your work and you've got to step up and you've got to do it. And certainly the person that gave me that quote is now no longer alive. So yes, we would really welcome partnership, and I think that is fantastic. And if we could take it forward, and even if we're in existence next year with no funding, we'll still find a way of doing it. My oversold comment relates to how we could find jobs in terms of some of the work that we are possibly creating. Again, that really depends on donor funding. And so, for instance, on the cook stoves that we did for the mealie cooks, that project sits at the moment because we don't have funds literally to take that forward. And I could give you a list as long as this arm in terms of projects that could be done. Research and science just on wheels alone. I have not been able to find a cost-effective wheel in the South African market that we can apply to our carts. The single cost of a wheel, just one wheel, is more than the income or the livelihood that a person earns in a day. And if that wheel breaks, that person can't carry on working, or they have to go to a loan shark and get the money, and of course then they're indebted for the rest of the period. Whether workers are taking on OHS kind of sensibilities in Warwick, I think that's only through their own conscience. Really, no one within the city or any external people are really bringing in that conscience. So we would really foreground the training manuals that we have started to develop. There's much more work that's needed on those, but we think that has massive potential in terms of being able to take that work forward, not just in this municipality, but right around the country. And then lastly, the question about, and thanks for the affirmation about the transformation of Warwick. That's not necessarily our work. But let me again now wear an activist cap. Sadly, that work is primarily 10 years where the city was hyper-focused on what it was doing. Then we had the FIFA World Cup, which started to give us aspirations that we could be part of the world community and we could be doing eventing, and we can see what's happened. Our focus, certainly on service delivery, etc., has shifted. So we say that there is a lot of ambivalence towards informality, and really we don't understand it. It's already been mentioned from this platform that a lot of your parents, caregivers, actually put you into the positions you are in today because of the work they did and where they were on the streets. And I took a group of lawyers through a couple of years ago. I won't mention the law practice, but he's a senior partner in one of Durban's senior law practices, and he got his law degree because his mother traded in Warwick. So it's significant, and I cannot understand the disconnect, how people cannot assume that there has to be some really deliberate support And this doesn't have to come with apology. This is a part of our evolution, and this is part of what we are as an African country. And so we shouldn't be embarrassed that we have people that are working on the street. We should be embarrassed about the conditions in which they have to work in. And this is why we have to support them. Thank you.
I think I had two questions and one comment. I will come and chat to you after the session. I'd love to have a conversation about how we can assist with MSD-related and other ergonomics-related claims. The one question that was asked was, is there a correlation between stress and ergonomics and the role of, organizations in managing ergonomic risks within the remote working context? So the first part, definitely, there's research that shows that there's definitely a link between stress and performance. The more stressed people are, the less they're able to focus, the less productive they are, quality will be affected, but also their health will also be affected. There's a lot of research around that. And of course, when we're talking stress, we're not just talking stress that people are coming with from outside the working environment. We're also talking about stress that they experience within the working environment and all those other psychosocial factors. So there's definitely a link between ergonomics deficiencies and the fact that people are exposed to stress, and the impact on performance is also quite clear. When it comes to remote working, I think remote working was, COVID rather, assisted to expose organizations and how perhaps there were gaps in how they're managing risks generally, and particularly when it comes to ergonomic risks. We saw a lot of decisions being made without considering the fact that, work suddenly is in, private homes, and the fact that, it's still sanctioned work, which means that there's some sort of joint responsibility that, employers should have in that sense. And I think one of the things that came out since the discussion was also about MSDs is that MSDs actually became worse because when people are working at home, they're suddenly working in beds, in worse conditions than they might have had within the working environment. But organizations didn't know how to respond to that. And I think it means that we just need to have more awareness. We need to capacitate organizations to understand what else can be done when the working environment is not, under the, normal setting that they are used to. But there's definitely been a lot of, MSDs and other psychosocial stresses that people have reported because of having to work remotely. But maybe we need more guidance as well from, the legal practitioners, as well as the lawmakers in terms of how we can assist organizations with that. And then I think there was a question about training. I think you mixed up the training and the ergonomic risks being reviewed every 2 years. So the regulations, the ergonomic regulations, talk to the fact that a competent person needs to do ergonomic risk assessments. That one is clear. But in terms of the training aspect, it doesn't necessarily say that that has to be done by a competent person. Of course, we would advise that you get a competent person to do your ergonomics training. But I think the competent person doesn't necessarily have to be an outside person. You can find ways that you can capacitate your people internally so that they are the ones who are able to, over time, be able to do that. And in terms of competence, we know that, of course, there has to be the qualification, the experience, and the skills. And I think if you don't already have people that are competent in that regard, you need to work towards getting competence up. And there's various avenues that you can be able to do that. If you're looking for specific, I wouldn't want to say on this platform, specific courses and things, but maybe I can tell you offline if there's something like that. I don't think it would be appropriate to talk about it on this platform. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much once more to our panel members. I think now I'll ask Mr. Mapaha just to hand over a token of appreciation to Richard and SMA. As for Bulelwa, just remind us when we do your Q3 performance assessment.
Let me start with, they say ladies first. Does it work here? Madam Sma, thank you very much for the presentation. You made reference to Construction Regulations 2014. So you reminded me of the line that I was chairing the task team when we wrote that. Thank you very much, ma'am. Oh, they want to get a picture of me. It's
They want the handshake.
I didn't see the flashlight. To say Richard, that's what I'm going to call you. Oh, what is the name, Ganene? Or Utandabantu. I don't know if you understand the direct meaning of that. Okay, yours is a touchy one, subject which hit home. We want to say we appreciate you, sir. There we go. Thank you very much.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for tea. And by 12 o'clock, we must be seated here. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, 12 o'clock sharp, we will be starting. Please be seated at 12 o'clock sharp. Thank you. go to heaven, all of us. There will be one for. I mean, you are in heaven, Babuzo. So who are you? No, I'm Venda if you're like me. No. This is Zuluini, Baba. We want Zulus. All right, Sanbonani. It's 5 past, and you will notice that on your program as well. It says 12:05. We'll be starting. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Pumudzo Mapa. I'm a senior specialist or director in construction, explosives, and MHI at head office. My responsibilities you heard yesterday, Mr. Malazi said them. So I'm getting older, so I'm becoming an uncle. You know, uncles don't observe the rules that much. You know, they just tell you what to do. So as time goes, I'm getting older. So if you are presenting, you see me say, hey. It might mean maybe your time is over, or maybe you are stepping on the toes. But I promise not to do that. Our speakers are as follows in this session. I'm with you from 12:05 to 13:55, but I think we are going to do much better than that in terms of time. We've got Ms. Nadia Mundi, an occupational hygienist. We've got Dr. Christel Nagusami, an occupational medicine specialist, and we've got our own Ms. Reiters, who's a chief inspector. They will be coming to give their presentations. So mine, it will be to read their bio as and when they come to do the presentations. The first bio of Ms. Nadia Mundi, who's coming, is Ms. Nadia Mundi is a registered occupational hygienist with SAYOSH and managing director of Nexam Pty Ltd. Nadia Mundi is both diligent in the discipline of occupational hygiene and committed to the profession. Nadia currently holds a master's degree from the University of KwaZulu-Natal and has close to 13 years of professional experience within the occupational hygiene industry, where she has independently demonstrated strong knowledge and has completed a variety of projects. She currently fosters the idea of dual commitment in her current role and is dedicated to bringing optimal solutions to clients by protecting the health and well-being of workers in the environment. Nadia is passionate about education and helping others, and her ideas resonate around a statement that says, knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. By doing, she currently volunteers at time to the Southern African Institute of Occupational Hygiene, SAYO, where she sits as the current president. She has also been awarded as an approved training provider by the Occupational Hygiene Training Association to train OHTA modules leading to international qualifications with intention of upskilling members. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Ms. Nadia Mundi. Now, it's 2 of them that are coming. I was worried about the ergonomics. If you can help us. So you have noticed. So my challenge here. Make the password simple, just say Zulu.
It's back. It's back. Yeah.
Thank you.
You want the one?
I'll just take it off like more this side. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Hi, it's working. Thank you, Mr. Mpai, for that introduction. Yes, there's 2 of us on stage, so I've got moral support already. All right, so yes, I mean, we're in the province that's a Zulu province, so I'd like to also greet you with Sanibonani, and welcome, and thank you. I'm also proud to be here as well as a KwaZulu member as well. I live here, reside here, and work here. So, I must extend my gratitude for the department, the organizing committee, the program director, for inviting me to speak on their behalf, and being in the presence of all of you guys, taking the time off as well of your busy schedules and attending each session. So thank you guys, and we're looking forward to a fruitful exchange. Okay, so my topic for today is looking at exposure monitoring in the construction industry. And I mean, we see this, hey, when we drive around, you see constructions consistently happening. You see these guys actually working in conditions that are so unfavorable. And yet you look at them and you say, hey, let me put my window up because I'm passing a dusty environment. Hey, we all do that. Close off the vents as well. Yet you see these guys doing all this work for us to actually commute daily, yet they are not provided, or potentially not provided, and not even trained to be using PPE or respiratory protection and any form of that. So we must also take acknowledgement of that, and we must also applaud them for their commitments. Okay, so thank you for that introduction. Okay, so globally, I mean, you can see this these stats, eh? These stats are 2.3 million women and men around the world succumb to work-related accidents or diseases every year. You've got 6,000 deaths every single day, 340 million occupational accidents, 160 million victims of work-related illnesses annually from the International Labour Organization. These stats have been provided. So this is not something we should actually just take lightly. We should actually act on this. We are all professionals, we all come from different backgrounds with different expertise. I think we need to actually collaborate and work together. Okay, globally, if you look at it, as a major employment, the construction industry is a major employment generator for us. I mean, if you look at it, the sector is also associated with proportionally high levels of accidents and injuries. Yearly, at least 60,000 fatal accidents on construction sites around the world. 1 in every 6 fatal accidents at work occurs on a construction site. What does that mean? It means that there's a fatal accident every 10 minutes worldwide. That's what that means. And can this be stopped? Yes. In industrialized countries, 25 to 40% of work-related deaths occur in and on construction sites, even though the sector employs only 6 to 10% of the workforce. In some countries, it is estimated that 30% of construction workers suffer from back pains or musculoskeletal disorders. Those are significant stats for us to worry about and take acknowledgement of and work with. Construction industries, the workplace accident stats for South Africa, you look here, 52,000 plus injuries requiring medical attention. 17,000 plus were struck by accidents, making up 32.5% of reported accidents over this period. On average, there were 30 accidents per day. Okay? 4,000 plus accidents, almost 5,000 accidents resulted in permanent disabilities over the 7-year period, with 251 of these resulting in a pension. Between 2016 and 2022, there are 455 fatalities, with 42.4% of deaths occurring as a result of motor vehicle accidents. These results are predominant to South Africa, but they're only given by one sort of organization, which is FEM, who hold about 50% in terms of compensation claims, insurance claims. So imagine the ones that are not reported or underreported. These stats are the only ones I could have worked with here. I'm sure this is giving you some sort of, light bulb moments here. Okay, so could most of these accidents have been prevented? So do you think we could actually prevent these? If you look at it, certainly. You look at the aspects while both safety and hygiene efforts aim to protect health and well-being, of workers, they're often somewhat focused on different aspects of protection and almost differently managed as well. I heard one of the other speakers speaking about working in silos. Most of us like working in silos, working independently. But that's what we need to actually get away from. We need to work together. We need to collaborate, okay? We need to acknowledge there are other professionals, okay, in the field that can actually offer support to each other, to offer that support of protection to the worker. We need to move barriers, okay? These are barriers that are currently existing, and we need to acknowledge those, okay? And how do you think we can remove these? Okay, one of these ways of removing these barriers is offering some form of integration, okay? Encouraging collaboration, okay, with safety and hygiene functions between organizations. Cross-training, providing cross-training opportunities for employers and safety professionals as well as health professionals. I mean, my company solely looks on the aspects of training because we often see that as being underscored. Common goals, establish shared objectives with each other, prioritizing accident prevention, okay, and health hazard control. Secondly, comprehensive programs we spoke about, specific programs that are developed together with other professionals. And also ensuring that we share the information that we attain. We data share, okay? We share with each other so that we can actually help that worker. Okay, you often have this, hey, and when you look at construction, you almost look at the aspects of safety hazards. You look at slips, trips, and falls, machinery, electrocution, and we often see that as one of the primary incidents and accidents. But yet, we often ignore the other aspects in terms of, your biological aspects that are predominant as well. Ergonomic hazards, that's very predominant. Your physical hazards, radiation, extreme weather, extreme noise. Chemical hazards, okay? Workload hazards, specifics related to workplace violence as well, stress, physiological stress, flexibility, all those aspects. Yet we sort of focus on specifics of height access in terms of incidents, demolition accidents, trips and falls and slips, fires and explosions, crane and forklift accidents, and those are somewhat, the tangible things that we actually report on, because that's what we're familiar with in construction. I think our rhetoric in terms of speaking and engaging with each other in terms of communicating the risks need to change. Okay. And then, I'm an occupational hygienist, so don't fault me on my slide. It's, I have to talk to you about the milestones in terms of how occupational hygiene actually developed as well. If you look at it, in South Africa in the 1800s, we've got discovery of diamonds started from the process of industrialization. Okay, precious stones and minerals mining acts, the Cape of Good Hope, and they mentioned the protection of life and limb. 1900s, the Statistics Act, okay? It's a little word a conundrum there, right? But in other words, it's pulmonary tuberculosis. It's TB in other words, right? Focusing on occupational health and introduce compensation for selected groups. Replace the Mine Works Act, which was amended and further replaced by the Minerals Act. 1918, the Factories Act. It was mentioned in the introduction yesterday as well. It was introduced about 35 years after, your Statistics Act, okay? The Factories Act also focused on sectors other than mines, which was replaced by the Factories, Machinery, and Building Work Act. 1941, Workmen's Compensation Act. Compensation for statutorily defined diseases and accidents started coming in. 1983, the Machinery and Occupational Safety Act, okay, came over 40 years later. It covered more on issues of occupational safety and health and emphasis on occupational hygiene. In 1993, okay, you've got your Machinery and Occupational Safety Act being replaced by the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And it's noteworthy that, OSHA is one of the main pieces of occupational safety and health legislation, and that it dates before South Africa's democracy and the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So if we look at this, we often look, you class hygienists in a specific category, but we shouldn't. We should be looking together to offering, advance and, additional advice in specific circumstances, more specialist input in terms of exposure monitoring, okay? And if you look at this aspect, we often see hygiene and occupational medicine as synonymous, okay? But if you look at it, your occupational hygienists, Specifically your hygiene. Hygiene primarily deals with identification, assessment. It looks at aspects of control. It looks at workplace hazards as well, and the potential health risks they pose to specific workers, okay? The hygienists, they focus on factors like I've mentioned, we've just seen the other 6 factors that you actually have to consider. Your chemical, your physical, your biological, your ergonomic hazards, okay? They look at preventing occupational illness. That's the key word. We look at aspects of prevention rather than having the incident and accident occurring and then taking a stance. That's what we don't wait for. We actually are very proactive, and that's what we should work in terms of OHS together. Safety, health, hygienists, medical, okay? We should all look and focus on prevention, okay? And then, we try to prevent the aspect of medicine, okay? We do involve medicine a lot, but, the aspect, if we can sort of reduce the responsibility, and we all saw that during COVID, hey, the hospitals, the medical environments were inundated with cases. So if we can prevent that aspect from happening, that will actually take us further in terms of a global context, in terms of an African context. We should make our stand now, okay? So what is exposure monitoring, okay? And what does it mean? Why do we apply to construction? Why should we consider it in construction? So if you look at exposure monitoring, construction projects, okay, they tend to create a large amounts of dust, they create large amounts of fugitive emissions, they can be harmful to the human health, not only the human health, but they can also contribute to environmental issues as well. And para-occupational exposure. A lot of the times I've got clients, they go out and do these work activities, and yet I look at them and I see, okay, you're taking your boots after working on, on a site on asbestos, you're wearing your overalls, you take it off, you wash your hands, yet you haven't removed your safety shoes, and yet you're going home with those safety shoes, okay? And then you've got somebody that's crawling around, you've got family members that are, taking your PPE and putting it away because possibly don't do that. I mean, those are also additional exposures we must consider. Again, we need to educate, we need to train individuals based on that in terms of identification. Okay, so exposure monitoring gives you information that you need, okay, to ensure that you have minimized risks and hazards, okay, so you can limit that exposure onto that individual, okay, and it involves various sectors. I mean, with exposure monitoring, when we go out and do surveys, we look at aspects of, specific methods that have to be applied for specific types of monitoring. You've got crystalline silica that requires a specific method, okay? You've got total inhalable dust that requires a specific method. You've got, other volatile chemicals specifically that will require a specific method for you to monitor. So you can't bypass those rules. That is why it's saying exposure monitoring. It requires specific levels of skills and knowledge and training and qualifications, okay? And further to that, your exposure monitoring also looks at aspects of utilizing, instrumentation, okay, that have levels of, that you're able to calibrate so that whatever you take onto site and whatever you gain from site, okay, it's proper data that you would utilize, okay, in terms of, when you go out and do your assessments. So that is what exposure monitoring is, guys. It's not only looking at, slips, trips, and falls and reporting accidents and incidences. It's looking at the aspect, you've got specific HEGs, eh? We refer to them as HEGs, which are homogeneous exposure groups. And those are the HEGs that we'll actually select in terms of what are their levels of exposure and how do we protect these individuals when they're carrying out specific levels of tasks in specific environments. Not only that, one of the colleagues mentioned, Balewa mentioned, you've got people, women specifically, and they're pregnant, and that's a specific HEG that you would have to identify in terms of their exposure on site as well. Okay, so it's not something that you can say, hey, I want to go out and do a risk assessment. And I think one of SMAR mentioned as well, just a basic risk assessment that was adopted by someone and then taken off to be utilized. But you can't do that. You've got to make sure that you accommodate for each and every single individual, okay? Because each of us have different levels of risks, okay? So that is what exposure monitoring is. I mean, I've only got 30 minutes and I can go on about it in terms of the technical aspects based on that. But you know what? We've got a SIO stand at the back as well. You're more than welcome to come and have a chat with me and we can definitely help you. So how do we identify and define occupational hygiene? Okay, so first and foremost, we look at anticipation. Okay, anticipation is, a proactive identification of potential workplace hazards before the issue becomes really significant. It's identifying the problem. Okay, we've got aspects of, looking at hygienists during the stage. They look at specific job tasks. They look at specific materials. They look at workplace environments. They'll look at how to plan for specific assessments, and they'll follow safety protocols based on that. Then you've got the level of recognition. What does recognition involve? How do I carry out exposure monitoring if I'm not able to recognize the risks and hazards on sites? There's no way you can do that, guys. Okay? And the only way to do that is recognizing what is there and what could potentially result in an accident or an incident. Okay? Or even a disabling condition for an individual. So recognizing what the risks are, looking at the aspects of chemicals, looking at the aspects of physical agents, looking at the aspects of physiological stress. That's what it is. You've got people working in environments that sometimes go over 8 hours, isn't it? 12 hours sometimes. Okay? Those guys are under a lot of fatigue stress. That's what you have to assess as well. That's recognizing. Okay? And then you've got aspects as well as ergonomics, whole body vibration, hand-arm vibration. Those are all concepts that we must take into account. Secondly, with hygiene, and I'm sure with all our OHS, all of us, we can't really just go onto site, take a paper, take a pen, and start writing things down and expect that's your assessment. Sometimes you've got to qualitatively identify it, okay? And actually motivate as to why you're going through specific levels of control. So evaluating these controls is utilizing specific levels, instrumentation, specific methodologies, like I've mentioned as well, to go through these different levels of evaluation. Controlling, that's one part of, our sole commitment to hygiene is what can we offer that is best practice sometimes and also, reasonably practicable to clients in terms of not costing them, an arm and a leg before they apply our controls. So controls are really important. I think my last slide will indicate a hierarchy of control. And I mean, I'm sure all of you guys know what I'm talking about, but it'll come in the last slide if you don't know what I'm saying. But that control, looking at the hierarchy, a lot of the times, if you've got certain individuals running to your PPE or your RPE, or your HPE to protect people. And that's generally sometimes what we actually see and we try not to overlook, but it should be the last resort that we actually apply for, okay? And the first and foremost is, can we eliminate this, okay? Is there any way that we can eliminate it and introduce something that is less harmful? And most of the times we can. I've had situations where I've had chemical risk assessments and monitoring that I've done, and one way of eliminating a product from being a hazard, I actually spoke with the chemist. You see, I'm a hygienist, but I can't make specific calls. I have to speak to the chemist, I have to speak with the engineers. I said to them, can we reduce the product, the dust from this product? Is there any way we can create a pellet form? Because once it goes into the hopper or so, it actually is still being used. Is there any way that we can do this? Will it affect your process? You see, you must not be afraid to have that communication with others, because that will help you forming a holistic solution. All right? So my talk here is not so to educate you, or because a lot of you guys I've been speaking with are very educated. Okay? It's just to, sometimes we need a bit of support in terms of understanding and remembering that we're not always, a turnkey. We don't offer turnkey solutions as individuals. Okay? We sometimes will rely on specialists, okay, to add input, to ensure that the client is protected as well as the employees. Okay? So, I've had that. I had one client say to me, Nadia, can you offer me a turnkey solution? I said, certainly not. Removing your biasness from these situations is very important as well. And we have different role players who have had qualifications and experience for this. Okay, so I'm not going to spend too much on your hazard and risk. And I think more so I just wanted you to look, sometimes you'll go to environments and things will be there, sometimes not labeled. Sometimes I've seen in environments where, chemicals are placed into a Coca-Cola bottle or chemicals are placed into a Sprite bottle. And the individuals would actually, some of them who are just visiting or contract workers not knowing what's going on here, And in most construction work, some construction work is often seasonal, and some of them are also not permanently employed, okay? And when they get into these environments, they don't know what those things are. They might think it's water and then take a sip from it. Okay, so these, I think, this is what we need to educate. When we're going and doing assessments and risk assessments, not only are we there to do our job, we're there to provide education, isn't it? That's our number one goal, is to provide education to others. It's not to do our job only. It's to provide education and making a difference to others. Okay. So what are the reasons for exposure monitoring in construction? So in response to employee illnesses and injuries or complaints, to reduce workers' exposure to potentially hazardous substances or situations, to mitigate the business's exposure to workers' compensation claims and legal disputes, to comprehensively assess the risks associated with the introduction of new chemicals, processes, or workplace conditions, to provide documented evidence of a commitment to workplace health and safety, and to ensure compliance with government contracting mandates and regulations. That is why we do this exposure monitoring. This serves as data, okay, to make solid conclusions. Okay, and then I also thought that, as we're going through this, why would we require exposure monitoring in construction? And why is it often overlooked? So if you look at this, construction activities, your dust and your chemicals specifically, you'll see that, it depends on sites as well. It can include machineries like, your breakers, your bulldozers, your dumpers, your excavators, okay? They're due to, different scales of the projects in terms of construction as well. And most dust will result in, site cleaning or removal of the rubble, mining and quarrying, sandblasting. And a lot of the times, when you speak about construction and exposure to dust, you often associate with, exposure to construction dust. And it sometimes goes to the aspects of, your PM10 and your PM2.5s. And those specifically, your PM10s, is a large contributor to health issues for a lot of our construction workers. Some studies have actually said that, they actually can settle into specifics deep into your lungs and cause lung issues. Part of the pollution of construction dust, you've got coughing, wheezing, cardiovascular issues, lung cancer, strokes, and as well as exacerbation of asthma as well. So, those are aspects when I said to you, when we're doing exposure monitoring, we identify specific groups of HIGs. Those are also, you've got to also acknowledge, are those individuals, do they come with pre-existing conditions? Okay? What is our medical surveillance around that? Do we look at those aspects to analyze? Sometimes that's overlooked. I often see, when I go to specific sites and things, you often see that there's almost like the employer suggesting what medical surveillance needs to be done. That's often the case. I'm sure I see some heads nodding here as well. And that's not your mandate. The OMPs are the ones that should be deciding what needs to be done. They should be looking at your exposure monitoring data. They should be looking at your reports, okay? And they should be telling you, this is what's critical for your company. This is what we need to do. Not the other way around, guys. We need to understand we all have different roles, that we play. And we need to be proud of the roles we play, okay? And we need to act accordingly. Okay, so, some of this, you'll have silicosis, silica dust, which is commonly generated during, construction dust. Asbestosis, common, okay, in environments, specifically with, your asbestos fibers, breathing issues. You've also got COPD as well that can develop from these activities, specifically dust-related. Okay, and then apart from that, you also have other aspects that generate. Like, if you've got diesel equipment on the site, that's generating diesel fumes. Diesel is a carcinogen, okay, all right, if exposed to large amounts of it. So those are things we need to acknowledge. Okay, airborne fibers, I somewhat spoke about, your airborne fibers, asbestos. Specifically with that, if you look at it, with your asbestos, you can have mesothelioma, asbestosis, lung cancer. Okay, often you come across individuals just, demolishing buildings, removing the ground of asbestos, which have lag pipes and ducts, illegally buried waste materials, poor waste management as part of historical manufacturing processes, also binder papers, thermal insulation, etc. So you'll often have these are common activities that people that we see that are engaging in, okay? And the level of protection stands with us in terms of support. You've also got the aspect of, Balewa also mentioned in her speech, she spoke about thermal stress, okay? So heat stress, working in hot environments, paving machines, welding and cutting torches, okay? Labor-intensive tasks, non-climate control spaces. We all know that, our normal temperatures should lie between 37 degrees, and if there's a 1 degree offset, it can actually result in an issue for us, resulting in potential, heat exhaustion or heat strokes, okay? And those are some things we need to acknowledge. Not only, when you go into site and you go to a site that's actually removing some level of asbestos, but the guys are, if they're standing outside for long durations in the hot conditions, okay, wearing these, these suits that actually to protect you against the fibers so the fibers don't penetrate through. But you're outside in the heat for long durations doing these removals. Okay, what is the potential risk of these individuals dying from asbestosis or lung cancer rather than dying from heat stroke immediately? Okay, so we need to think. We need to think here. We need to think, what are we looking at? Yes, we've got a mandate. We're looking at asbestos. We're complying with aspects. But when you go into site, there's specific environments, okay, the conditions that will actually encourage, that will actually, potentially cause a fatality on site, immediate fatality on site. And that's what you need to acknowledge. Okay, and, you talk about construction activities for ergonomics. You've got various things. You've got guys, repetitive motion tasks, utilizing tools that require repetitive actions, vibrational impacts, driven machinery, if they're driving forklift trucks, excavators. What is that whole body vibration impact on these individuals? Some of these guys actually drive it for 8 hours a day. We can't ignore that. We can't ignore that and say, well, they're in a cabin. They've got aircon. Some of them sometimes do. And, they're not doing any manual lifting, but their body is experiencing vibration, okay? All right? That has to be monitored. We have to do exposure monitoring on that, okay? We have to attain data to see whether or not are they exceeding the levels that are compliant, okay? Carrying and lifting heavy and or inconveniently sized and shaped materials. We all are. We all do that sometimes, isn't it? We sometimes overload ourselves and try to get into the house, carrying things. But, you see some individuals as well. I've seen people pick up lintels that are over 90 kgs, and it's carried by 2 people. Yeah, and are there controls around that? Yes, certainly. But are they ignored? Definitely. Why? Because getting the control into place creates more time for the job to get done. So, things like that you have to acknowledge. Remaining stationary for fixed periods as well. Some of us say, oh, well, the person says to me, well, I've been doing this and lifting and doing this for 8 hours, yet, my manager sits at his desk and does that. But, there are different degrees of risks, isn't it? We must identify. Okay, what a risk to someone that's in an office environment for ergonomics, it's quite different to a risk that somebody's actually doing repetitively. And you can't really, speak of the two synonymously. They have to be dealt differently. Okay, because you might, sitting on your chair, working for 8 hours, only given a laptop, no separate, auxiliary screen, no mouse, okay, no keyboard. That will actually also impede on you, okay? All right? So, those are the things we need to acknowledge as well. Okay, construction activities in terms of noise. Various tasks, carpentry, steel works, masonry works, plumbing, electrical works on construction sites. Power tools, mobile equipment, example, your jackhammers, your dump trucks, your cement mixers. welding machines, and vehicle operations. These are all aspects that can actually contribute to noise as well, you know. Not only that, you know, if some environments like construction, if they're utilizing specific chemicals on site, certain chemicals are also autotoxic, which will further increase a person's hearing risk as well. So, you know, we've got to look at that. When we're doing risk assessments, we must acknowledge what is on site, what is being presented to us, what are the current hazards, what are the tasks. And, you know, when you do that and, you know, you sort of do like a risk analysis, you know, in terms of a task analysis of each specific job, you'll actually come up with a really good defined risk assessment. You've got to work together. Okay. Okay, so, you know, if you look at, you know, the common challenges or the current challenges of exposure monitoring in the construction industry, and why there are these challenges. So if you look at it, you know, dynamic work environments, specifically your construction sites are dynamically and frequently changing. The mix of, you know, materials, equipment, tasks can vary significantly. Also, you know, you've got diverse and evolving hazards. Construction workers are exposed to a wide range of hazards, including dust. They're exposed to noise, chemicals, physical agents, etc., like I've mentioned. Temporary nature of work as well. You've got many construction projects that are temporary, okay, and workers move from one site to another. So in terms of medical surveillance, are we providing them that support as well, okay? Secondly, if you look at, you know, the variability in the worker tasks as well, construction, you know, they involve a variety of worker tasks and roles with different exposure groups. So identifying and making sure you understand your specific HIGs and specific tasks is essential. Lack of standardization, you know, unlike, you know, some small industries that are well established, you know, they've got proper protocols, there's a lack of standardization in terms of protocols. Even when you look at cost and resource limitations, you know, there's not enough in terms of support there. Also, worker awareness and training, you know, that's essential. A lot of the times people overlook, you know, we've got our legislation that will indicate to us, you know, in all the different risks there. They'll say to you, training is essential. Training to be provided by somebody that's competent to train and make aware of the specific hazards and risks. And more than often, you know, that part of the legislation is often ignored, and people solely focus on focusing on, you know, more tangible aspects in terms of, let me just rather just do the monitoring, ignore the training. And, you know, it doesn't work like that. You've got to uplift your employees. You've got to make sure that the workers that are working in those environments are skilled to identify hazards as well. Because once you get ground, you know, the people on the ground working with you, you'll actually reduce your risks considerably. And, you know, we look at, you know, my slides, which is on the levels of control. And I said to you, you know, we look at the hierarchy of control. And, you know, having the most effective, which is your engineering, your administrative, work practices controls, and personal protective equipment. And this is what we follow in terms of when we look at exposure monitoring, okay, and when we're looking at specific, you know, utilizing specific instrumentation or trying to get data from that, we actually are trying to define, okay, what level of control we can apply here that is reasonably practicable. Because we don't want something that's going to cost an excessive amount to the employer. Okay, but we also want to make sure that our end goal in terms of protecting the employees is 105%. And then, you know, my last slide is, you know, like I always stand with a statement from Johann Wolfgang. Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. So, you know, some of us may think that this statement is an open-ended statement, but it's not. It's something that we should all work together in terms of working with each other, you know, having our safety professionals, our medical OMPs, practitioners, our hygienists working together, okay, all different levels of professionals working together to come up with one goal, which is protecting worker health. And, you know, I think Mr. Khoza mentioned yesterday, and he said, you know, Africa is not about, you know, the diamonds and the resources and the gold, hey, isn't it? It's not about that. It's about our people. Okay, without our people, okay, we will have nothing, okay? So we need to protect our people, all right? And I'd like to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Madam Nadia Mundi. Ladies and gentlemen, she mentioned a lentil. I think I'll just have to lean down. She mentioned a lentil that weighs 90 kilograms. Do you know how much does a bag of cement weigh? It's 50 kilograms. Do you think it's fair for one man to carry a bag of cement? No, there's somewhere where I'm going with this one. So be careful. Because I remember when we were doing practicals, we'll pride ourselves that I can take 2 bags of cement. But now I can't take them anymore. No, I do weigh a little bit more than an average man. I weigh 120 kilograms currently. So I'm a rugby player. But let's get back to my question. 50 kilograms, a bag of cement for a man. Do you think remember you are doing it for the whole day. You are loading. Do you think it's not fair, right? So ladies, if you are weighing more than 50 kilograms, those who knew me, they know there was a trap. No. All I'm saying is that let's consider issues of musculoskeletal. Men are also people. They are also people. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking a bit of like 5 minutes from your question and answers, but I will like to rush to the next speaker. Please help me to put the next presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Crystal Tamar Nagusami. Dr. Nagusami is a senior occupational medicine registrar in the discipline of occupational and environmental health at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She's completing her Master of Medicine, Occupational Medicine, focusing on the occupational functioning of healthcare workers post-SARS-CoV-2. She has extensive experience working with healthcare workers in the surrounding tertiary hospitals, together with an array of consultations with workers in various diverse industries, including chemical, metal industry workers, construction workers, and miners exposed to silica, asbestosis, and coal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a round of applause. Can I get an assistant to put a presentation? There are a lot of tripping hazards here, ma'am. My apologies. Thank you very much, ma'am. Listen to you now. Let me just step over that side.
Ma'am, can I see you? This one? This? Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you today. I will be presenting developing and implementing a medical surveillance program in the workplace. So just a brief introduction. At the end of this presentation, you should develop an understanding of the process required for the implementation of a medical surveillance program in the workplace. So I want to outline the necessary steps in the establishment of an adequate medical surveillance program, and I emphasize the word adequate. Also, to be able to identify the responsibilities of occupational health and safety personnel involved in the operational functioning of the program. And like Nadia alluded to, I was a bit concerned when she said employers are trying to decide what sort of medical surveillance should be implemented for workers. This is definitely should come from an OMP, so we should be able to identify the responsibilities of the occupational health and safety personnel involved in the operational functioning of the program. And finally, you should have some knowledge of appropriate evaluation and monitoring systems to assess medical surveillance programs. And then I also want to differentiate between the term surveillance, biological monitoring, and screening, because sometimes we use these terms interchangeably, but they're not the same. So just a brief overview of the difference between occupational health surveillance and medical surveillance. So specifically, medical surveillance examines health status through tracking of illnesses and changes in biological function in an exposed person or persons. So we want to know how is that exposure in the workplace affecting the biological functioning of that worker. So it involves monitoring of health trends in a worker population. And the objectives of the program is firstly to establish a baseline medical record for all employees, specifically those exposed to health hazards. So ideally, before a worker goes into that workplace, they should be having a baseline medical record. And it is a preventative measure. So we want to identify early adverse exposure effects among workers. We don't want to implement systems late when occupational diseases and injuries have already occurred. We want to do it as a preventative measure and identify these adverse exposure effects early. We can also utilize medical surveillance to determine if the control measures implemented in the workplace are effective. So for example, if you have workers that are exposed to toxic chemicals that affect their respiratory health, we can look and see, are our control measures in the workplace effective? If we're getting a large number of workers that are now sick, who have respiratory complaints, are our control measures effective? And finally, I want to introduce the concept of what is job fitness. What do we mean when we say a worker is fit for duty? Because this is part of the objectives of a medical surveillance program. Because a medical surveillance program wants to ensure that employees meet the inherent health requirements for their relevant occupation so that they are fit for duty and have the necessary job fitness. This is just a brief overview of the legislation. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this and which regulations speak to medical surveillance specifically. Obviously, the Mine Health and Safety Act is for mines. These terms are mentioned straight from Occupational Health and Safety Act, medical surveillance, and biological monitoring. So biological monitoring is not medical surveillance, but it forms part of the medical surveillance. So the actual definition of the medical surveillance, the term as mentioned in the Occupational Health and Safety Act, is that it's a planned program or periodic examination, which may include clinical examinations, biological monitoring, or medical tests of employees by an occupational health practitioner or in prescribed cases an occupational medical practitioner. Now I'm going to do some case studies. So as I go through the presentation, I have about 3 case studies. This is not directly from patients that we have seen, but they definitely are highlighting the challenges that we face as OMPs and some of the issues that we've come across in our specialist clinic when we see employees from various industries. So Mr. M is a 45-year-old male. He's employed as a spray painter for 12 years in an auto body repair center. And he began experiencing some respiratory symptoms 5 years after employment. So he started to complain of having a tight chest. He was coughing all the time, and he found that he was very tired. But one thing he noticed was that his symptoms improved on the weekends when he was away from work. So he noted that when he was at work, his symptoms were actually worse. But when he was away from work and during his off time, they improved. And so he was concerned what was going on. And so he went to his local hospital and he went to his outpatients department and they diagnosed him with asthma. But when he said to the doctor that was there, "No, doc, I've noticed that my symptoms are improving when I'm away from work," the doctor started to think, could this asthma now be related to the workplace? And especially when we speak about adults and we speak about adult onset asthma, in the absence of childhood asthma, we need to think about workplace asthma. Because if that individual was not atopic, why are they now sensitized and why are they now presenting with asthma? So the doctor then tried to find out, okay, what sort of medicals were done for you by your workplace? And he said, what do you mean? I've never had any medicals done for me. And it may seem quite unbelievable, but this is something that we do come across, where our patients tell us they've never had medical surveillance done for them, and they don't even understand what we mean when we say, have you had medical surveillance? And so the first issue is that not all places have medical surveillance, so there's an absence of surveillance in the workplace. So just keep that case in mind as I go through some other terms. Now I want to talk about what is an occupational risk exposure profile, or what we call an OREP. So here what we're saying is that when we speak about risk and how you plan your medical surveillance program with the occupational medicine practitioner, you want to look at the health hazards that specific worker is exposed to in that specific occupation with that specific type of job. Okay, that's what we're saying, and that's how you plan your medical surveillance program. So first of all, an occupational health risk assessment must be done of the workplace, and in that risk assessment, you'll do an exposure assessment. So you look at what are the hazardous exposures in the workplace, and then you will categorize the risk, which is a method for comparing the exposure assessment and then translating that result into the risk of adverse health outcomes. And then I want to also speak about risk is not just associated with adverse effects from the hazards in the workplace. Remember, there is also a risk when the worker is not able to perform their job safely because of medical reasons. And that is when we speak about capability requirements. So risk is associated with capability requirements of the occupation. So for example, we have a driver or an operator of a motor vehicle or dangerous equipment, and this worker now has uncontrolled epilepsy, which basically means he has recurrent seizures. Is that worker now safe to go and operate special machinery? Is that worker now fit for duty? So that's what we talk about when we mean fitness to work. We mean, is this worker able to meet the capability requirements of the occupation? And us as medical doctors, when we look at what are the standards of fitness that we can refer to when we decide if the worker is fit for duty, we refer first of all to our legislation, and then we also have SASOM, who publish guidelines regarding different medical diseases, and then how we work out, is this worker fit for duty or not? But I have another case a bit later on. This, Nadia has already spoken about the hierarchy of controls, just to mention that the medical surveillance forms part of your administrative controls, and it is a secondary prevention measure. Now I want to speak about WASP, or Worker Allocated Surveillance Program. So as I've already spoken about the Occupational Risk Exposure Profile, which is the OREP, which is derived from the Health Risk Assessment, now I want to speak about the Worker Allocated Surveillance Program, where we are now tailoring the medical surveillance program to that specific worker. So when we decide what sorts of tests are we going to do on these workers? Are we just going to generalize and do tests, what we've read about here? Or how are we choosing the tests that we perform on these workers? And it's got to come from that health risk assessment. It's got to come from the hazards that worker is exposed to. So there's a difference between screening tests and diagnostic tests. So for example, I'm not sure how many of you have heard the term spirometry or lung function testing. There's different tests within the lung function testing parameters. Some of them will be screening. So if we do the test for that worker, it will just alert us to say, okay, there's a problem. But then we want to do further tests as a diagnostic test to say, okay, now this worker has occupational disease. And then when you're doing the test selection, we also want to know how frequent are we doing these tests? What about the timing of the tests? If we are doing biological monitoring, if we want to look at chemical exposures, are we doing it at the end of the shift? Are we doing it at the beginning of the shift? So we have to plan the frequency and timing of the test as well. But also our tests should be non-invasive. We don't want to be doing tests constantly on workers that are invasive. And then also we got to consider cost. It's got to be inexpensive. It's got to be highly accessible. And we want our tests to have high sensitivity, but also high specificity. So what that means is we want them, when we do them, to be able to pick up disease or pick up abnormalities, but we also want them to be able to exclude it. And finally, when I speak about the WASP, I want to mention vulnerability. So vulnerability, when we speak about a vulnerable worker, what we are saying is that worker is at higher risk of having adverse outcomes, maybe because of the work environment, or because that worker might have medical diseases that make them more vulnerable to adverse effects, for example, hypertension or diabetes mellitus. So that worker is now vulnerable to having more severe outcomes than someone who does not have that medical condition. And we want to identify early adverse events. I've already mentioned test selection, just to say that a test is an activity aimed at obtaining information pertaining to employee fitness or hazard effects, and it's based on target organs and the biological effects of exposure. So even the interview or questionnaire, very often, actually all the time, when we start the medical surveillance program, when we see a worker for the medical examination, we start off with an interview or questionnaire, asking them, what are your medical comorbidities? What is your past medical history? Have you had any prior occupational diseases? These all form part of the interview or questionnaire. We do our clinical examination. If we're looking for respiratory health effects, we do a lung function test, spirometry, which is part of lung function testing. Then we look at chest x-rays. Do we do chest x-rays for everyone? It's got to come back to the OREP. If we're talking about noise and hearing, do we want to do audiograms for these workers? It depends whether are they working in a noise zone. We look at chemical agent exposure. How often are we doing blood levels? Are we going to do urine levels? Is it easier for us to do urine levels? Or biological agent exposure, where we can do blood or tissue samples. So this is just a quick example of a respiratory medical questionnaire, which will form part of the tools. Just briefly on the frequency of medical examination. So obviously, as I've already spoken to the fact that workers must have pre-placement medical examinations, and then we do our routine medical examinations based on the OREP. Also speaking to shift work, so the Code of Good Practice for the arrangement of working time, it says that an employee is entitled to have an examination at the time of commencing regular night work at regular intervals while he or she continues to work regularly at night. So the point I'm trying to say, it's not one for everybody. It's not the same for everybody. It's got to be tailored to that specific workplace and those specific workers. That's the point I'm trying to make. If you've got employees that are doing shifts, then you have to refer to this as well. Obviously, we need to do a termination or exit examination if that employee is leaving, if that employee now moves departments. So if you've got an employee that was employed for a specific job, maybe now they've been promoted and they've gone to another department, but the exposures may be different in that department, then we need to repeat the medical examination and the surveillance for that worker. And then if a worker returns to work, so if they've had an occupational injury and disease, Nadia spoke about how common injuries are in the construction sector. If you've got a worker that has had multiple fractures that's now returning to work, you're going to have to see that worker again, assess that worker, do a fitness to work for that worker. That forms part of the medical surveillance program. And then any other long-term sick leave absence, or what we call incapacity from other medical diseases, that worker needs to be assessed. So when you want to implement a surveillance system, you've got to first of all define the aim of the program. So for example, you want to prevent injuries and illnesses, minimize disability, improve the quality and effectiveness of the occupational health and safety services. And then you want to look at what are the objectives of the system that you are planning. So whether you want to monitor annual changes in medical examinations for injury and diseases, you want to identify workers for WASP, and link case reporting to individual case follow-up. And then on the ground implementation, first of all, you want to gain support and commitment from workplace management and employees. And I'm emphasizing and employees. And it's even on my last slide, which is on my take-home points, is that we must educate and train our employees. They need to know what is medical surveillance, they need to know why they're getting medical surveillance, and they need to understand the tests that are being done on them and why those tests are being done. So you need to gain support and commitment from workplace management and employees. Then you want to form a surveillance health and safety team. And in this team, you want to include your health and safety representative, your occupational health practitioner, your occupational medical practitioner, and obviously, as Nadia also mentioned, that will form your occupational hygiene as well. And all your occupational hygiene reports will be included when you are reviewing the program. And from that, with your team, you will then decide on your test selection and the medical examinations to be done. But it will depend on what are your available resources, what are your requirements, are there any training that's needed for the personnel that are involved. And then even if there's any training needed for the tests that are selected, for example, if somebody's doing the spirometry or the lung function testing, what are the qualifications needed for the person doing those tests? Or even if you're doing blood levels for certain chemical agents, what's the lab accreditation? And once again, I'm emphasizing education and training for the employees. So this is just a quick diagram, once again, speaking to the WASP, speaking about how to implement the medical surveillance program, starting from the risk assessment, coming right down to the biological effects on the human body. Let's go back to our case study. So it's the same case study again, the Mr. M, that was a spray painter for 12 years in the Auto Body Repair Center, who began experiencing the respiratory symptoms and was diagnosed with occupational asthma. Now in this scenario, we see that he says, oh no, actually, I remember in 2018, I think I did blow in a machine. They gave me a machine to blow, and I think some spirometry was done. So these were the results. So I'm not sure how many of you are in the medical profession and able to interpret these results, but what I'm showing you here is a lung function test result or a spirometry result. And if you look at the FEV1 and FVC ratio, an abnormal result would be something that would be less than 70, okay? And that would highlight us to say something's going on in the person's airways of the lung. But now if we look at these results, you can see in 2018 that the result was 56, which was way below the 70. But what was done for him at that point? What was done? Was there any action? Why wasn't he referred for further testing, for further diagnostic testing? What was going on? And now we see in 2023, his condition has actually worsened. His symptoms are much worse than it was in 2018. So the point I'm trying to make here is the second point, is that yes, you can implement medical surveillance, but it's got to be done in the correct way. And when there are abnormalities in those results, there has to be action. So inadequate surveillance, incomplete management of results, it results in no identification of disease, and then obviously it becomes an issue with compensation when we need to make a case now for this worker and submit him for occupational disease. And just as a note there, he did have occupational asthma secondary to isocyanate exposure, and isocyanates, we all know, is a sensitizing agent, and it was found in the spray paint. Now I'm going to speak about fitness for work. So as I've already mentioned, that when a worker is fit for work, they must have the presence of functional requirements for that specific job and for those specific work duties to be conducted safely, such as vision, dexterity, cognitive functions. And it also helps with excluding persons that do not meet requirements recorded in the OREP. So the relevant tests are determined by requirements and standards of fitness, as I've already spoken to. For example, with drivers, we look at SASOM, and then the Road Traffic Act also speaks specifically to drivers. And medical conditions can unexpectedly cause functional impairment whilst performing critical tasks. So uncontrolled diabetes mellitus may result in hypoglycemia. So someone who has uncontrolled diabetes, their sugar may drop and they may suddenly collapse while they are busy operating certain machinery, and also that will result in cognitive impairment. So when we do our medical surveillance, we need to examine our workers and make sure that they are safe at work, safe for themselves, but also safe for the other workers in the workplace. And I've already spoken to vulnerability, where an individual is at higher risk of adverse outcomes because of certain medical diseases that they may have, or might be conditions in that specific workplace that affect their vulnerability and predispose them to severe outcomes. This is from Annexure 3 of the construction regulations. It's just showing you what a medical certificate of fitness looks like. And you can see there job-specific requirements. That's when I'm speaking to the fitness for work. So this is another brief case study, a Mr. T. He's a 41-year-old male employed as a drill rig operator in a diamond mine. And he has severely uncontrolled hypertension, so his blood pressure is well over 200 when he comes for his examination, and also very uncontrolled diabetes, so his sugars are well above 20. And now he's presenting for his annual medical surveillance examination. So is Mr. T fit for duty? No. Okay, he's not. And we know from the Road Traffic Act, we know from the SASOM guidelines that he's not fit for duty. And I'm glad that you're saying no. It means that you understand the points I was trying to drive about fitness to work. So we got to go back to the OREP. And what tests should be performed to determine his fitness for work? So now we've said he's not fit. How are we going to, what tests are we going to do? How are we going to manage him? So that's where the role of the occupational medicine practitioner comes in. Because a lot of the times we may also have to speak to the treating doctor, try and get medical reports from the treating doctor, conduct further blood tests to ensure that before he goes back and before he returns to duty, he's fit for work. I want to speak about ethical guidelines as well surrounding medical surveillance. So just to remember that all test results must remain confidential. Even the choice of tests that we do, it must be ethical, it must be conducted in confidentiality, and the employee has to give permission for release of results. We're all familiar with POPI Act as well. Group information may be shared. And then how are you going to store your data? Even that needs to be ethically guided. Are you going to use an electronic system? Is it going to be paper-based? And then what information are you actually going to keep? Individual records, sickness profiles, sick leave notes, and then hygiene surveys. So this is all part of planning a medical surveillance program. And monitoring and evaluation will be based on the objectives and the inputs of the program. Processes, what happens in terms of the testing? What are the outputs? Besides identifying early adverse effects, also, when you're looking at your medical surveillance program, you want to know how many people have chronic diseases, how many employees have now developed occupational disease, what are the submissions to COIDA or DMWA, how was the management of case removal done, and then obviously treatment and rehabilitation for workers that need to be fit for duty and return to work, as I've said, for those that have had incapacity leave or long-term sick leave absence. We want to prioritize health problems, and you want to evaluate the success or failure of interventions, also provide planning data for cost effectiveness and benefit analysis, and generate hypotheses regarding disease exposure relationships. So one of the things about occupational diseases is that many diseases have what we call a latency effect. So a worker was not sensitized before they came to the workplace. Now they've come to the workplace and they become sensitized, like we saw with Mr. M, who developed occupational asthma 2 isocyanate in the workplace. So finally, in conclusion, medical surveillance must be designed and established to meet challenges arising from the workplace. It is an essential component aimed at the protection of workers, and it should be prescribed by the available legislation. It's used as a preventative measure to identify early adverse effects and also to reduce the burden and the cost of diseases in relation to work. Examinations must be individualized based on the OREP and health risk assessments completed. And once again, I'm emphasizing education and training for employees is necessary to encourage participation. Thank you.
For those that are assisting us or our facilitators, this wire here, it can be a big hazard, and doesn't need really a genius to sort it out. If it goes down there and it goes around there, we won't have a hazard because we've got a bridge in a form of steps. So to have the bridge in a form of steps, but you still have the hazard, tells you that the health and safety specialist. No, it must go under. We will do it during break time. Let's just allow one speaker to come, then we'll go forward. Doc, thank you very much. There will be questions that are coming where we'll interact with the good doctor. But you touched on something interesting, and I heard the IG yesterday mentioning it, urine harvesting. IG, lena masikhulume ngesintu bakithi. Umchamo uyathathwa. Hawu ngesintu ukuloya lento. Ay khona. Mina ngivumi ngalo wami. Usibiya uphi? For those that do not understand, if you African speaking, I'll say hell sulfate on urine. Hell no. Hey, uphi usibiya? Akekho lana. Uyayivuma sibiya lento? Ujo siyothi ayisokhuluma baba. Ngiyazi mina nawe asivumi kulento sibiya. Sisonke lapha asivumi kulento. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ms. Reiters, the Chief Inspector. Ms. Reiters holds a BSc in Biological Science, BSc Honors in Industrial Psychology, Masters in Occupational Hygiene, and Masters in Business Administration from the University of Northwest. Ms. Reiters has 2 postgraduate qualifications in Project Management, Ergonomics. Ms. Reiters is registered as an occupational hygienist. Ms. Reiter is currently employed by the Department of Labor as the Chief Inspector. Prior to her being a Chief Inspector in April 2023, she was employed at the Compensation Fund as the Chief Director, Medical Benefits. And before that, she was a Senior Specialist in Health and Hygiene between 2009 and 2017. She was also a manager for medical services at Nexa from 2004 to 2009. She was employed at Denel from 2001 to 2004 as Occupational Hygiene Officer. Ms. Reiter in total has got more than 22 years experience in the medical field, specializing in occupational health and hygiene. I think that's all. The others, they've repeated a sentence, and there are other words that I cannot read as well. But in between, there is she managed occupational hygienists, occupational nurses, radiographers, and occupational medical practitioners, medical doctors, and me and you, inspectors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Ms. Reiters. Can you help us with a presentation? Yeah, rather use that side. Thank you, ma'am. We will try and eliminate the hazards.
Mama, I think it's this one.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Why is it having this now? It's fine.
It's fine.
Go to the front. This. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm standing between you and lunch. So I'm going to try and be quick, because my presentation is mainly workplace injury and illness prevention programs. And everything that we've been doing since yesterday up to tomorrow, what is it for? Prevention of injuries and diseases.
So I'm going to go through it briefly. Just what is an injury and illness prevention program and what are we doing as the Department of Employment and Labor, OHS, to prevent injuries and diseases. So just as an introduction, injury and illness prevention programs are also known as IPPs, and it is a proactive process. So it's where you proactively prevent injuries and diseases. So that is where you identify the hazards and you assess the risks and you make sure that workers don't contract occupational diseases or get injured based on workplace hazards. That's in brief what it is. So injury and illness prevention programs is literally the foundation of any health and safety management system. Because why do you have a health and safety management system? That is to prevent injuries and diseases. That's the main purpose. So how do we prevent injuries and diseases or illnesses? There's employer-driven workplace injury and illness prevention programs, and this is what most of you will call a health and safety management system. And health and safety management system has an element of injury prevention. Then also as the Department of Employment and Labor, OHS, we have a strategy, our OHS strategy, and that is to prevent injuries and diseases. So why do we prevent injuries and diseases? The compensation fund is here today. So part of the functions that we do is we need to make sure everybody here that's in the room, that's a health and safety practitioner, an inspector, that the compensation fund, FEM that's also here, RMA, that they don't have work to do. They must literally not have work to do because we are supposed to make sure that there's no injuries and no diseases or minimal injuries and minimal diseases. So there are mainly three types of prevention. The first type of prevention is primary prevention. So when it comes to primary prevention, that is where we completely avoid injuries and diseases. We make sure that there's no injuries and no diseases. And that is through our prevention programs. And this is before the occurrence of a disease or an injury. Secondary prevention is mainly what the doctor just spoke about now, because your medical surveillance and biological monitoring program is also part of prevention, but that forms also part of secondary prevention. So as part of primary prevention, that is where you do, for instance, your entry medical examinations, where you make sure that the person is fine, they are able to perform the functions that they are supposed to perform, and that they don't leave with an occupational disease or they get injured based on the fact, like for instance, that there's a problem with their eyesight or with their hearing, and they then get injured. So secondary prevention is where the screening, and this is where you offer early detection and potential diagnosis. Like the doctor said, there is where, for instance, if somebody is exposed to a volatile organic substance, you then do draw blood, where you then do look at the liver function, for instance, of a worker, and you make sure that you check that it doesn't affect the liver of that particular worker. Or you do a kidney function test to check that over a period of time, is there a decrease in the kidney function, the lung function, hearing, and that is secondary, part of secondary prevention, where you do consistent screening so that you are able to pick up any anomalies. So here also under secondary prevention is where we look at the early treatment, where if, for instance, you pick up that there's a difference in this person's lung function. It's not bad yet, but there's a deterioration. So early enough, you can pick up that there's something wrong. They spoke about the hierarchy of control. So you start saying, no, I need to look at what controls do I put in place to make sure that this person's lung function does not deteriorate any further, or the hearing, or for instance, if you look at the kidney function or the liver function. Then tertiary prevention, this is where interventions, where you slow down or you stop further disablement. Ms. Mokonono is going to speak about rehabilitation and reintegration. And what she will be speaking about fits so nicely into a portion of tertiary prevention. And even ergonomics and what you do, there's also a portion of tertiary prevention. And this is where we make sure that the disablement, does not decrease any further. And it is important for us to understand the 3 different types of prevention. So for us as the inspectorate and for you as health and safety practitioners, we mainly keep ourselves busy with primary prevention to make sure that there's no injuries and that there's no diseases. Then, if we look at our next slide, it just speaks about the compensation fund and the benefits paid. Hopefully, with the projects that we will be doing, the ILO was assisting us with the NIOH and the compensation fund when I was still there, so that we have more detailed information. Nadia indicated earlier that she only has 50% of the construction statistics because FEM only looks after 50% of the construction sector and compensation fund after the other 50%. So we'll be able to have a holistic picture of the construction sector and other sectors with the data. The data is there, it's just how do we mine the data. But this is what I was able to get from the compensation fund. If you look at the compensation fund and how much they have spent on injuries and diseases, in 2019-20, that was also where COVID more or less started. That was a good year. And that was 3.2 billion rand that was spent on injuries and diseases. The bulk of that, more than 1.8 billion, was on medical expenses. That is for somebody going to a doctor because of an injury, can be serious, the person gets booked off. Then compensation, this is for somebody that got booked off maybe for 6 months, and you were then requested to stay at home, and then there's compensation benefits that are paid. Then, that is for temporary disablement. Then there is also your pension, which is for permanent disablement above 31%. There they spend, this is a constant payment, consistently, for the rest of the life of that worker that have gotten injured. If the worker lives to be 105, 120 years, the compensation fund will pay a pension every single month for the rest of that person's life, or the dependents if they pass on. That is just over 1.1 billion. So they took us to 3.2 billion. You can see there's been an increase again, 2020-21, and then 2021-22, a total of 4.3 billion was spent. And there's still a slight increase. There was a stage where it was more than 5 billion that is spent on injuries and diseases. So the question that we need to ask ourselves as occupational health and safety professionals, practitioners, why are we spending so much? I have not even included what RMA and FEM spends. If you add the two together, we might even go to about 5 billion that was spent. This was in the last financial year. They're still busy auditing the financial statement, so they couldn't give me the final figures because there might be a change. So this is a clear indication that we need injury and illness prevention programs. And we don't just wake up to go to work. The work that we do has an impact on the lives of people. The compensation fund has more than 25,000 pensioners. That is people that have gotten a serious injury. They are injured and their disability is above 31%. So it is important for us to keep this in mind as we talk about injury and illness prevention programs and why we are here today. So there's a lot of costs that are associated with accidents, injuries, and diseases. And what I've shown you now is just the compensation costs. There are also hidden costs for the employer, for the employee. One lost work day, you lose money in the form of time lost by the injured employee, because that temporary disablement that I've indicated, there are some days that the employer still covers, and also the compensation fund doesn't cover the full amount, they cover 75%. So there's also cost related to that, the time of the employee, also time lost where there's a supervisor that have to attend to the victim, take the injured worker to a hospital. There's time that is lost, having to stop your production because you cannot continue because somebody lost a finger or an arm. And also, there's a lot of time that is also lost when you have to repair and replace, damaged equipment or material. So it's time. For 3 days, maybe that production line can't work. So it's money that is lost. Then there's compensation, which I've spoken about. Also, when somebody has gotten injured, you've just seen somebody, get an amputation. They are amputated. They lost both their arms or they lost their legs. There's morale. People are traumatized. They don't want to work for a day or two. You need to be considerate. There is also the psychosocial effects of it. And that's time that is lost, and it's money. Also, if you claim and you continue to claim, you then get loaded. It's Section 85 of the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act. It's on hold currently, but when you claim more, you pay more. When you claim less, you should be reduced. And then also, there's a lot of paperwork that goes with this. So also, if you look at the other cost, it's the cost that we, as the inspectorate, we come at a cost. Somebody needs to get a salary, there needs to be a car, to do an incident investigation, etc. So there's a lot of costs associated with this. So injury and illness prevention programs are very important. I'm just briefly going to go through the benefits of it. Is that if you have a proper injury and illness prevention program, you will have fewer injuries and illnesses and fatalities. And an injury and illness prevention program, when you speak to people about this, they see that there's this major thing that is going to cost a lot of money, and I must get a doctor, and I must get a specialist, and I must get... You heard Richard Dobson speaking earlier. There are simple ways of trying to reduce heat stress. That's an injury and illness prevention program. You were saying, somebody was saying that, it's hot in their blood. But the steps that you are taking is to prevent exposure to heat. And that is an injury and illness prevention program that you're running. Then also, employers can improve their compliance with existing laws, which is the Occupational Health and Safety Act, the COID Act, by making sure that they have these safer and healthier workplaces in place. Then also, you can have your transformed workplaces and higher productivity and higher quality of a product if you have an illness and injury prevention program. You know that there is the Heinrich pyramid. I think all of you know it. It's the pyramid that speaks about there's different numbers. Like, for instance, for every 300 near misses, where nothing happened, but there's a near miss, you'll find that there's one serious injury or fatality. So it is important for us to make sure that we identify those near misses. Some of the near misses are related to behavior. So how do we change the behavior of people? When we were in the Warwick Junction, we spoke a lot about behavior, because a lot of injuries, a lot of diseases because of behavior. You get PPE to wear, you don't wear it properly, you don't wear it at all because it's uncomfortable. It's behavior. And all of that lead to, ultimately, costs. Then, what are the key elements? I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. For a workplace injury and illness prevention program is we need leadership and management commitment. What do we have? The Occupational Health and Safety Act speaks about Section 8 as well as the Section 16.1. When you do your health and safety management program, what do? There's commitment from management. There's a policy that you develop. Worker participation is so important, because if you don't have worker participation, you can have an injury and illness prevention program, health and safety management system, and it's not going to work. Then hazard identification and risk assessment is very important. And you don't need to be a specialist to be able to identify hazards. We do it automatically. We've just identified hazards. There in the informal economy, they've identified hazards. It's easy to identify hazards. And then hazard prevention and risk mitigation programs. And then advocacy and training and capacity building is so important to prevent injuries and diseases. And also, when you have a program in place, you need to evaluate it to see what exactly am I achieving, what is my goals, am I seeing a reduction, is there a change in behavior, etc. So those are the main elements of a health and safety prevention program. And then the next one is incident investigation. Incident investigation is very important, and I'm just going to speak about root cause analysis, because like I've said, the Heinrich Pyramid says for almost about 300 near misses, you will get one serious injury. In between, you will get minor injuries and major injuries, serious injuries, and then a fatality. So in order for us to make sure that we identify what is the root cause, if you know what is the root cause of the injury, if it's behavior, then what are we going to do about the behavior? So incident investigation for an employer is very important, and even for us as the Department of Employment and Labor. Based on the presentation that was done by Ms. Huna earlier, is based on, like she said, it was an incident investigation, and we were able to identify all those hazards and what we need to do. So incident investigation plays a very important role. She spoke about insulation and the amount of clothes that people are wearing. It was a contributing factor to what have happened over and above the exposure to heat. So it's important for us to make sure that we identify what is the root cause. Then the illness and injury prevention program need to be run by people within authority. You cannot have a program where the CEO, the MD, does not buy into the program. Also, the system must ensure that employees comply with safe and healthy work practices. You have your procedures that you put in place, you have your work practices that you have in place, and then also communicating with employees. What is it that they need to do? Like, for instance, using the example of Ms. Huna. So, is the farmer communicating with the employees? And is he changing the behavior of the employees? Do they understand why they shouldn't be wearing so much clothes? So it's important to have to communicate with the employees. Also identifying and evaluating workplace hazards, as we've said earlier. Investigation, we've talked about it, that's very key, because if an incident has occurred or an illness, you need to be able to investigate, identify the root cause to prevent. It doesn't help that you do not prevent, because it's going to happen again and again and again. So also, we need to put procedures in place so that we can correct these unsafe and unhealthy conditions as well as the behavior. Training and instruction is also important, and record keeping and documentation is very important. You need to keep record of it so that you can know that what is your trends over the years. Is there a reduction in injuries as well as diseases? Then I'm just going to briefly go through the OHS strategy to prevent injuries and diseases. So we have a occupational health and safety strategy that forms part of our IES strategy, which is Inspection and Enforcement Services strategy, where we want to be the leader in creating safe and healthy working environments for South Africans. And this is based on collaboration. I think you've seen from yesterday, there's a golden thread of collaboration. Like, for instance, we just had the doctor that spoke before her, we had the hygienist that spoke, and there's a correlation. If you talk about risk assessments, you'll see throughout collaboration is important. And we, as the Department of Employment and Labor, OHS, know that we need to be able to collaborate. And in order for us to collaborate, we will then be able to promote a preventative culture, because we want to create an enabling environment, and we can only do so with collaboration and to ensure sustainable and productive economy. Then also, we know that as part of our key pillars for IES is that we do advocacy, inspection, enforcement, capacity building. So that is our mission. Then we, as IES, we also have an OHS strategy, and that is the main purpose is to prevent. We need to prevent injuries and diseases. So we need to be able to see a reduction in what is spent on compensation for injuries and diseases when it comes to CF, FEM, and RMA. We've identified priority sectors. These sectors needs to be informed by statistics and information that we receive from industry and from the different compensation competencies so that we know what we need to focus on. I know that FEM is running campaigns on struck by, and they found that most of the injuries is based on struck by. So we need to be able to do the same for the different industries. What is it in the agricultural sector that we need to focus on in order to prevent injuries and diseases as the inspectorate? Then this is just our 5 key strategic results areas for our strategy, which is aimed at preventing injuries and diseases, and that is to have coherent and effective legislation and policy. You know that somebody spoke to me during tea and says, you've been putting out a lot of regulations in the last 2-3 years. Why do we do that? It's because OHS, like we've said yesterday, evolves. So our regulations also need to evolve. Our legislation needs to evolve. It needs to speak to where we are right now. So a big part of the work that we do is to develop legislation and policies. Secondly, it's our advocacy, communication, cooperation, and capacity strengthening and development. This is part of the reason why we are here today. We are here today from yesterday until tomorrow, and that is to do advocacy, to do communication. And you can see the type of presentations that we have is to build capacity. It's not just we coming and we talking. We want you to take something home. The doctor just spoke. So now you understand a little bit what is a medical surveillance program. Okay, now you're going back to your working environment. Do we have a medical surveillance program? What do we do? How? Okay, this is where we start. And as a practitioner, you are able to advise your employer. Then, labor inspections and enforcement. Here is where we go out. In the last financial year, we've done more than 109,000 inspections. So the inspectors that are here, they've done more than 109,000 inspections. So they've gone to more than 109,000 workplaces. And then ultimately enforcement. We do not want to enforce. That's why we have these preventative programs, advocacy, capacity building. But if you are not going to comply, then we have to enforce. Then occupational management system and preventative risk management. As you are aware, the Occupational Health and Safety Bill went out for public comment. We have finalized the incorporation of public comment. As indicated yesterday, it is currently with NETLAC. And part of the key elements in the bill is regarding occupational health and safety management systems. And you can see when I speak about an injury and illness preventative program, I speak about it interchangeably with the occupational health and safety management system because ultimately they feed into each other. Then also the last one is strategic information and proactive research and data collection. We cannot do our work, we cannot prevent injuries and diseases if we do not have information. In some instances, we shoot in the dark, and we don't want to shoot in the dark. We need information from the compensation competencies. We need information extract from our inspections so that we are able to know what is our prevention strategy, what is it that we need to focus on with our limited resources because we can't go to all the employers. This is just our 5 strategic results areas based on the IES strategy and leads to prevention of injuries and diseases. I'm not going to go through it. You will have access to it. It's just what do we do? What is enforcement? What is inspections? What do we do for advocacy? Capacity strengthening and development is part of what we are doing here and for our inspectors. Then stakeholder engagement is very important in prevention of injuries and diseases. And we need to have meaningful stakeholder engagements. Part of the reason why we are here is to engage with you as our stakeholders. We have employers here, we have employees here. Yesterday we had organized labor. I saw Mr. Benjamin, he was also here earlier. So we need to engage our stakeholders in order to prevent injuries and diseases. And it's important for us to have a database of our stakeholders. Some of you got this invitation through an email that was sent through one of the stakeholders that we work with. That's how you found out about this particular, it's about stakeholder engagement. So we have a lot of stakeholders, and we also have beneficiaries for this to prevent injuries and diseases. That is just a list of our stakeholders, but our beneficiaries is employees and employers, whether they're unionized or not. They are the ones that benefit from what we do as the OHS Inspectorate. Self-employed also benefits from it. Workers in the informal economy, we don't charge for what we do. And it's something that we have a keen interest and focus on, is how do we assist workers in the informal economy, entrepreneurs, users of machinery, as well as the general public, because of the long title of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Then collaboration is key with all government departments, compensation competencies, the judiciary, institutions of higher learning, professional bodies. It's key for us to be able to prevent injuries and diseases. We need to have, as a workplace injury prevention program, and us as the inspectorate, an implementation plan on what is it that we are going to implement to make sure that we prevent injuries and diseases, and then also doing monitoring and evaluation of our injury and illness prevention programs, which is part of the health and safety management system. So if we adopt injury and illness prevention programs, that is simple, shouldn't be complicated. Sometimes when you bring a consultant in, they just make it very complicated and employers get very scared. I see people are smiling. I see even Richard is smiling. So it should be simple. And we need to then make sure that there's improvement and compliance with existing laws and regulations, decrease in incidents in the workplace, and also reduce cost, value for money. There should be a reduced cost in what we pay for compensation for occupational injuries and diseases. So the injury prevention program, injury and illness prevention program, as well as our OHS strategy, the main purpose is to prevent injuries and diseases. So everything that we do when we wake up in the morning is to prevent injuries and diseases. Thank you, and prepare and prevent so that we don't have to repair or repent. Thank you. Let me go down this way.
We don't have to repent. It's the first time I hear that, you know. I'm always repenting. I'm always repenting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adults. Let us be honest. Do we have questions? No, I mean, it's about lunchtime. Can I see by the way of hands? Okay, I just want to see if I can take 3 questions. 1, 2, 3. Now, I've identified 3 ladies. I'm going to take questions. Now, can I request our speakers? I'm worried about the stability of this area. Our speakers, can we sit over there? I'll work later with the people that are supposed to come. Our speakers, our doctor there, Dr. Nagusami, and Ms. Nadia Mendy, if you can sit over there. Let's just add 1 chair. Madam Reuters, if you can take that chair that side as well. I'm worried about it because this here has gave in, and that step over there as well. Yeah, the IG says prohibition. So there's a person who specializes with prohibition notice in this province. Usbiya. That's why you heard me saying it. Can you get closer with the microphones? Let's start over there. And it's ladies only. You know, if I was to be given an opportunity, where do I want to live in South Africa? It will be KZN. And it's got nothing to do with the beach. All I said is ladies only who want to ask questions. Let's start there, ma'am. Hi, gentlemen can wait. Okay, let's start with you, ma'am. Sorry, the microphone is on. Okay, you know the drill when you ask questions so that we take notes, ne? My name is Mngatisi Kambula. I'm from KZN, Department of Labor. You know that. Yeah, let's do that drill.
Good day, everyone. My name is Begam Tembu. I am from the Department of Health. It's for
They can't hear you.
Good day, everyone. Oh, here we go. My name is Tobekam Tembu. I work for the Department of Health. I've got a question for Mali. So I understand that we have minor and major injuries. So when it comes to minor injuries, is there a need, for example, needle stick injuries, is there a need to go through with the COID workflow where the doctor has to fill the first medical report and all the WCL forms? Or should we just note it down in the patient's file or on the patient's document that what happened and not go through with the COID workflow? Thank you.
All right, let's take the second question. Madam Tiamo.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiamo Ntebolang from Department of Labor. I'm an inspector. Mine is more of a comment. I'm commending and I would like to share what I've observed. In terms of what we are talking about, the prevention and stuff, I just wanted to share a scenario, especially to the AIA's environment, what we are finding and what we would maybe like some food for thought on. The reports that AIAs are giving to companies after surveys to measure and assess, it seems like the reports are not presented to the companies. They are just submitted to the companies. Yes, that is a major problem. What AIAs don't know is that we get to companies, they have your reports, they don't even have the act, the OHS Act. Me, there is no inspection that I start doing before I ask. The first question is, do you have a copy of the act? That's my first question. Because then it's useless for me to be talking to you if some of them don't even know where they have put it the last time. Some of them are very new, but the company has been existing for more than 20 years. Some of them are not even aware that we are on the edition number 20-something. They are holding edition 14. So my issue here is that let's make it a point that you present the report, because your reports are also scientific. You know those two rows that you showed us, the 70% to 70.8%. I don't know how to translate it. How is the employer supposed to know how to translate it? When an inspector comes, not all of us as inspectors are able to translate that. And remember now, these reports also, they are supposed to be discussed and be explained to the health and safety committees. And the health and safety committees are supposed to be able to comment on them. How are they going to give any comments on the language that is spoken in that report? How are they going to give comment on a report that even the person who received the report does not know what's going on inside the report, right? So that is
we understand. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why I asked you. I said we are adults. Do you have questions? That's why I asked you. Let's take the... You will understand why I say KZN is beautiful. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Please excuse my voice. I'm still recovering from World Cup screaming. My name is Nonzwakazi Gumisa from the University of Cape Town. I work as a health safety and biosafety manager for the Faculty of Health Sciences. The theme of this conference is collaboration and strategic approach. I think COVID-19 showed us that our world can just change in a split of a second, and most of the workplaces were affected by that. And in my area of expertise, I deal with hazardous biological agents because I'm in a research space. And academic institutions are not only teaching spaces, but we have more than 100 laboratories at UCT that are handling hazardous biological agents. And I haven't seen an inspector from the Department of Labor who is coming to our space to check whether we are complying with HBA regulations, but there's more emphasis on construction regulations and other areas and other industries. I would like to have collaboration between Department of Labor and Employment, Department of Health, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, because now with them, they are more concentrating on Section 20 of Animal Diseases Act, but on the health and safety of employees, there is no emphasis, and also on occupational hygiene surveys. And the incidences that affect the academic space, we'll find that there's needle stick injuries, cuts from dissecting cadavers, and we find that our study participants, we don't know their health status. So the complication in this case is that we have employees and students. Unfortunately, students are not covered by COIDA. So if now you contract an infectious disease at an academic space, how are you going to be compensated? Thank you.
Ngap, you said there's a man there. Give him a microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Tingane Moyo. I'm associated with KZN. My ancestors are here, but I'm from Zimbabwe, from the National Institute of Science and Technology. Right, a quick one. I wanted to say thank you very much for the three presenters for the brilliant and excellent presentations. One of the major issues that I just wanted to find out is that with regards to big corporates or formal organizations, all these ergonomic risk assessments, the medical surveillance, they are quite appropriate. But to what extent have we taken into account the informal sector or the small businesses with respect to this medical surveillance, as well as the ergonomic, the space of ergonomics, with respect to the context of these small-scale businesses or the informal sector, because they constitute quite a significant part of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to start?
I'm being managed. Says, respond quickly, 1 minute. Okay, so with regard to the first question, even if it's a minor injury, should you be reporting it to the compensation fund? The answer to that is yes. I didn't have to answer it. You have to. Why do you have to? Even if it's a needle stick injury, or you might find out that it's a minor injury and it can escalate. So it's important for you to report it. It's not the duty of the employer to determine whether this is work-related or not. You report it, you complete the forms, you indicate what has happened, it's the WCL2 form, and the Department of Employment and Labor Compensation Fund does the adjudication. They will determine, they have health professionals working there, they will determine whether it's yes or no. Then I think the others were mainly comments, even from the University of UCT. From UCT, I think it's mainly a comment that you've made. I think our inspectors are here. And as I've indicated, we have sectors that we have identified. We only have just under 700 inspectors. They cannot go to all the workplaces. We've done 109,000 workplaces. That's why collaboration is important, so that if we identify that there's a challenge in a specific employer or sector, that is where we then focus our attention on. They do proactive inspections, and they also do reactive inspections. Then, with regard to Prof. Moyo, when it comes to the big corporations and the informal sector, as well as our SMMEs, one of our key focus areas that we are focusing on is the informal economy, and how do we help the informal sector to comply. Part of the things that we're looking at is voluntary protective programs, and that's something that we can pilot in the informal sector. Is how do we help them? How do we protect them? What do we do? What are the basic things that they need to do in order for them to be able to comply? And for us not to just go and enforce, because it becomes very difficult to go and issue a notice to somebody that is busy cooking cow's head. So there should be a little bit of innovation in how we tackle this, and it's something that we are grappling with as the inspection and enforcement services, because it's not only OHS, there are also basic conditions of employment, etc., that we need to look into. I'm not sure if one of the, sorry, Chair, I want to chair now. Do
you want to respond to any? But Chief Inspector, I now want to go to UCT for inspection. There's a motivation behind it, my inspection. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask Ms. Huna to quickly make an announcement? It's quite important. Then we are going to break for lunch. Okay, let me bring the mic to you.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks, Mr. Mapaha. Colleagues, we've noted through your questions that there's a wealth of knowledge here, and we'd like to harvest the urine. Because we need that phosphate. So we are gonna flight a QR code on the screen during lunch, and a small password. You can use either the password or the QR code to log on. Just answer 3 questions, 3 simple questions, because we need to start harvesting the phosphate so that we can, this ground needs to be fertilized. So we need that phosphate. Thanks.
But Bafuni phosphate. Now my, who took my ladies away now? Hey. I was having their present, and now we are making them go up and down, up and down. I'm not happy with it. I apologize. Just come back so that we do the photo shoot immediately, and I hand over this present. Let's start with you. Ma'am, thank you very much for the presentation that you have given us. We don't take this lightly. This is our token of appreciation. Thank you very much, ma'am. Doc, thank you very much for the presentation you've given up. And I'm very thankful, especially the 2 of you have concentrated in my industry, the construction industry. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we are now ready for lunch, isn't it? All right, you can go, be fed up like yesterday, but don't forget to come back. Please be back at 14:55. 14:55 sharp, we will be continuing. Thank you very much. Let's go out for lunch. The stage men, please do come. Let's sort this out quickly. Those who are helping us with the stage, if you can come.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? May we please make our way into the hall and settle down so that we can start. Okay. Is it on? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please start? Please settle down. Can we please start? Oh. Which advocate. Oh. I was saying how to pronounce your surname? Magonon. Okay, Magonon. Okay. Okay, thank you. What? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please start? Please settle down. Can we please start? We have a pair of glasses here that are lost and found. Anyone who has lost his or her pair of glasses, please come forward and reclaim them. Thank you very much. Colleagues, good afternoon. Let us proceed with our today's program. My name is Makalo Hwele. Some of my colleagues call me Mr. M. Yes, I will be your program propeller for this afternoon. Colleagues, firstly, I just want to make some announcement in terms of the changes we are going to make on our program. As you can see now, we are done with item 10.5, which is lunch. Now we need to move to item number 11. But unfortunately, we are going to have some changes there. We are going to start with item number 14, whereby Mr. M and Mr. Z, we are going to collaborate. So I just wanted to highlight that, colleagues, and then to my presenters, just want to apologize. Everything after Mr. Z's industrial theater, everything is gonna proceed as per the agenda. May I kindly request, colleagues, that we keep quiet and we proceed with our program for today. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Z to proceed with the industrial theater or their play.
Achieve excellence in health and safety and reach our goal of zero harm. Everyone is responsible for following health and safety protocols to protect their own lives and the lives of others. Kumbule kaya, kumbule kaya.
Good day, church.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Forget about denominations. It's a church, the Church of Safety. Yeah, the Church of Safety. Welcome to the Church of Safety, guys. We are going to preach the good news of safety. I'm your Reverend, Reverend Z, Bishop, etc., etc., Doctor. Yeah, all in one. Church, I'm going to teach you a song. It goes like this. Safety, 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 man. Our number one value. Safety, safety.
Safety, safety.
Hey, you guys, you sing like you are hungry. Let's put fire. Thank you, my sister. Safety, our number one value. Safety, our number one priority. Never afraid to. As if I am foot over afraid to get bang bang. Safety.
Safety,
Man.
Our number one
All right,
value.
Bopa, come on, Buffett. Tap, everybody, tap. Safety, man.
Our number one value.
Safety, man.
Our number one priority.
Safety, man.
Safety.
Hosanna, we join now.
Our number one value.
Two.
Hallelujah.
Two.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Today.
Amen.
Two.
Hallelujah.
Two.
Amen.
Two.
Hallelujah.
Today, I want to talk about health and safety, my brothers and sisters.
Amen.
If you believe in yourself and believe in the Occupational Health and Safety Act, Regulation for Hazardous Agents 2021, you will be safe.
Amen.
Yes, indeed, you will be safe.
Hallelujah.
The regulations for hazardous chemical agents will protect you from life-threatening disease
Amen.
and serious hazards.
Oh yes.
Amen,
Oh, yes.
bathandekayo.
Amen.
You can have a seat, church.
Amen. Siyabonga mfundisi.
You know, church, when I start preaching, I get carried away.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I get carried away.
Amen.
Clap hands for safety. If you're not clapping, say you're a witch.
Oh yes. Amen.
Amen, bathandekayo.
Amen.
Amen, bathandekayo.
Hallelujah.
Bazalwane, we are all encouraged to practice safety and to take care of our health.
Injalo.
Amen, bathandekayo.
Amen.
Whenever you perform a task, take time to recognize the hazards that are in place and put control measures against them.
Oh yes. Oh,
Shout
yes.
hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Shout hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Teamwork is essential. There's so much we can achieve if we can work as a team.
Injalo.
Bazalwane, without wasting any time, I want us to read the word.
Amen.
The powerful word of regulations for hazardous chemicals and agents.
Hallelujah.
Bathandekayo, now I walk in the valley of hazards, accidents, and disease. I shall not fear.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Because I have the book of regulations for hazardous chemicals agents.
Amen.
This book is a shield.
Amen.
This book is my protector. It is my guide
Amen.
to guide me to the promised land
Amen.
of creating a safe environment for my for my employees.
Amen.
Amen, bathandekayo.
Amen.
Mam Thembi, imangenyawo mama.
Amen.
Let us open the book of regulations for hazardous chemical agents. Mam Thembi.
Mfundisi.
Lithi izwi, Mam Thembi. You can have a look. I'm not lying. It's in the word.
Amen.
On the 29th of March 2021, the Minister of Department of Employment and Labor published the regulation for hazardous chemical agents.
Hallelujah.
All operations where employees and contractors may be exposed to hazardous chemical agents must ensure compliance to their regulation.
Amen.
It's not my handwriting, Mama.
Amen. Oh yes. Oh yes.
From today, we are going to move from compliance to complete ownership.
Amen. Amen.
Amen, bathandekayo.
Hallelujah.
Don't waste my time, Mama. Read the word.
An employer who undertakes work which is liable to expose an employee to hazardous chemical agents must, before any employee is exposed or may be exposed, after consultation with the Health and Safety Committee established for that section of the workplace, provide that employee with suitable and sufficient information, instruction, and training.
Amen.
Information, instruction, and training. Come on, church. Information,
instruction, and training.
training.
Simple as that.
Amen.
The information, instruction, and training must include information on how to access SDS.
Hallelujah.
Now he's putting
Amen.
again, the information on work practices and procedures must be followed, Mom.
Amen.
I don't want to spoon feed the church today, Mom Tembi.
Hallelujah.
I want the church to go back home and read these regulations
Oh, yes.
and apply these regulations.
Amen.
It's the right thing to do.
Injalo, injalo.
Funda, Mom Tembi.
Every person who is or may be exposed to hazardous chemical agents must obey a lawful instruction given by the employer regarding, number 1, the wearing of personal protective equipment.
PPE, yes, that's right.
Number 2, the wearing of monitoring equipment to measure personal exposure.
How, Mom Tembi? Why be a Mama? Let us move on to assessment of exposure, Mama. What does it say?
When making the assessment of exposure, the employer must keep a record of the assessment and take into
Keep the
account
records, employer. Read, Mama, read.
Amen. And take into account such matters as the hazardous chemical agents to which an employee may be exposed.
Oh, yes, Mama.
The effect of the hazardous chemical agents may have on an employee.
Mom Tembi, clap hands for Mom Tembi, clap hands.
Hallelujah.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Mom Tembi, let's go to air monitoring, Mom. I don't have time. I only have 30 minutes. I want to pray.
Where the inhalation of hazardous chemical agents is concerned, the employer must ensure that the measurement program of the airborne concentrations of the hazardous chemical agents to which an employee is exposed is carried out in accordance with provisions of these regulations, and they must be carried out by an improved inspection authority.
What else, Mom Tembi?
Amen, Mfundis. The employer must also ensure that employees who may be exposed to hazardous chemical agents are under medical surveillance.
Amen.
But Tandega, your employees are your greatest assets.
Injalo, injalo.
Provide and maintain a working environment that is safe and not harmful to their health.
Oh,
Amen.
yes.
Did you know, Mom Tembi, an employer is not without his employees?
Kunjalo.
The employer must protect his employees.
Injalo,
Amen,
Mfundisi.
Mfundisi.
And the employees must respect the rules and regulations given by the employer.
Injalo.
And take care of their own health and safety.
Amen.
Mom Tembi, just like I said, I don't have time, Mama. Safety, safety, man. Imangangane church, man. Nagunkhohlwa. Mom Tembi,
Mfundisi.
I heard that your husband is delivering bread in Newcastle.
Hayi, Mfundisi.
So I'll be eating lunch by your house today.
No problem, Mfundisi.
Safety, safety, man.
Safety, safety.
Safety, safety, man.
Our number one value.
Safety, safety, man.
Safety, safety.
Safety, safety, man.
Our number one priority.
Very good evening to you. Welcome to SABC News. This is The Full View. I'm Shante Yankees. Thank you very much for joining me this evening.
Wrong news. Ah.
Good day and welcome
Welcome to Department of Employment and Labor News with Bulelwa Hona, bringing you our top stories for today. The Minister of Employment and Labor promulgated the asbestos abatement regulations on the 10th of November 2020, and 3 minor changes were published on the 22nd of March 2022. The due date for the implementation of these regulations was the 31st of May 2022. The regulations obligate employers to provide and maintain, as far as is reasonably practicable, a working environment that is safe and without risks to the health of employees. The regulations do not only focus on the asbestos contractors and those working with asbestos, but it includes all employers who may expose persons to asbestos fibers due to the work environment. You, as an employer or even a homeowner, can expose persons to asbestos fibers if you have asbestos on site. The regulations place a clear obligation on all employers to identify asbestos in the workplace and manage it properly. This duty is also extended to employees to take care of their health and safety and also look after others who may be affected by their acts or omissions, cooperate with the Act, carry out any lawful order, and obey the health and safety rules. Report any unsafe situation to the employer or to the health and safety representative in order to ensure that their health, human dignity, and safety is preserved. The 2 main regulations governing asbestos-related activities are Occupational Health and Safety Act, Act 85 of 1993, Asbestos Abatement Regulations 2020. As an employer or self-employed person, you would need to do the following to ensure compliance to the regulations and to protect the health of your employees. Number 1, identification. A competent person must identify if any asbestos or asbestos-containing materials are present on site or the workplace. Number 2, if you discover you do have asbestos present in your workplace, the following needs to be done. Create an inventory, conduct an asbestos risk assessment, write an asbestos management plan, thereafter monitor. Train employees on source of asbestos health risks of the asbestos on site, what to do if the asbestos is damaged, and how to manage the waste. Ensure the asbestos is identified with approved signage. Number 3, if you are planning to remove the asbestos, you would need to use an approved asbestos contractor. Failure to comply with the regulations is not an option. You and your workers can contract serious asbestos-related diseases such as mesothelioma, asbestosis, cancer, and death. As a business owner or employer, you can be held liable for damages and or loss of income of affected workers and be prosecuted, leading to fines or imprisonment. Employees who are exposed to asbestos must be trained and informed of all matters as per asbestos regulations. Wear approved disposable asbestos suits. Use personal protective equipment, PPE, including respirators. Your health is one of the most important things in your life. Protect your health against occupational diseases. That's it from me, Bulelwa Hona. And for your weather update, over to you, Warren Malo.
Thank you very much, Bulelwa Hona. Warren is on leave. So today, as your Minister, the Department of Employment and Labor Minister, Tulas Nqisi, I will be giving you the weather forecast for today. Today, at the chemical plant, we will experience light rain of gases and chemicals that are highly toxic. Some of these gases cannot be seen with the naked eye. So it is imperative, ladies and gentlemen, that we always wear our personal protective equipment when entering in areas where gases and chemicals are present. And do not enter an area where gases and chemicals are present if you don't have an entry permit. Moving on, report all gas leaks, a chemical plant, and please escape gas leaks using a respirator. And if it happens that you come into contact with chemicals that are corrosive, please wash yourself in the safety shower using dipoterine, an emergency solution for splashes of chemicals. It's a beautiful day at Durban namhlanje. The sun is out. It's about 40 to 30 degrees. This is the kind of weather where you take your girl to the beach and lay down and talk to her. That's it from me, Tulani Mwesi. Zaga zaga zang 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 zaga zaga zang zang zang. All right. Siyasebenza manje, isikhathi sokusebenza. Thina siyasebenza. Sisebenza ngomthetho. Niyazi ukuthini? Niyazi ukuthini? You must respond by saying ukuthini. Niyazi ukuthini? Niyazi intoni? Chicken fat. It's time to work. Welcome to Department of Labor, Department of Employment and Labor. Here at Department of Employment and Labor, we are serious about safety. We are Bantini, Sisi. Safety is our number one priority. My name is Stop Nonsense. I'm a security guard at the Department of Employment and Labor. And one of my responsibilities is to make sure I don't allow anyone to enter the premises. We are under the influence of alcohol. Blow my sister. Again. Enter. Ngena phakathi sisi. Alcohol testing. Wazamsebenzi siyangena siyahamba. Waza. Bhena kanti. Yewena ntombazana. Ubiza ubani ngomatshingilane?
Hawu baba.
Uthini?
Sorry uxolo baba uxolo.
Hey wena ntombazana.
Yebo baba.
I am not a matshingilane. Uyangizwa ukuthi ngithini?
Yebo baba.
I am a security officer ntombazana.
Security officer.
Uyangizwa ukuthi ngithini?
Yebo baba, yebo.
Wena ntombazana wena ngiyakubona wena. You seem to forget that one of our values like Department of Employment and Labor is respect. You better show some respect in Tumbasana.
Uxolo baba, uxolo.
Blue. Again.
Hayi baba ngathi ayisebenzi.
Yeah, one. Let me do my job.
Sorry baba, sorry.
Let me do my job.
Sorry. Ayisebenzi.
You're gonna blow on Tumbasana.
Yeah baba.
You're gonna blow on Tumbasana. Enter.
Awu ngizwe.
Ngena phakathi. Intombazana ima kancane sisi.
Yini manje baba? What's wrong Mr. Security
Nothing
officer?
is wrong, sisi man. I have a question for you. Awungitshele sisi.
Yeah,
what is your reason to be safe?
Yabona baba. My reason to be safe is simple. My family depends on me.
Okay.
I'm the only breadwinner at home. I need to work safe so that I can be able to go back home to my family at the end of the shift, baba.
What is your name?
Pinky baba.
Pinky.
Yebo.
I'm a Pinkies. Yabona Pinky,
Yebo, baba.
ntombazana lento ekhulumayo. It's so true.
Injalo baba.
We must protect ourselves. Because there's people at home that depends on us. Yeah, we must work safe so that at the end of the day we go back to our families. Have a safe and productive shift.
Thank you, baba.
Thank you, sisi. Kubonga mina.
Good afternoon, Mr. Security Officer.
Nangu Joyce madoda. Hey Joyce, kunjani sisi?
Ngiyaphila njani?
Yes, Joyce, you are the only person who calls me security officer like at Department of Employment and Labor. Only one.
Ngempela officer.
I was wangibiza kamnandi Joyce. Joyce, I want to thank you, man. Thank you for calling me.
The pleasure is
security
all mine, officer. The pleasure is all mine.
Yeah, Sissy, please blow before you blow my mind. Yeah, ngena ngaphakathi sisi.
Thank you, officer.
Joyce.
Yes, officer.
Yazi uthini sisi?
Ukuthini?
Lalela man sisi man, take care. Ngizwe uthi ngithini?
Yeah.
Ngifuna ukubona wenza ama up and down la sisi man. I want to see you again and again and again and again, man.
Officer.
So make sure sisi ukuthi you work safe. Ngizwe uthi ngithini?
I have a duty to protect myself and my job.
Okay.
Safety violations can lead to job loss, and accidents can lead to disability. Safety rules are my best tools.
Hayi sisi. Hayi ngena ngaphakathi man. Be aware, thanks sisi.
Thank you, officer.
And take care of yourself, man.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Joyce, I'm getting paid next week, man.
Next week?
Yeah, so maybe you can make a turn. Yeah, I will take you to the spaza shop.
No problem. Enjoy your day,
Thank you.
officer.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Sissy. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Joyce.
Good day, Step Nonsense.
Oh, madoda nanguzodwa. Zodwa.
Ow.
Kunjani sisi?
I mean, I'm right. I'm so excited about today. Today we are signing a safety commitment pledge.
Safety commitment pledge?
Yes, a safety commitment pledge is one way to demonstrate our commitment to workplace health and safety.
Interesting, Zodwa. Interesting, Zodwa. So, Zodwa, ungitshele, what is your reason to be safe?
My wedding. I'm getting married this December.
Hayibo. Uyashada?
Yes, I'm getting married.
You are getting married?
Yebo.
Ay, man, Zodwa, man. Zodwa,
yeah,
if I'm
man,
not
just
mistaken, last year, March, before Good Friday, you were getting married. When did you get divorced?
I Stop Nonsense. Let's forget about that one.
Am I
Let's focus on
invited?
this.
Nami ngiyothungisa phela, I must get a tailored made suit.
I am so sorry. You are not invited. It's an intimate wedding.
Okay.
Let's forget about wedding. As you know, I'm here to work. I'm here to practice safety. I will never compromise my own safety or the safety of my co-workers.
Success will be yours. Ezodwa will be yours if you follow the procedures and the rules and regulations that are in place.
That's true. Stop
Futa lana
nonsense.
sisi, futa la.
Oh, hey, sesikhuluma kakhulu.
Again?
Ish.
Again?
Akunamoya namhlanje.
Again? All right. Dinga ama-battery then.
Stop nonsense
No
ngile.
batteries here. Ima kancane sisi. Let me do my job.
Stop nonsense ngile.
No batteries here. Cynthia, unginika ama-battery lapho.
Oh.
Thank you.
Sengilate phela.
Enter.
Thank you.
Sober is a charge. Basebenzi, look at your neighbor. And shout, neighbor. Safety is my responsibility. Safety is your responsibility. Safety is our responsibility. Give your neighbor a hug. Oh. It's up, oh my baby. It's up, oh Saitanda. Come on, sing. It's up, oh my baby. It's up, oh Saitanda. It's up, oh my baby. It's up,
oh Saitanda.
It's up, oh my baby. It's up, oh Saitanda. Sahamba man.
It's up, oh my baby.
Osa, it's up, oh Saitanda. Osa, Dana.
It's up,
Osa.
It's up, oh Saitanda.
Come on, sing, guys, mo. It's up, oh my baby. It's up, oh Saitanda. Say fala man. Oh my baby. Say fala man. It's up, oh Saitanda.
Qina msebenzi qina.
Qina.
Qina msebenzi qina.
Qina.
Qina msebenzi qina.
Qina.
Good afternoon basebenzi.
Good afternoon, Joyce.
Goeiemiddag werkers.
Middag werkers.
Molweni basebenzi.
Molo mhlobo wami.
Thank you all for coming to this safety meeting. Before we begin, let us quickly do our check-ins to find out how everyone is doing. We will start with Pinky. How are you doing today, Pinky?
Safety officer Joyce. Mina grand like 1,000.
Like 1,000 rand?
Yebo.
1,000.
Last night I slept for 8 hours.
8 hours?
Yeah. I am well rested, ready to push production.
A well-rested and attentive employee is a safe employee. Colleagues, at the end of your shift, go straight home, get some rest, and sleep at least for 8 hours. Being tired can affect your ability to concentrate and perform your tasks. Now, let us hear from Sticks. How is Sticks doing today?
Sticks is doing better than yesterday's.
Yeah.
Yabona, izolo I was feeling down and lazy,
Eish.
fatigued, tired. I had a lot of stress, man. But when I woke up this morning, I got morning glory.
Sticks.
And I realize that as I am
Ukuthini?
energized now.
Uh-huh.
Ngavele ngaphuma.
Yeah.
Ngathi hit the road.
Yeah.
Check out the block. Check out the block. Ngathi slow motion. Hey! Uyazi bathini?
Ukuthini?
Do you know what they say?
What?
A healthy body contributes to a healthy mind.
That's correct, Sticks. Basebenzi, let us all learn from Sticks and exercise regularly to keep fit and healthy. Remember, your health is your
wealth.
Moving on to Uzodwa. How is Zodwa doing today?
I'm Joyce. I'm alive, alert, and looking forward to going to site to do what I do best.
Okay.
Today, I'll be directing the movement of plant and vehicles on the job site.
Okay.
Ensuring that traffic is moving according to our traffic management plan.
Yeah, very
Zodwa, as a spotter or a flagman,
Yeah.
you must be visible to all operators.
Okay.
Operators must be able to see the spotter. A spotter is a second pair of eyes and ears to all drivers and equipment operators.
I am responsible for my own health and safety and that of my co-workers.
Yeah.
I will ensure stop and goes are conducted safely. And I will maintain constant communication with all operators using hand signal and two-way communication via hand-free radios.
Do not forget to wear your reflective PPE and always carry your flag.
Yeah.
Steve, tell us, what is your task for today?
My task for today is
Yeah.
simple. Today, lapha e-workshop.
Yeah.
Sizobe sibhizi.
Ahem,
Sizobe
busy.
sibhizi kakhulu.
Busy.
We'll be doing manual loading, sisi.
Manual loading.
Injani?
Yes, Pinky.
Colleagues, the manual loading operations must comply with Department of Employment and Labor corporate health and safety guidelines.
Basebenzi, we mean business when we talk about safety. When it comes to safety, we don't compromise.
A single worker shall not lift loads of greater than 25 kg.
Yeah, fair.
Get help if the load is too heavy.
Exactly.
Workers must ensure that when loading or offloading equipment, the correct loading techniques are used.
Yebo sebenzi.
Yeah.
Niyazi intoni?
Intoni?
Niyazi ukuthini?
Ukuthini?
Let me show you the correct method of manual handling. Yabona abasebenzi when loading and offloading equipment.
Yeah.
Don't lift with your back. Don't lift like this.
Yeah.
You see, don't lift like this.
Yeah.
Don't lift like this. Bend your knees
Yeah.
while lifting the load.
Yeah.
Uyayibona?
Okay.
And then,
Yeah.
there you have it, yabona. If you lift like this, you're gonna hurt and sprain your back.
That's correct.
And you're gonna need your bags later.
Yeah.
Protect your backs.
Sticks.
Protect your backs, man.
Good example, Sticks. Colleagues, thank you so much for your positive income.
Income. Sibhadale nini ke sisi ke manje?
Ayi.
Sisinike nini imali ngoba zake sikubhadale thina.
Thank you so
Eh?
much.
Feedback,
guys.
man.
Thank you so much for your positive feedback.
Yabona Joyce lento yakhe ukuthanda ukukhuluma isingisi.
Yeah,
Phelele ama 3 minutes manje.
Yeah.
Phelele ama 3 minutes. Khuluma Zodwa.
Yeah, guys, our topic for today's safety meeting is noise-induced hearing loss.
Noise-induced hearing loss.
That's right.
What is noise-induced hearing loss?
Noise-induced hearing loss is a permanent hearing loss that is caused by being around loud noise over a long period of time in the workplace. So who can tell us what are the sources of noise in our workplace?
The main sources of noise in our construction sites include construction machines such as jackhammers, compactors, grinders, and concrete mixers, to name a few.
Concrete mixer.
According to Section 14 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act,
Yeah.
duties of the employee.
Yeah.
Yeah, very.
I am responsible for my own health and safety and that of my co-workers.
Okay.
That's
I
right.
have a responsibility to wear my earplugs or earmuffs when exposed to excessive loud noise in the workplace.
Yavele. Yazi uthini Zodwa?
Yeah.
Uyazi intoni?
Intoni?
Here in South Africa.
Yeah.
La in South Africa.
Yeah.
We have noise-induced hearing loss regulations.
That's right.
That employers must adhere to.
Yeah.
No employer shall require or permit any employee to work in an area where noise is above 85 decibels of the noise rating limit.
That's correct. That's correct.
Ungeni lapho.
According to Section 8 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act,
Yeah.
employers' responsibility.
Yebo sisi.
The employer must provide and maintain a safe working environment that is safe and not harmful to the health and safety of his or her employees.
Yavele. Yabona sisi.
Duties of the employer under noise-induced hearing loss regulations includes Number 1.
Yeah.
The employer must conduct a risk assessment of tasks where noise is a hazard as well as noise monitoring.
Number 2, Sisi.
Yeah.
The employer must ensure ukuthi the legal limits of noise exposure does not exceed.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
if they exceed, the employer must conduct, must put control measures in place to reduce exposure.
Njalo.
Mele ayenze umqashi le.
Yabona ke sticks. Number 3. The employer must ensure that the equipment provided to control noise risk is maintained properly.
Very.
No,
Calibrated.
number 4. The employer shall establish and maintain a system of medical screening and medical surveillance.
Yeah, very.
That's
Yeah.
right. No person shall enter or remain in the noise zone unless he or she wears the required hearing protective equipment.
That's true, Sis Joyce. That's true. All noise zone must be clearly demarcated and identified by a notice, indicating that the relevant area is a noise zone.
Yeah.
And hearing protective equipment
Must be
worn.
worn.
That's
Must
right.
be worn.
That's right.
Hey, Bafowethu, can
Yeah.
you imagine this, Bafowethu?
Yeah.
Imagine how lonely the world would be without being able to, hear your kids talking to you or your boyfriend. You're getting married this December, ain't it?
That's true. That's
Imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine when Siya Kolisi says, I do, and you can't hear him. Huh?
Yeah.
So that's why we must protect our hearing.
That's true. Hey.
Do you understand, guys?
Yeah, I understand.
Bafowethu, we must
Yeah.
understand our employers' hearing prevention program.
Yeah.
And do the right thing. ukuthi nathi silandele njengabasebenzi.
Njalo sticks.
Guys, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You see earplugs,
Yeah.
earmuffs,
Yeah.
they are replaceable.
That's true.
But your hearing is irreversible. sis.
Yeah. Thank you.
Irreversible.
Thank you so much. Thank
Once
you
it's
so
gone,
much,
gone forever.
Sticks. Thank you so much, Sticks. All right, guys, that should bring us to the end of our safety meeting.
Yeah, Sisi.
Let us go out there and make a difference.
Make a difference. Yeah.
Remember, your health is your
wealth.
Have a safe and productive shift.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Sisi.
Joyce.
Thank you, Sisi.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Sisi, man. Thank you, Sisi, man.
Joyce.
Sisi, please, man, Sisi, man. Sometimes you must talk Zulu. You see, because you were talking English
Yeah.
too much.
All right.
And
I'll do that.
you're going to run out of 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Sharp, Sisi.
Sharp, sharp, sharp.
Hey, Joyce.
Yes.
Hey, Joyce. Asenze njalo man lapho Joyce man. Siyafuneka Joyce man. Athi okay. Hayi. No. Kusho ukuthi mase ngibona le ndoda lena kusho ukuthi sesingehla ke siphume ngenamba bafowethu. Isikhathi sethu sidliwe yiyo ke inja. Na indoda yeSuthu sayifikile. Inspector. Value site. Yeah. Sorry, Inspector. Inspector. Sorry. Sisapuma Inspector.
Remember home.
Yeah. Sisapuma
Family's
Inspector.
waiting for you back at home. Then again.
Thank you, Inspector. Yeah.
Thina siyasebenza ngomthetho.
Yeah, Inspector. Come through. Yeah.
Security officer, stop nonsense.
Yeah.
I have a request. Can you take your breathalyzer to just choose one person on the floor here, and ask them to blow?
All right.
Anyone, just choose anyone.
Yeah, let me find my.
Please close the doors.
Yeah.
Must not be anyone who leaves. You can choose this side.
This side?
Yeah, especially there.
Ah.
Hey, just choose anyone.
I don't follow him solo, lo.
Go ahead.
What's on Dr. Fusen?
Thank you very much.
Sharp.
There's a round of applause, colleagues, for Mr. Z's congregation. Yes, colleagues, safety is our number one priority. So they say, employer must keep records at the workplace. Your employees are the greatest assets. Without employees, there is nothing, there's no work, there's no income, there's no profit. That's what safety officer Z and Pinky, Joyce and Zoda said. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Cindy, for the batteries that you supply. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time now, we are seriously running behind with our program. I still have three items that we must go through before end of today. I'm just gonna quickly run to them. We still have to discuss the key changes on compensation for occupational injuries and diseases, rehabilitation and reintegration and return to work, FEM health and safety initiatives. So colleagues, I'm going to quickly call the first presenter, who is Advocate Letabo, Advocate Shokan, Ntate Letabo, Advocate Shokan. But it starts with Advocate Letabo Shokan. Or is it like that? Or is it just Advocate Shokan? Is it Advocate Letabo, Advocate Shokan? Okay. Yes, colleagues, Mr. Advocate Shokan, he has qualification, has LLB qualification obtained from the University of Limpopo. Okay, sorry. And then he has a postgraduate diploma in labor law, contract drafting from University of Johannesburg, diploma in corporate law from the same University of Johannesburg, advanced diploma in project management from the University of Pretoria. He is certificated in nuclear law from the International Atomic Energy Agency in Australia, and is legislative drafting from University of Johannesburg and legislative drafting from Justice College. In terms of employment, he was appointed as a legal administration officer from Department of Agriculture. Then he moved to the National Department of Public Works. And then he was later appointed as the deputy manager of the Office of the Premier in KwaZulu-Natal. Then from there, he went to the Department of Energy, and then National Department of Transport, then later joined the Department of Human Settlement in KwaZulu-Natal. Then he went back to my province, which is Free State, where he was at the National Department of Public Works for Free State Province. And since from 1 May 2023, he has joined the Department of Employment and Labor as a Director, Legal Services. He has been involved in a project such as drafting of gas amendment bill for the Department of Energy, drafting of the Petroleum Product Amendment Bill from Department of Energy again, and later from the National Land Transport Regulation from the Department of Transport. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and welcome Advocate Letabo Shokwe.
Program Director, colleagues, and my principals, I'm saying good afternoon. Let me also acknowledge my principals from the board. Thanks very much, and my fellow board member there. It's a pleasure that one makes presentation in your presence once again. I've done this presentation in your presence, I think twice. Today I'm fortunate again, 3 times. I remember we had another OHS, yes. So I really appreciate the opportunity granted. Program Director, I will try and make sure that I stick to time or the allocated slot. I wouldn't want to commit myself to the slides or the presentation because I'm an old school type. That is why you see me working with my documents. Technology is a serious challenge to me, but I will try my best. Thanks. In the main, those who came before me, they have already addressed the presentation. Mine is just to do the final touch-ups here and there. There was a presentation from OHS Chief Inspector which touched mainly on the amendments. There will also be another presentation after my presentation, talking to the presentation. Colleagues, we have amended the Principal Act, which is the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act, 130 of 1993. Taking from what the Chief Inspector said, that she said some of the amendments is due to evolution. Let me not talk legalese, but stick to that. It's evolution. There is evolution. If one were to understand where this legislation comes from, it was approved and promulgated in 1993 before the dawn of democracy. In one way or the other, it will tell you that this piece of legislation, it may not be aligned to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So we had to go through a process of rationalizing some of the provisions in the legislation. We amended the legislation from 2014. We were working on the draft document until 2022, when we received the blessing of the National Cabinet, where the amendments were approved. Then later on, they were assented and signed by the President of the Republic of South Africa. We did not proclaim the amendments for reasons that we were not ready as yet to implement the amendments. Therefore, we also need to work on the plan and the regulations to have the amendments implementable. In the amendments, we were dealing with issues around governance, the structure of the board that oversees the fund. We had to reconstitute the board in terms of the amendments. We also provided for reassignment of powers from the Director General to the Commissioner. We also dealt with the regulation of third parties. Please bear with me. Like I said, I have got problem with technology. At times I tend to forget that I have to flight the presentation, but what I'm talking about is what it's on the presentation. Therefore, we also introduced a new program, which is a rehabilitation, reintegration, and return to work program. Then the most important part of it, which talks to what the team was talking about, the issue of non-compliance in the Act, the contraventions in the Act. We have decriminalized in the provisions of the Act, and now we will be imposing administrative penalties for non-compliance. In terms of the definitions, we have amended the definition of an accident. The team we just left here, they were talking about compliance and ensuring that the employees at work are safe. So we have tried to qualify or adjust the definition by including the word incident and occurrences in the definition. We have also amended the definition of assessment. Previously, it did not deal with assessment in terms of, for purposes of rehabilitation. It was only specifically for rehabilitation in terms of, it was assessment specifically for return of earnings, but we have since adjusted the provision to cover assessment in terms of Section 47, Section 49, and the new Section 70, capital A. We have also amended the definition of compensation. In the Principal Act, there is no provision for the fund to pay for constant attendance care and funeral cost. We have since regulated on that area so that when we are audited, we are able to point the auditors as to what prescript guide us on the payments we will be making. We have also amended the definition of dependent. In terms of this definition, it was only 3 categories of dependents which were recognized, but now we have since expanded the definition. In terms of the definition, a life partner is regarded to be a dependent. Even those who are still contemplating to get married, those who are wishing. I had another candidate here that she's wishing to get married in December. So if you are still contemplating getting married, at that point in time, for as long as you will meet the requirements which will be set out in the regulations, then you will be able to claim on behalf of an injured employee. We have also expanded that definition to include children who are above 18 years but below 25, but they are still learners or school going. We have also included in that definition a child who is above 25 years of age. We also included a parent, a grandparent, a brother, a sister, a half-sister. All those people, they should be wholly or partially dependent on the injured employee. So we have added those other categories in the definition of a dependent. We have also amended the definition of earnings. In terms of this definition, we have copied the definition as is in terms of the Income Tax Act. Then we also amended the definition of employee. Earlier on, I had colleagues, when they were making their presentation, they spoke much about farm workers, but no one spoke about domestic employees, which leaves me to wonder if indeed are we still to continue the same practice where we did not recognize domestic employees as employees in terms of our constitution. This definition, we also received the contribution of the Constitutional Court in 2020, where the Constitutional Court found our definition of employee it was found wanting, because it was unconstitutional in the sense that our definition excluded employees who were employed in private households. So the Constitutional Court then made a ruling that provision is unconstitutional since Section 27 of the Constitution, subsection 1. It says that everyone has the right to access to. But when you interpret that everyone, it means whether you're a citizen, you are a documented foreigner, you are a legal immigrant, as long as you are within the boundaries of the Republic of South Africa, that provision covers you. So we excluded our own parents or our own domestic employees from this provision. But going forward, domestic employees. And there was also a comment when the judgment was handed down that the domestic employees are covered retrospectively from the 27th of April 1994 to date. They will have 3 years from the date when the judgment is handed down to lodge their IOD claims. Unfortunately, we have since dragged or delayed in the finalization of these amendments. So it means the 3 years will run until the day we proclaim the amendments. So in a way, to all the domestic employers, we are all requested or required by law to register domestic employees. And should you hide or should you keep a secret an injury of a domestic employee, and the domestic employee report the injury to, with the fund, my chief inspector will send an inspector in your private household to come and do an investigation, and you will be liable for penalties which may be imposed either by the DG, or we might even approach a court of law for us to seek those penalties. So domestic employees should be registered as employees. We have amended the definition of a licensee. Previously, it only referred to mutual associations, but now the definition has since been amended to include all legal persons or legal entities. In the definitions, we have included a new definition, which is the definition of rehabilitation. It comes in the form of a program, because in these amendments, we also have a new chapter where we talk more on rehabilitation. We introduced the definition of rehabilitation in the Act. We have also amended the structure of the board. Currently, the board that oversees or that which advises the minister, it's comprised of the Director General, who is the chairperson of the board. There's the Chief Inspector. There are 2 members representing mutuals, 2 members of whom are appointed by the Minister of Health. Then we have got 2 members from the Dental Council. Then we have got 3 members who represent employer and 5 members representing employees. The structure has since been compressed, or it has since been changed. The new structure, we have got 7 members who are representing organized labor, 7 members representing business, 7 members who are representing the state. The board will not be chaired by the Director General, but it will be chaired by an independent chairperson. The commissioner for the fund will be a member of the board by virtue of the office, and also providing secretarial function or services to the board. The current board members serve for a period of 4 years, but they have no limitation on the terms they can serve on the board. In terms of the amendments, we have since amended that the members will serve for a period of 4 years, but they can only serve for 2 terms on the board. In the Principal Act, we did not deal with disqualifications, but in under the new amendments, we have provided for cases or instances where board members will not be suitable to serve on the board. So I will not outline those. If you read this presentation, you can also read in the Companies Act of 2008. These qualifications are also contained there in the Companies Act. Then in the Principal Act, we did not deal with the issue of members resigning, how they should resign. But we have since provided a certainty on that, how they resign and how they can be removed from the board. So board members can give the minister a 1-month written notice, or they can negotiate with the minister for a reasonable or a shorter period, or they can be dismissed or removed if they are incapacitated or found guilty of a serious misconduct, or the board member failed to attend 3 consecutive board meetings. Then the minister can remove that board member from the board. In terms of the Principal Act, again, we have amended Section 22. Reading Section 22, the drafting of in the Principal Act, that section, it did not provide, or it was not aligned to transportation or the conveyance of employees for official purposes. But reading that provision, then we decided to align it to other prescripts. Then we have since amended Section 22, and now the new provision there, it reads, conveyance of employees is deemed to take place in the place of, take place in the course of employees' employment if it's authorized by employer, is in the furtherance of the business of the employer, the vehicle is boarded or alighted at the place designated by the employer for pickup and drop off. So we had a challenge with regard to the provision as is in the Principal Act. So we decided to now to readjust that provision. Section 25, I heard the Western Cape, you were referring to people who were doing practical training. In terms of the Principal Act, they are not covered unless they are doing anything or everything that has to do with first aid, organized first aid, ambulance or rescue work, or they are doing firefighting work, or any other emergency on a mine. On a mine, they are covered in terms of the Principal Act. Once the amendments are operationalized, then it will cover all people who are, or all those who are doing practical training, and that is done in the furtherance of the business of the employer. So it covers all professions, all fields. In terms of the Principal Act, we are not permitted, or we do not have the right to alienate or to pay compensation to a third party. We pay compensation to the injured employee. It is only after the amendments have been operationalized that going forward we can only pay compensation to a third party who should be a curator appointed by a court of law, and where there is no immediate family member to receive the compensation of an incapacitated or incapacitated injured employee. But we do not pay compensation to lawyers. I think you need to keep that in your mind. If you are injured, then you are approached by a lawyer. You tell him upfront that the Department of Employment and Labor will not process any payment into your trust account. We are not allowed to do that. They must and they cannot even negotiate in terms of this piece of legislation. They cannot negotiate their fees with you as an injured employee. Should we discover that they have negotiated the fees with you, it's a criminal offense. So all what they can do, they can, because in terms of this act, the employer must lodge a claim on behalf of the employee, injured employee, and not a lawyer. So should a lawyer lodge a IOD on your behalf, they cannot negotiate the fees with you. So we will not accept it that you pay for the legal fees to the lawyer. They can only submit their bill only if they have done. They can prove that they have done legal work requiring them to assist you. But if it is a simple claim, we will not reimburse them. It's not a difficult one. Just accept it as is. We do not want an injured employee to sleep on an empty tummy. It is not what we strive for. We want every injured employee to receive their benefit. So we know us in the legal field, we are too trickery. So we cannot afford injured employees to be tricked. So no lawyers. Go to your employer, OHS or your employee wellness, they assist you, you lodge your claim, you get all the medical records, the fund will process. There are no delays. I heard another colleague saying that there are delays. There are no delays at the fund. If we don't get supporting documents, because we cannot assist with the documents, we struggle with the employers. But should we get the documents, we adjudicate, we pay. Same with firm, same with RMA. That's the same principle. Once we receive all the necessary documents, payments, compensation goes through. In terms of Section 36, the road accident fund will make a payment to an injured person, and later on, because if you are involved in a motor accident, you can claim from the road accident fund and claim from the fund. But what do we do? The road accident fund will come to us, and where they have made payments where they were not supposed to, they will come and request that we reimburse them. But in terms of the new amendments, they can no longer they are no longer regarded as a third party. Then they can only request that we refund them. We pay you what is due in terms of the percentage to be paid. Then, in terms of Section 39, we have decriminalized. We are no longer imposing criminal. It will no longer go to court to get court orders where you have contravened the provisions of the Act, but we will ensure that we impose administrative penalties. Then same applies with Section 40. We no longer impose, or you will no longer be guilty of an offense, but you will, for non-compliance, you will have to pay an administrative penalty. Then, in terms of Section 41, in terms of the Act, you can only request the fund to reimburse you for medical costs for an independent medical report obtained. So in terms of the new amendments, we will allow that to go through. Then Section 42, where we previously only subject people to further medical assessment for the purposes of finalization of their claims, but now we have since amended it to include the rehabilitation program in it, so that you can also be requested to subject yourself for further medical assessment for the purpose of rehabilitation. The most important one also is Section 44. In terms of this provision, an employer-employee, they have 12 months to lodge a claim, but we have since revised the 12 months to 3 years. From the date of the accident, then it will no longer only be 12 months, but it should be 3 years. Then we have also decriminalized Section 47, where the employer fails to pay a TTD. We will only impose an administrative penalty. Then we also amended Section 49, where we gave the powers of the DG to review awards or patient claims. Now it will be the commissioner. We have reassigned those powers to the commissioner. Then the Section 49, capital A, we have also provided certainty as to when will pension start. In terms of the new amendments, pension will start after an injured employee has reached a medical intervention, and there's a certificate from the medical practitioner to confirm that. So then the period of the medical, your pension will commence from that date onwards. Then we have also reassigned the allow me to move a little bit faster. I think I'm heading towards the end of my presentation. Yes. Section 70, this is the provision dealing with the introduction of the rehabilitation program. It has also its benefits there in terms of the rehabilitation. My fellow colleague will talk to the benefits in terms of rehabilitation. Then the section 73, this is the reopening in terms of section 73 of section 73. A claim can only be reopened if it's finalized for the purposes of medical cost and for the purpose of medical cost only. Not that it can be reopened for adjudication. Then the other important aspect is the keeping of records. I had colleagues saying that let's keep records. It is important for employers to keep records of ROEs and records of all the injuries on duty. So failure to keep those records, it is no longer a criminal offense, but we impose an administrative sanction. And also we have amended the period from 4 years to 5 years. Then we have also amended section 85. Now, in terms of section 85, employers who participate in the rehabilitation program, then they may receive a rebate as an added benefit to the reduction they will receive. Then let me just move to section 91. In terms of section 91, we have since beefed up our tribunal. Then we will no longer have 2 assessors and the presiding officers, but we are beefing it up with 3 assessors and the presiding officer, and decision of the presiding officer and 2 assessors will be a decision of the tribunal. In terms of the amendments, we are now introducing an inspectorate in terms of chapter 10, the inspectorate which will ensure that they monitor or they inspect or they investigate quiet transgressions and non-compliance. The inspectors, their powers are there contained in the Act. I have run out of airtime since the program propeller is now fast approaching. Colleagues, where you need more information, you can engage with us. Then we'll provide further information on the amendments. I thank you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Colleagues, another round of applause for Advocate Chogani. Colleagues, I'm not going to comment on the presentation from the presenters. I'm just going to quickly move to the next presenter, who is Ms. Ntabise Magonono, who is going to take us through the rehabilitation, reintegration, and return to work. Ntabise Magonono has a wealth of experience working with several large national government departments and the Gauteng provincial government, where she was involved in a turnaround and transformation either as a skills development practitioner or manager, for a business system analyst and tester from training perspectives and branding and marketing. In terms of qualification, Ms. Ntabise holds an array of qualification, including a BCom Informatics, a postgraduate diploma in project management, and a master in business administration. Additionally, she has completed programs such as BBBEE Management Development and Social Entrepreneurship. Ntabise is currently pursuing a postgraduate diploma in labor law to further enhance her experience. Furthermore, Ntabise has been graded as a chartered HR professional under the Learning and Development by the South African Board of Personal Practitioners. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and welcome Ntabise.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will ask my presentation to be flighted so that I can start with my presentation. Okay, thank you so much. What I'm going to be touching is the introduction, the rehabilitation, reintegration, and return to work, as well as a sectoral approach in enhancing the decent work for acquired beneficiaries with a permanent disablement, and also share some highlights from this program. Okay, so with regard to the introduction, OHS and compensation cannot be separated. We work together where OHS is a proactive or applying a proactive approach, and from our side, should anything fail or if there's a breach in terms of all those measures of occupational health and safety, that's where we step in as the compensation fund. So you'll find us there where we pay the healthcare cost assistance as well as the temporary and permanent disablement. The department saw that it is not enough to only pay those two, because the very same people that we want to support, especially those that end up acquiring a permanent disablement, are the ones that are suffering or pushed into poverty. Then we have an introduction of the rehabilitation return to work, which is a flagship of that return to work. Thank you. Then why do we have this program? There's a tendency amongst majority of the employees to simply just dismiss the injured workers, especially those that have acquired a permanent disablement, without even trying to check if ever there's other measures that they can exhaust to ensure that these people can be reintegrated into the workplace. Remember, we already have legislative frameworks that are supporting us in this space to make sure that those people are not discriminated, are still being supported. Tomorrow or today, you are able to, but tomorrow is not known. So let us make sure that even when we go back, we are also able to advocate for these people. Those prescripts that are set, your EEA, your LRA, your PEPUDA, and the rest, they are being implemented. So we are just coming in with a chapter for injured workers, but we still have general persons with disabilities that are still supported by all those transformation prescripts that we are having in our country. Why this program and how is it assisting us, and who are the main people that are also benefiting from this? I will be sharing some other aspects, but then starting from this one, the introduction of this is a significant lever to uplift our injured workers with a permanent disablement, as well as their dependents and the dependents of the fatally injured workers. You know those of some of them from where you are coming from. You might have them still employed, and we are happy if you have them. We might have them, those that are retrenched and unemployed. Please make us aware so that we can be able to assist them. And they also have their dependents. We are here to support them. I will share with you some of those benefits that they can get from our department. It is also empowered by the Quiet Amendment Act that was shared by the advocate right now, Chapter 7 in our Act, the employment equity, which has always been in existence. And furthermore into this, we also have the Code of Practice on Employment of Persons with Disabilities, aligned to our EEA. We are operating in a global space where we also align ourselves with the ILO. We've got recommendation number 99 and the convention number 159 on vocational rehabilitation. When you have time, please look at it. I know you are in the space of OHS, and you might also, some maybe they might be occupational therapists. In a South African perspective, when you say vocational rehabilitation, they always relate it to clinical. So we have moved out of that space. We are now talking inclusive of everything, all those interventions that are going to be supporting persons with disabilities, including training, including adaptable placement. So that is vocational rehabilitation. So it's not only about clinical, we don't end there, but we want to make sure that these people can also partake into our economy and society as well. We are also activated by the extended mandate of the Department of Employment and Labor with the inclusion of employment. Remember, they used to call us Department of Labor, but now we are Department of Employment and Labor. So once somebody gets injured, from our side as the Compensation Fund, being an entity of the Department of Employment and Labor, we also have a responsibility and obligation to make sure that these employers that get injured, they are also returned back to work. We cannot only end at just giving them the compensation, but we need to make sure that they are also being returned back to work. The life of a worker post an occupational injury disease which result in a permanent disablement. These are some of the observations that we've seen with some of those clients or beneficiaries that will come to us. As I said, today you are able and tomorrow is not known. There's a reduced locus of control of self-efficacy. Our persons with disabilities, they fail to or they struggle to build self-concept. They are faced with discrimination. The environments are not even accepting them. They struggle to return to work. They lost their income. As such, they feel that they can simply just separate themselves from the society. And there are those that end up suffering because of those challenges that they go through. They end up having psychosocial issues. There's a difference between somebody who's born with and somebody who acquire a permanent disablement. In the country, we simply just tend to treat them as equal. They are not equal. Those, in terms of our observation, those that are or have acquired a permanent disablement, they tend to have more social issues. They move around, or when they go back to work, there's an issue that will trigger them and remind them of their accident. Then they'll fall into those issues. They constantly have anger outbursts because of what they are going through or the discriminations that they are facing and other issues. So when you compare them with those that are able, they have accepted themselves, and they tend to thrive more than these other ones who have acquired a permanent disablement. So those are the things that we need to look at, especially when we want to integrate them into the workplace, so that we address some of those psychosocial issues. There's also reduced employment opportunities. We know in terms of statistics, we have 80 to 100% of unemployment for persons with disabilities. Look at your targets right now. What is the target for this year until 2030 for persons with disabilities, just on employment? Do we even know? Do we even care? So when you see your report saying to you that you are unable to reach the target, I'm talking the general, not for only my people, the injured. When you see the target says you are unable to reach the target for persons with disabilities, what does that say to you? When you do your planning at the end of the year, do you sit down and maybe start to identify those issues that might not enable you to get those numbers that you want in terms of the persons with disabilities? You are able today, tomorrow is not known. And you would like to be treated the same way you want to be given that equal access to opportunities. But now that we are here, we forget those other ones, but I'm not referring to you. Please look at that. We used to have 2%. We struggled to reach it. It went to 7%. We still struggled. We are now on 10% towards the 2030, our NDP, National Development Plan target. Talking only to employment, you still have skills development targets. Look at those documents. You also have your procurement I wonder from this province, what is the percentage procurement in terms of the persons with disabilities? Gauteng is 5%. Check that budget. Is it tapped onto? If not, why? That's another discussion, a debate for another day. But let's make sure that we keep them closer. We also do that, champion the disability inclusion. Then we also have the rising inflation. They earn a pension. The minute there's an interest, it means their purchasing power is also reduced. They are also impacted. We had almost 11 increases in terms of almost of our interest. So it means they are impacted. They can't buy whatever that they want to buy. And there's also commutation from our side, whereby there are those that will come to us and say, I want commutation because I want to pay for school fees, and so on. And that impacts on their pension, whereby it ends up being reduced. So those are some of those observations that we've seen that will push them into the perpetual cycle of poverty. So as the fund, we've came in with this program to say, pension on its own is not enough, but let's also assist you on the other hand. So we've got rehabilitation, reintegration, and return to work, which is applying a case management approach. The minute the person is being accepted after the hospital treatment, the acute hospital treatment, then they'll go or come to us for rehabilitation. Our focus, we focus on the severely injured workers, those that have acquired a permanent disablement. So those are the ones that we are taking care of. Go to vocational rehabilitation and understand it. It talks about the persons with disabilities. Clinical rehabilitation, it applies a multidisciplinary approach whereby we assist these injured workers to regain their pre or former abilities so that they can be able to function. Then we also have the provision of assistive devices so that we can support their functionality, so that they can also be independent. We give them wheelchairs so that they can be able to move around. There's social rehabilitation. Once somebody gets injured, those with severe injuries, they tend to be in the hospital for a longer period of time. When they come back, they might be disorientated. So this is where we are coming in to also orientate them so that they understand as to where can they go to get the basic stuff. The families as well. Once that injured worker gets a permanent disablement, the families, they also struggle on how to take care of that person. So those carers are also being educated so that they can take care of their clients, of their parents. Then the society as well is also being educated so that they can be able to support this injured worker. And this injured worker can also be able to move around and be able to get access to the basic services, be able to partake in sports and so on. Then we also have the vocational rehabilitation. This is also very critical. The rest are just enablers. But vocational rehabilitation is the one that makes sure that this person returns to work. Should anything fail from, let's say, from rehabilitation, whereby they've tried to give this person all the support and they've engaged the employer for this person to return to work. Once we learn that there are those that are not returned to work, this is where also we move on or take over so that we can be able to support them. Vocational rehabilitation is not only the responsibility of the compensation fund. Yes, it is a new term that is coming in. You have always been doing it. It falls in HRD, it falls in EEA, it falls within the space of HR. Once you get injured, whether it's an occupational or anything else, when you come back, your employer must make sure that you are reintegrated properly into the workplace if they really care about you. All the prescripts are already there. So when we come in with vocational rehabilitation, so this is where we are zooming to the injured workers this time. So vocational rehabilitation is not only about compensation fund. So this is where we are applying various interventions to remove the barriers for those injured workers to return back to work. Now, I just want to share with you what we are doing in the compensation fund. So let's say You have gone through all those interventions, the clinical rehabilitation, they've given you the assistive device, then your employer takes you back. We are very happy. Remember, when your employer takes you back, it's also going to make sure that they reintegrate you back into the workplaces, into the workplace. There are instances whereby this injured worker, based maybe on the operational requirements and other requirements, maybe the company is no longer existing. They are no longer having a job. This person is still earning a pension from us. But unfortunately, the employee is no longer there, or if the employee is there, unfortunately, this person cannot be placed anywhere where they can be able to work, or they can give any other reason. Then this is where this person is going to be unemployed. When they become unemployed, we are stepping in as the compensation fund so that we can be able to support them. But after the employer has tried all those measures. So what we are doing within the compensation fund is that we give bursaries to their dependents. As you are seated here from various employers, you know them. Please let them know that there are bursaries which are open throughout the year where they can go to the universities or the TVET colleges. We will support them and cover all the full costs. Over and above that, we also upskill and reskill these injured workers. The ones that we say they are unemployable, we want them. We assist them where they can be supported. We've got two categories. The ones that are active, they can go to the universities and enroll themselves. But those ones that are struggling to read and write and so on, we bring them, we organize programs for them, the programs that are adaptable, where they can be able to learn the skills, your agriculture, your welding, and so on. And believe you me, they are doing well. Even if they don't read it, they don't know how to read and write. Remember, they used to work. Then we also have another leg. This is the leg which is very new or fairly new that we are introducing. Job placement, enterprise development, and support. There's high unemployment. We have trained them, then what? So if they cannot be placed, then we also try another measure so that they can still generate income. So this is where we partner with business. So as you are seated here, you've got social enterprise in your companies. You report on your King 4 reports in terms of social or sustainable development, on economic development. If you have those programs, call us so that we can be able to come up with programs that can support persons with disabilities. On board, currently we've got RMA that is supporting this league. We do funding for training, upskilling and reskilling. And in terms of this, because we've got limitations, RMA is on board sponsoring us. It's the 3rd year now where we have introduced incubation for the injured workers. I'll show you some of the work. And we're still moving further to see majority of the companies. We have tried other companies, they didn't come on board, but we're still trying. Tomorrow I'm going to meet another company so that we can persuade them to support our injured workers. The primary beneficiaries of this, as I said, the quiet beneficiaries with disablement, permanent disablement themselves, they are dependents, and the dependents of the fatally injured workers. So this is back to you in terms of the sectoral approach in enhancing the decent work for quiet persons with disabilities. We have vocational support and training. When they come back, please provide them with support, provide them with all those interventions that will be needed so that they can be able to return to work and transition properly into the workplace. Let's provide accommodation and adjustments so that they can be able to work properly in those workspaces. Modify the workstations, provide the vocational assistive technology. For an example, you'll have blind people. When they come in, provide them with those laptops where they can be able to work. Let's make sure that our environment does not discriminate. Let's create a culture that is going to be promoting disability inclusion. Work with people's mindset so that they can be able to support those injured workers. Having a policy alone is not enough, but let's make sure that we are able to support this. Training and development, let's make sure that we provide skills development to them. And when we do this, mind you, when you are being trained in terms of skills development, you also learn how to cater for the different needs, or those people that are having different needs. Those that cannot read and write, you assess them differently. But from our side, when we procure training, we forget to understand or analyze those needs. So let's make sure that when we provide training or arrange training for them, we also try to cater for their needs, and the training provider is also notified so that they know how to deal with the special cases. Partnership and collaboration. You have many programs in your institutions, so you can even onboard more programs that are going to be pushing for a social impact. Let's partner. If you have those social programs where we can be able to benefit, where we can be able to support persons with disabilities, we are always available, where we can also assist in crafting the business cases or terms of references, or even the theory of change on how to run a certain program. You want to do incubation, you want to do enterprise development, please come partner with us so that we can be able to assist you in that regard. You will be benefiting in terms of your points for BBEE, you will be benefiting in terms of your EEA and many more. They said 30 minutes. Oh. Okay, I'm wrapping up. I'm looking at my time. Okay, so, as I said, sharing the highlights. So these are some of the highlights, working with RMA, Rent Mutual Assurance. There's an incubation for poultry manned by our injured workers. You can see them there, amputated with their wheelchairs working there. We also have those that were doing agriculture program and as well as incubation. With this one of incubation, Afrox, do we have officials from Afrox here? Afrox donated the canisters for recycling. Afrox, from their side, they can write the report in terms of sustainable environment because of those canisters that they donated. Afrox came back and bought those canisters from our injured workers. So that is that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alison Tavisen, thank you very much. A round of applause again for Alison Tavisen. No, you're taking mine, that's mine. As I indicated, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm not going to make any comments with regards to what has been presented due to time constraint. I'm going to move directly to the next presenter, Mayor Nomawe Tutoyo, who is going to take us through health and safety initiatives from FEM. Also, Nomawe Tutoyo is the Marketing and Communication Manager at FEM. As a marketer who's passionate about consumer behavior and brand building, she has worked with multidisciplinary teams to grow and strengthen brands. She has spent over 10 years in various marketing and communication roles, giving her substantial experience within brands that are marketed leaders in numerous industries. She holds a master's in business administration degree from Wits Business School, amongst other academic achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome our Nomawe Tutoyo. Thank you.
With the video.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm asking the program director if it's even still called a graveyard shift if it's at this time. So I will try to be reasonable with how long I take. Right, let's get straight into it. So I think it is necessary to give a brief background on who we are based on some questions that we've had at our expo stand and through interactions during the day with other stakeholders and colleagues. Right, so we are FEM, Federated Employers Mutual Assurance, We provide workmen's compensation in the construction industry. Simply put, if a construction employee is injured on duty, they come to us as FEM. So we've been around since 1936, giving us 87 years of experience in the space that we operate in. We proudly get our license to operate and do what we do best from the Department of Employment and Labor. We currently cover over 6,000 construction companies, which puts us roughly estimated at about 300,000 construction employees in South Africa. I think it's important for me just to give two main core reasons in terms of what we do and how we do it. So we are underpinned by two purposes. The first one is that we care about the quality of life for injured workers and their dependents. And secondly, we champion health and safety for the benefit of the construction industry and society. I'm not going to dwell much into the statistics. I think between today and yesterday, we've had a lot of numbers. But very roughly, we do avail health and safety and accident statistics on our website. So I do invite you to visit the fem.co.za website to view these. They are open to the public. But as of September 2023, when we looked at the 2022 full year statistics, we've noticed that over 6,100 people were injured on construction sites. 50 of these resulted in a tragic loss of life. Someone mentioned today the key causes of accidents and incidents that we look at as FEM. And amongst these are struck by, slip or overexertion, striking against, motor vehicle accidents, fall onto different levels. And on average, we've calculated that medical costs attributed to each accident is over 58,000 Rand, just for the year of 2022. And as I've said, we only cover about 3,000 construction companies. The rest fall with compensation funds. So you can do the maths in terms of how big this problem essentially is, if we are just a portion in terms of the stats that I'm reporting on. So what do we do with the statistics that we have available? How do we then educate people to try and prevent and educate on accidents as FEM? We've got various initiatives, and I'm going to run through those today. The first one is we provide health and safety grants to associations in the construction industry. So these include the likes of MBA, MBSA, SAFSEC, etc. And then we've established a construction health and safety committee. So importantly, this committee comprises of EXCO members and MENCO members within FEM. And then we also include and invite the grant recipients to sit in this health and safety committee. And among some of the other things that we do in the health and safety committee is we look at the level of health and safety compliance at construction sites. We put together processes to engage and target construction workers to prevent accidents. We put together strategies to prevent serious accidents that take place in construction and to reduce some of these. We analyze trends to put together reports and advise the industry. We look at OHS legislation and regulations, health and safety competitions through the grant recipients, business activity and outlook. And recently, we established a Struck By subcommittee, which is made up of different representatives from our stakeholders, focusing purely on Struck By as a leading cause of accidents in South Africa in construction. Another initiative is that we've started what we call a health and safety, FEM health and safety think tank. So this is bodies from academia space, so different professors from the University of Pretoria, Nelson Mandela University, and other universities in South Africa. We offer health and safety training courses to different SMMEs, and then we put together health and safety awareness campaigns. So recently in September, which we at FEM have coined our Safe-Tember month, we run conferences and health and safety awards where we recognize construction companies that have managed to keep very high health and safety standards in their companies. We've got a health and safety mentorship program where we invite SMMEs, partner them up with experienced construction companies or even some of our grant recipients, and they impart knowledge in terms of health and safety in the spaces that they're already knowledgeable in. We analyze policyholders with high accident rates, industry and policyholder health and safety stats. As I've said, these are available on our websites. And then we've got a health and safety school project that we're working on. I think for us, the important part of this is we want to start them young, right? We're targeting them at school level, entrenching the message of health and safety whilst they are still in school. We have a health and safety magazine that we've recently launched, which we're very proud of. Everyone that's here has received a copy of this. It's our new baby, launched in September. And in this magazine, please, I encourage you to engage with it. We've got really good articles from the construction industry stakeholders. And then lastly, we've got an IWH and FEM ladder project training where we offer opportunities for people that work with ladders to get trained. Why do you care, or why do we care, and why should you care is the question. So family represents the foundation of self. And as such, FEM agrees that family is everything. And as FEM, we will go to great lengths to support the preservation of families, one breadwinner at a time. The injured employee is a father, a brother, a friend. All these people are negatively impacted when there's an accident in the workplace. And we at FEM firmly believe that all accidents in the workplace are preventable. Today, I want us to start putting faces and hearts into the statistics that we keep hearing about. So these are not just numbers. So who are these people that get injured at work in construction? So meet Prince. Prince is a 36-year-old breadwinner that looked after his mother when he was working in construction. He got injured through a motor vehicle accident and ended up with a brain injury. Meet Franz. Franz is a husband and a father to two gorgeous girls. Again, he was involved in 2 motor vehicle accidents, and he lost his eyesight. Lastly, meet Umzamo. Umzamo is a 30-year-old breadwinner who looked after his mom and sister here in KZN. I'm going to tell you and play you a video that looks at Umzamo's story, and please indulge me, it's just about 4 minutes long. But I just want to extract a piece from an interview that we had with Umzamo when we were putting together and launching our FEM magazine. What's sad about Umzamo's case is that he tells us how the minute he was going into work that day and given a task, he knew that something was wrong, but he was too scared to voice it to the employer. So when we asked some of the questions, and you will find Mzamo's story on page 14 of our FEM Health and Safety magazine, one of the questions we asked him was, over and above the debilitating physical injuries, Mzamo, what were some of the emotional and mental health effects of the accident? So this is what Mzamo said to us. He says, I had to rely on my mom and my sister for help. The unbearable pain was a heavy burden on me, mentally, affecting my confidence and self-esteem. At some point, I was no longer in control of my anger. The physical effects also meant that I could no longer have kids. The accident really took a toll on me emotionally. I felt heartbroken. It was so bad that at some point, I contemplated suicide. Now, these are the emotional things we don't see, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to these accidents that take place at work. I'm going to play the video of Mzamo. Please watch, and that will be my last one for today.
Ngibingelele Ngibingelele wonke umuntu igama umzamo isibongo ngowangcobo. Namhlanje ngizochaza ukuthi sihlangane kanjani ne-FEM. I-FEM ngiyazi kusukela July 28, 2015 lapho khona ngalimala emsebenzini ama-injuries ami agcine ngenza ukuthi ngibe disabled. Ngiba disabled ngale ndlela yokuthi angisakwazi ukuyichamela permanent, ngisebenzisa i-permanent catheter. So angikwazi ukuya e-toilet njengamanye amadoda. So la sesihambe ibanga elide no-FEM kusukela ngawo July 28 ngilimalile ngangilele khona eMhlanga Netcare. Uma eMhlanga Netcare ngazolulamela ekhaya. After lokho FEM wakhona ukuthi ungenzisa i-course ngafonela uMr Lakhani engazisa nge-course. I-course engayenza video production, yes, and ngi-qualified for i-video production certificate ikhona, and I'm proud ngempilo yami because before bengisaba ukuthi mhlawumbe ngiphumela obala ngobumina or ngichaza ukuthi ngumuntu onjani kanjani. After i-FEM ingisizile, then ngabona ukuthi I know la impilo yami kahle kahle kukho konke okwenzeka before yayingishintshisa ukuyisebenza to ekuyisebenzeni, because njengamanje ngine company kuthiwa ikwenza kwami projects lapho khona ngenza i-graphic design, social media management, iyona i-video production, ihamba ne-photography. Kunjalo futhi lapho kuwona lama Facebook page engiwashoyo khona i-Royal Brotherhood, that's a football academy esayi-create nabanye abafowethu, siyiqale yona kodwa-ke last year. Iwona amatrophy abo lapho, yabo, shuthi yonke into esiyenzayo iyenzeka. Iwona amatrophy lawo. I'm proud ngami. I'm proud ngo-FEM ukuthi inkampani ekwazi ukuthi isuse umuntu phansi imise phezulu kade selahlekelwe yithemba, because ukulimala kwami ngilahlekisa ngethemba kakhulu. But ngoncedo labo bakwazi ukuthi bangikhuphule. Kuningi ngiyabonga kaningi futhi nami ngizoqhubeka ngiyinakekele njengoba ihlezi ishikhole eqhamuka e-FEM ukuthi uyinakekele, and which is into vele namina engaphakathi kumina, yabo, because anginyanyi manje and anginyezi manje. I'm proud ngiqhubeke nodlelwane be-FEM. So la i-FEM after singifundisile iphinde yakwazi ukuthi ingixhaseke manje nge-equipment, i-equipment ekwazile ukuthi ibe 100,000. So njengamanje ikwenza kwami project when it comes to video production, when it comes to photography, ngenza into or ngenzela umsebenzi ki-client, but once lavezele omunye umuntu naloyo muntu ephenduka i-client, which lapho kusho ukuthi engikwenzayo konke okuhle kusuka ngaphakathi othandweni, kodwa futhi uthando belingelutho lulodwa ngaphandle koncedo la FEM.
And he is a beneficiary of the FEM upskilling and reskilling program, part of the programs that Ntabiseng touched on earlier. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our Mayor Nomawetu. And another one for the rest of the presenters who presented this afternoon. We are almost at the end of our program today. Somehow we managed to catch up with time. We are going to proceed to the next item, which is the last one. Unlike my predecessors, I was hoping that I was going to have more than one round. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, I'm still young, mas. But unfortunately, due to time constraint, I'm going to have only one round of questions and answers. But that shouldn't be interpreted as me not being able to go for more than one round. So by showing of hands, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, may we please have a round of questions? May I also request that the drill is still the same. Before you ask your question, you stand up and tell us your name and surname, and then the company that you're representing. Please summarize your question and be straight to the point. Can we have questions, please, by showing of hands? We have one here, then one in the middle. The last one there at the back. Where's the roving marks? And we have the fourth one. Remember, please summarize. Get to the point, colleagues. The time is not on our side. Yeah. We start here. Please raise your hand again so that they can. Yeah, here. Yes. May I also request my fellow colleagues to come to our front? Yes.
Good afternoon, all.
Sorry, may I
Yes.
request that we just wait a little bit for them to come to the front? Okay, you may proceed, ma'am. Apologies for that.
My name is Desigi Pillay, and I'm from the Compensation Board. So my one is actually a correction. I did hear that advocate informed that there was some conversation relating to late payment by CF for the claims. And I don't think that was the aim of the point that our Ms. Sma had made regarding the, sorry, can you hear me? Okay, regarding the documentation that is required when a claim is made at CF. Sometimes workers, they're not aware of the documentation that is required. They are the ones who would go to the doctor and bring back a documentation that the employer will send to CF. So sometimes because they have a lack of the understanding of what document is required, the claims are held back. It's not paid on time. It's not that CF is paying late. So we want to bring about awareness to the workers of what is required, what documents are required from the medical practitioners. Thank you.
Noted, and thank you very much, ma'am, for that. What you are saying also, that's what one of the recommendations by Secretary General of COSATU yesterday, Brasox. He also said exactly the same thing, to say that employees need to be orientated in terms of making the claim so that we speed up the payment or the processing of the claim. Thank you very much for that. The next one is...
Good afternoon again. Or is it good evening now? All right. The third question will be discussed internally. I only have two for now. So my question is, we had an opportunity to amend a Compensation Right Act. So domestic workers have got a new approach of work. They are like your directors, your working directors now. So what they do, they come once a week to your house, and then they go to another house the next day, another house the next day, another house the third day, because according to them, it's a style that works for them, because then they are able to go back home and they are able to make more money. So my question is, have we considered that in the amendment, since we do have working directors, I believe that compensation does cover working directors. But the problem is now domestic workers are not registering their own companies, probably. But maybe we should have considered that, because that is becoming very normal. Another question is Section 40, the reimbursement of voluntary submission of medical reports. I don't understand it, so maybe if that can be explained to us, what does it mean?
And thank you very much. I believe the next speaker was from this side. There. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My question comes from, or is related to the part where the legislation talks about training of employees. The gap that I see that needs or requires a lot of collaboration is that, and I'll include a comment that's coming from one of our colleagues where the students working in the lab and there's probably like non-compliance. Those things are really happening. But the challenge that I see is that training institutions, like the places where my father trained as a boilermaker, you are not really trained on how to use PPE correctly, and then now you come to the workplace, and then when you work, you start getting exposed. Every time you have to be told how to wear it, or you must put it on again and again and again. So FEM is saying we like or would love to train them young. The gap now, it's how do we start with such training to enable people to put it in their DNA that safety is my responsibility before anybody else can really tell me. Yes, remind me, but it must be in my DNA to say I'm going to protect myself. Thank you.
Before you hand over the mic, you didn't tell us your name and company that you represent.
Apologies. My name is Emmanuel Opalanga. I'm from BP KZN region.
Noted, and thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm sure you got the questions and you have the answers. Yes, Advocate, I think yours, it is with regards to domestic workers being their own directors now, working divided hours between different workplaces, and then it's about Section 40 of the QUEDA Act.
Thank you. We have noted that trend with domestic employees, where they are working like typical casual employees, but under the Principal Act and the amendments, they are covered as employees. Whether they started here in the morning, then round about 12, then they are elsewhere doing another work for another employer, then we still regard that to be injury on duty. We will qualify it in the regulations. We will deal with it in the regulations as to how are we going to manage it. But that's how it's supposed to be. Whether they are working 2 hours in the morning, then within that 2 hours while they are employed here, because there is the employment relationship there, there's payment, either payment in kind or payment in cash. There is, if you read the definition, it says that there's payment, either payment in kind or payment in cash. So at that time they are employed, there's an IOD, then it has to be reported. Section 41 It's 41. My memory still serves me well. It's 41. She may have not captured it well. It's section 41. If an injured employee obtains a medical report, and that medical report, it has to do with the injury sustained on duty. The injured employee can approach the fund and request for reimbursement of those medical costs. Only if the injuries, the claim was lodged with the fund, not for any other thing, but only if we received a claim, then there was a need for a further medical assessment, and you're subjected yourself for that medical assessment. Then you can submit that. Then the fund will look into it. Then they will advise whether it was relevant or it was necessary, or it's relevant to your claim. Then they will reimburse.
Noted, and thank you very much, Advocate. Ma'am, I think there was a question directed to FEM.
Thank you. Opa, I think that was more of a comment than anything, if I'm correct, because it was with regards to how we train them young and what we put into place. And I think, as I've shared, between some of our health and safety initiatives, those are things that we are looking at as FEM. Thank you.
I believe there was no question directed to us in Tabiseng. But colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, there is someone that I missed actually who raised a hand. So I'm just going to quickly force the second round, only for her.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Grace Klabangan. Okay. The first thing, it's a request to advocate. If you can have ways of communicating with him, because there are a lot of policy-related issues that we need to engage on as we are reviewing our policies, especially the IoT policy. So it will be nice to have his contact details. And then the other one is maybe it's also your home take. In KZN, we have a problem with the Department of Employment and Labor in terms of liability letters. And we end up owing health institutions, and they refuse to treat our injured employees because we owe them. In our department, the head of department ended up having a deviation to say, whether there is a liability letter, let us pay, and then if the Department of Labor does not accept liability, then we reclaim, and that is a risk. So we need that support. Thank you.
Noted, and thank you very much. Advocate, she just wanted to know your contact details, nothing else.
I'll phone the maker and request for a visa, but it's fine. Let me give you the official phone, which is not my phone. It's I respect the fact that it was given to me to be accessible. It's note it down because it's 067 067. No, it's. I'm giving you the official phone. No, that one I have to phone the maker first. 415 4027. The email address is letabo.shokane, SHOKANE, at labor, the rest we know, .gov.za.
Thank you very much, Advocate. Thank you very much, colleagues. Is there anyone who wants my official numbers? I'm offering. Is there anyone, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have a lost and found pair of glasses here. If you have lost your glasses, please come and reclaim them. We have come to the end of our program. Let me thank you, all of you, for your patience, actually, and for your ears. And let me also thank the presenters. There was a lot of information, and I believe that if we had enough time, actually, we will have engaged more. But without wasting any time, colleagues, let me thank everyone, and wish you all safe journey back to wherever that you'll be going, and have a lovely afternoon. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I'm still.